Alrighty. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and this is not your typical live stream if you are a fan of my channel, because this severe weather event that we are going to be talking about here today is not in the United States. This is for portions of Central Europe. And you know how it is for me. I gotta try and do my part if there's any sort of significant severe weather that can happen. So for that reason, we are here. We are covering what very well could be a severe weather outbreak, maybe even a tornado outbreak over into portions of Germany. And for reference, for people who may not know what day this is, or if you're watching this after the fact, this is for June 22nd, 2023. It is 6:31 Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast of the United States. So, yeah, we are definitely loving life over here, I'll tell you what. But, no, for real. We, are definitely going to have an interesting morning for us, afternoon and evening for the people of Central Europe, because there is a really interesting threat for severe weather that is possible here today. As you can see, the ESTOFEX, the European Storm Forecast Experiment, has issued a 3 out of 3. All right, this is a 3 out of 3 on the severe weather scale here in this pink area. And the last time we had a pink area like this for tornadoes, which we'll read up here in a bit as to why they've issued all of this stuff for specific areas in a bit. But the last time we've had a 3 out of 3 on the severe weather scale here for tornadoes was last year when I was in this very same chair covering the May 20th event over in Germany. So this is going to be very interesting to watch. And as I said, there is a 3 out of 3 for portions of Germany, as well as the Czech Republic and even extreme southwestern Poland. We also have a 2 out of 3 for the surrounding areas. That includes areas from the Alps and eastern France, all the way through into portions of Poland as well. So just really an expansive area for severe weather here today. We'll scroll down and we can see that a level 3 was issued across parts of Germany and Czechia in this instance. The Czech Republic, mainly for damaging winds, large to very large hail, and regionally for tornadoes and heavy rainfall. Now, I know that a lot of the areas over here in Central Europe has experienced a lot of flooding over the past few years, and it's set people on edge. I also understand that you guys have had a drought as of recently, so this is an opportunity for some flooding to occur. So if you guys are in the path of these storms, it is recommended that you guys know ahead of time, or have a plan ahead of time, that on the off chance that we do have some flooding, that you find a way for you to get to higher ground. All right. The saying I usually say is turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because the actual roads, the floods over the roads, look a lot shallower than they actually are. And so it would be recommended for you to not drive through them, and instead for you to seek higher ground, or even try to find another way for you to get around the floods. So that would be the best course of action, in my opinion, if you guys were to see stuff like that. We also have a level 2 that has been issued for areas near Switzerland, as well as Austria and Italy, for mainly very large hail and severe wind gusts. Now, the further south you go, all right, so the further south you go, heading towards the Mediterranean Sea, the more and more your threat is going to be with a hail risk. I do think it'll be not really as tornadic, if any. I just think the wind shear is not good enough for it to do that. And so when you lack that wind shear, what makes up for it is all that large hail that can do damage to cars and sidings of buildings, windows, and stuff like that. And of course, if people are outside, you know, you could be impacted by some large hailstones as well. So watch out for that as that continues to move on through into your area. And then we also have another level 2 for the Czech Republic as well as southwestern Poland, mainly for damaging wind gusts and large to very large hail. Now, there has been some models that have said that after the initial threat for severe weather, there could be a big storm that could eventually turn into a huge line of storms that could produce some very strong damaging winds. And so if we watch out for that, and if we see that, then hopefully we can try to tell people out ahead of time that there will be strong damaging winds like what could be anticipated. So that is going to be something to watch out for. Once again, the threat for strong damaging winds outside of the potential for some supercells to exist is going to be something we're going to want to watch out for. So please monitor the weather, continue to stay updated if you can, and monitor the changing weather conditions. If it looks like it's getting bad outside, it might be a good idea for you to head inside so that way you can take shelter. If you are new to the channel, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible, because this is the beginning of what could be multiple hours of us monitoring the weather here through our weather radars, as well as through the models and live analysis. So if you know anyone that lives in portions of Central Europe that is able to understand English, please be sure to spread the information with them as well. If there's people who don't understand English in the chat, but you would like to help out and translate, please be sure to also do that as well. That would be greatly appreciated, so that way everyone may be on the same page. If you would like to help us spread the information with more and more people on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up down below, and even subscribe, so that way we can get onto YouTube's algorithm and spread this with as many people as possible, because we are going to want to try and spread this with more and more people. So that would be greatly appreciated. I live in southeastern corner of Queensland, just north of Brisbane in Australia. Can I do severe weather for your area? Next severe weather season starts October to the end of March. I can try. The only issue with that, though, is that your weather is completely the opposite from mine, because it literally takes everything and flips it. So all the stuff that I know is wrong down for the people down south, and it's actually the opposite of how things work. So if I just remember that it's the opposite, then I will hopefully I'll be able to get it. But if I know ahead of time that there is a strong severe weather event for Australia, then 100% I will do streams for you all down there. But I just got to know ahead of time. Oh yeah, it's probably a good idea for me to actually set up a slow mode, so that way, on the off chance that bots come in and try to make an issue of chat, we are able to control that. So there we go. What's with Thornigan? Let's see. You all could potentially see some strong severe weather here today. Once again, you guys are kind of in the central area for severe weather this afternoon and evening. So I would watch out for the potential of some, at least some strong damaging winds, but the potential for some tornadoes and even some flash flooding is possible within your area. So please just be weather aware. I'll continue to keep you guys up to date as this moves on through. I'll show you guys here. This is a live look. I believe this is on the Rhine. This is at the Linz and Rhine. And we've got a lot of overcast skies. Not really a whole lot of sun peeking out here, to be specific. For reference, for people who don't know where this is in southwestern portions of Germany. And you can see there is a lot of overcast, which means maybe not as much of a strong environment here, or at least not really recovering as much within this particular spot, because a lot of that cloud cover is preventing the sun from shining back down, creating a lot of daytime heating, warming the ground, and creating more and more energy. So there's a mid-level eye on Brett. That wouldn't be too surprising. Do I need live cameras for Germany? Yeah, I would love to add them onto my camera map. I've done some. I've actually got a couple, believe it or not. And when I mean a couple, I mean a few. But now some of them don't work because they were on YouTube and they took it down, I guess. So if there are other cameras that I have not found, or if you think I don't have, or, you know, it's safe to say I don't have most, if not all. So if you find a camera, I'll still take it regardless. And I'll try to put it on the map so that way I may be able to continue to watch it. And who knows if we'll be able to see if we can find a tornado too. Of course, we don't want to actually see a tornado today, because if we see a tornado today, then that will usually mean that someone's going to be impacted by it. So that's going to be something to note. I also want to mention that we have someone who could potentially be chasing out in Germany here today. We'll check in with him every now and then and watch what he's doing over there in Germany. If we do find anything from him, we'll be able to show you guys. And of course, it would be great if you guys would show him some love by going over and giving him a follow, as he will be chasing on Twitch. So, do we have any soundings from anywhere? Not as of right now. The latest soundings that they had was of last night, 2 a.m. local time. So, yeah. Leipzig, I think, will get severe weather after 8 p.m. Erfurt will be an hour sooner or so. I think that is, I think it's safe to say that that's about correct. That sounds about right. Possible rotation north of Montpellier, favorable environment. Montpellier. That would be in France, and that is over there. Oh, that's all the way down there. Yeah, it's definitely possible. It is definitely possible. I might have to get another tab then, and then just have a radar for certain areas. Be down here. There we are. Now I have to try and remember exactly how to see this, how to navigate the site, because it's not exactly the most friendliest interactive radar. Oh, here we go. So that's the velocities. Yeah, tornado Doppler radar. I love how they call it tornado Doppler radar. That's pretty funny. But it does help. So yeah, it looks like there's a big line of storms that's moving through north of Montpelier. I don't think it's all too much from the looks of it. We've got a lot of surging winds. So you can see this is Montpelier right here. And areas north of it near Quissac, as well as Alès and Bessinges. That's not correct. I know it's not, but Bessinges, probably Bessinges. Just a big line of storms that's moving on through. But I don't really see a whole lot of things that tell me that this thing is really spinning. I see, I just see a lot of just these bowing segments, these little curls in the line, which indicate a lot of strong damaging winds coming in behind it. So, not quite yet, not quite yet. I don't think we're really going to see a whole lot of significant activity until a little bit later. So, gosh, interesting. If they don't like it, then I'll just put a link to the Kachelman weather in the chat, just to show people that, hey, that's the website there too. Plus, I'm not profiting off of the stuff that they're showing. I'm only profiting off of tips and stuff like that for the content that I'm providing. So, technically, they can't sue me. Work smarter, not harder. But no, I'll put a link to it in my description. That way, I know for a fact that they can't sue me. Oh yeah, that's right. What was the, there's the, hashtags. Let me put that in the, thing. Save. Boom. Now it's saved. It is funny, Kaylee. It is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Believe it or not, when he says that they don't really like people using their site, he's telling the truth. Apparently, they just don't really like it all too much. Which is the reason why we have Radar Scope. Radar Scope is going to be helping us out here today. Of course, Radar Omega does it as well, but the last time I used Germany weather radars with Radar Omega, it didn't really work out too well. So, and you can also see the font for these town areas is so much smaller. That is not great. And yeah, you can see with velocities, it's not good at all. So this radar right here, for reference, is this one near Frankfurt. I can go over to that radar over here at OFT, and I can go to the velocities, and you can see the velocities are way better on Radar Scope. Way better on Radar Scope. So I recommend that if you actually are over in Germany, and if you want a weather radar that's not Kachelman weather, get Radar Scope. Radar Scope is good for that as well. So you might get some good things from this. We got a couple of storms that are down near the or northwest of Koblenz, so that might be something to watch as well. I wonder. Yeah, so the Linz and Rhine camera that we were looking at just so happens to be in the path of these storms, and you can see that. We have pretty interesting looking storm that is moving on through the area. So we might see a strong storm that impacts the camera live. Oh, trust me, if Radar Scope gets the French Doppler radar, it's goated. Everything will be going so well for Radar Scope because it'll be so far ahead of other people. I appreciate you guys helping me spread the information with a bunch of people. Spreading this with as many people as possible. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a severe weather event that is going to occur here in Central Europe. This is the outlook here from the European Storm Forecast Experiment. And you guys can see there is the severe weather scale from 1 to 3. And we have a 3 over portions of Central Europe. That includes much of Germany, with the exception of the northern part. The northern part is fine, as well as portions of the Czech Republic and extreme southwestern Poland. We have the threat for damaging winds, of course, large hail, flash flooding, and even a few tornadoes, which is what we are anticipating here today. So we're going to watch out for this very closely. But if you know anyone who is able to understand English, please be sure to share this live stream with them. We want to try to spread this information with as many people as possible. And we want to try and get the warning out as early as we possibly can. The last time we did a stream like this for Germany, it was actually last year on May 20th for that tornado event that was over near Paderborn, or Paderborn in this instance. And we all know about how strong those tornadoes were over there. So I'm not saying it's going to be anything like that, but I have slight bit of experience here on this channel of covering stuff outside of where I live. And I want to make sure that I can try and spread the information with as many people as possible, and hopefully give my input, because I know that you guys don't exactly have tornado warnings over here. There's just, they just tell people that there's severe weather, that there is just storms in the area. And, I want to make sure that if I know that something bad is happening, I want you guys to know. And I did that last year when I thought there was tornadoes on the ground. And when there was, I wanted to make sure that you guys were safe. And it just so happens that I called it correct. So I'm hoping that we don't see anything today. All right, that would be the best case scenario. Maybe not for me, because I only got 2 hours of sleep after me streaming the severe weather in the States, but it's the best case scenario for other people, and that's good enough for me. Southeast corner of Queensland is the severe thunderstorm capital of Australia. Sheesh. So does it just happen a lot? Wow. Also, one thing that I will say is if you would like to also help us spread the information on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. as well as even subscribe. YouTube's algorithm actually helps spread the information by the more people interact with a live stream or a video. And so if people keep hitting that thumbs up button, people hit the subscribe button, this will get out to more and more people. And that's what we're going to want to do. But on the other hand, as I said, I also would appreciate it if you guys would spread this with people, send people text messages or send people, share this with people on social media. That stuff helps as well. We are starting to get our storm over here at Linz am Rhein, here in Western Germany. And it's this cell that is southeast of Bonn, approaching the Sinzig areas. Where specifically is this camera again? Yeah, this is northeast of Sinzig. It's actually north of Sinzig. So if I were to show you guys, if I go back to this camera, if I were to show you guys here on the radar, our camera is located right here. Actually, it's located right here. So you can see this this storm right here that is heading towards the Bad Breisig areas, as well as Sinzig, Bergbrohl, and then, of course, areas further towards the north and east of that, near Highway 3, or I think that might be Autobahn 3. So if you guys know anyone that lives over there, or near Deerdorf, or near Aschbach, that would be, now would probably be the time for you guys to get indoors and to stay away from windows, so that way you can avoid this severe storm. CCJD with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. What are my thoughts on the Matador, Texas tornado? It was a significant tornado and an unfortunate circumstance that happened to do major damage to an area that seemed to have not the greatest infrastructure in Texas. I pray for the people who are who've had their lives altered by that significant event, and yeah, I just hope they're all right. Living near Prague, a little below Prague on map. I know it's hard to predict storms right now, but will the worst part of this storm hit you? Someone shared on the Czech forums. Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, first off, thank you so much for stopping by. Second off, it would really depend upon where you are in the Czech Republic. If you're in the northwestern portion of the Czech Republic, I do believe that you guys could be a part of this activity. But if you're like over into portions of Austria, like northern Austria, I think you guys might see a little bit more of large hail. So the further north you go, the more tornadic it gets. And yeah, and that's kind of the main. It looks like that's kind of the main gist of today's event, and I'll actually go in depth a little bit more with this here in a second. But there's going to be this axis here, this little warm front where vorticity is going to sit, and right along that area, and then areas where the warm front and the cold front meets. That's called a triple point. Areas in that general vicinity, and we'll show you on the models here in a second, is where the main tornadic activity will be. However, there is still the threat for flooding, and there is still the threat for strong damaging winds, especially with eastern extent. The further east you go within the main risk, the more it seems to transition more into a strong damaging wind event. So eastern Germany, as well as western Austria, even into, or not western Austria, western Czech Republic, northern Austria, as well as western Poland. You guys seem to be forecasted for more of very strong damaging winds and maybe even some flooding. And I gotta say, throughout the general area, there is the threat for flooding because you guys have been in a bit of a drought. There hasn't been a whole lot of rain over the past month. And so when a lot of that, when a lot of that water accumulates and isn't able to be picked up by the ground, it ends up starting to create water that overruns portion of the ground and the road. So the big thing here to take away from it, at least as of right now, is have a plan ahead of time for these floods, okay? If it is going to flood, make sure you have a way to get to higher ground, okay? Because we don't want you to be in an area to where flooding can occur. We want you to be in an area out of the way of the flooding. And if you see any flooding, please do not drive through it. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because the actual floods can appear a lot shallower, a lot lower than they actually are. And that's the reason why you see people on TV get, that are stuck in the flooded roadways. They think they can drive through it, and they really can't, so they get stuck. So please be sure, if you live in these areas here of Central Europe, that you are aware that these storms could potentially cause some flooding. The storm over here near Bad Briesing still looks very interesting. You guys might be able to see these little icons that have a shape like this on the screen. This is a lightning indicator. All those lightning bolts that shock from the sky. That is being picked up here by the radar. And you can see there are a lot of them. There's a lot of lightning with this storm, which tells me that this might be trying to intensify. This will be a storm that we are going to have to watch out for as this moves off towards the north and east. So maybe even people out in front of these storms. Of course, we know that there's going to be a wide area that could be impacted, but maybe this is going to be something that other people will have to watch out for, maybe near the Siegen areas. So if you live east of Cologne, near Siegen, or anywhere around that, might be something for you guys to monitor, to watch out for as it heads off into your general vicinity. Do I know where Luxembourg is? Luxembourg is over here-ish. It's right here. So here's Koblenz, and it's further down here. And then you have Belgium, and then you have the Netherlands north of Belgium. It doesn't really show you on the thing on radar scope, the borders very well, but it is there. And the thing for the Benelux areas, you guys might see a lot more of that flooding as well. Not really as much of a severe weather threat. It'll be more rain for you all, more than anything. So that's also the reason why I say, hey, you guys also might need to watch out. We might have to start using these other radars here soon as that storm continues to move up. That one probably will have to be one that we're going to want to watch. This one that is over near Bad Briesing. I'll show you guys here real quickly before I look back at chat. But this is the storm that is hitting that area specifically. And so you can see a lot of rain. Visibility is not the greatest. Can't really see too far away. So traveling is not going to be recommended if you go through these storms. All right, let's look at chat again. Yeah, as I said, please feel free to correct me with these towns. I am not from here. I am not from here, but I am still going to try my best to try and make sure that people may be able to know where these storms could be heading off towards. If you would like to help in chat, translate, or reinforce some of the things that I may say, please feel free to do so, as that will help me out a lot in spreading the information. But I cannot guarantee that I will be able to pronounce every single town name right the first time. Maybe not even the second or third time. You can tell I am from the States. You can tell that I am from the States. But yeah, I've actually covered German severe weather once before. It was last year, May 20th, where there was a stretch of tornadoes that existed over near the Paderborn areas. So we had Lippstadt and Paderborn, and then some of the other areas that are in this area, which is very similar to where we could be talking about here today for severe weather as well. So this is going to be something to watch out for. But yes, I've done this once before, and usually I don't do it unless if I know there's some strong severe weather in the area. All right, let's look at chat again. What about South Moravia? Let me take a look. Of course, if you guys have any questions in chat, please be sure to let me know. Moravia, that's Czechia. I think you guys might see more of a strong damaging wind and hail threat this evening. Whether or not a storm actually hits you, that'll be a separate question in itself, but I think the threat for severe weather is possible in your area. I do not think it is mainly for tornadoes, though. I think the tornado risk for you all is not as strong as areas further west and northwest of you. But that's from Moravia, Czechia. Let's see. Once again, I'm looking through chat because you all have been doing amazing, and I want to try and make sure that I answer as many questions as possible, especially before the big weather the strong weather occurs, because when the strong weather does occur, I'm going to be focusing on that. I'm going to want to try and make sure that everyone can see, number one, what exactly I'm talking about, and number two, where it will be heading, so that way we can try and tell people ahead of time, which is, as I said, what we did last year with the with May 20th and those tornadoes over there. So, let's see. There were vids coming out of Italy last year with mud flooding in the streets. Yeah, this, once again, a lot of the areas over here and a lot of the people over here have been kind of on red alert whenever flooding gets mentioned because of all the bad things that happen. So I don't want to, scare anybody, but I just want to say that the potential for flooding is possible. I don't know how bad. I don't know how good. But, whenever there's the possibility, you have to bring it up. All right? And it has to actually be a possibility. If it's impossible, then, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it just to go out of my way to say it and, you know, try to scare people. I want to try and make sure that I want to try to tell the truth and everything that comes to my mind for you all, so that way you guys are on the same page with me. Yep, see ya, Duke. Appreciate you coming out. Appreciate you coming out. The whole northern Hessen region might be under the threat with the storm that is now organizing. I really gotta start memorizing where some of the regions are. Okay, so that's areas from Frankfurt all the way over to Kassel. So yeah, the northern Hessen region, I do agree with that. I do think these storms could potentially get into that area. So I do agree with you on that one, Oscar. Time for these storms to get going more. Son's aunt lives in Bitburg, Germany. Are they safe? Let me take a look. I have no idea, so I'm gonna look it up. Bitburg has the opportunity to probably see some severe weather. To what extent? We'll see. I wonder if this line of storms, right? I wonder if these lines of storms actually can get past this area before it becomes strong. But they are going to see some severe weather. Whether or not it is significant, I guess we'll have to see. But they are kind of in the general area where we're going to want to watch out for. It'll only be for the next few hours before the cold front passes through. All right, let's continue to look at chat. Once again, we want to make sure that everyone has an idea as to what could be happening. It does look like that storm near Linz and Sinzig is going to be a storm for us to watch. I think this storm might be starting to become a stronger storm, and you can even see here on our live camera here, which is over at the Linz am Rhein, which is where this storm is moving over. This seems to be a strong storm that is passing on through, and I think that's hail. I think that is some hail that is falling into the water. So I'm pretty sure we are seeing some hail that is falling. Because usually when you have big splashes like that, that usually tells me that it's more than just water. You're starting to get solid things and like solid ice that's smacking to the ground. Or in this case, the Rhine. So I think we have confirmation that there is some hail. And from radar, it says that as well. The radar says there is some hail in there as well. Because you can see all the pink. The red and the pink. That usually tells me that there is hail within that storm. If I were to storm chase today, where would I position myself? Central Germany. Specifically, I would position myself over, just in the general vicinity of Kassel and Paderborn. I know there's a lot of, hilly and mountainous terrain over there, but if I wanted to see a tornado, that would be likely where it would be. That's where I'm thinking. That's what I've been thinking since the beginning of the week. Even when I was talking to a bunch of other native Germans who talk about weather over there, and even me just looking at models, the weather models, I've been thinking it's right around that area where I would position myself if I was a storm chaser. What can you expect in the Limburg, the Weilburg areas near Frankfurt? So I think for you guys near Frankfurt, you guys are kind of on the hit or miss area for the tornado aspect. It really depends upon where the warm front situates itself, and I'll talk about that here actually after I'm done answering questions from chat. But if the warm front ends up going a little bit further north, then you guys might actually be able to get a lot of hail and wind because the wind shear, the winds in the sky aren't as strong. But if you're near that warm front, or if you're near where the triple point is, where the cold front and the warm front meets, which actually I think we can already see. This is our warm front right here. And then back over here is our cold front. We'll switch up the camera so that you can see the live view. So this is our cold front right here, all the way back over here. And this right here is our warm front, and our warm front is rising north to try and accommodate for this. And so any storm that can form along this warm front here and sustain might be the ones to try and produce a tornado. But if this continues to rise up north, the storms that head near Frankfurt might be more of a wind and hail as well as flooding threat for you all over there. That's what I'm thinking. But I would still watch out. They're still, in my opinion, an area that could still be impacted by some tornadic activity. Lars with the 6, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, cool to see you talk about weather in Europe as well, especially as someone who usually watches most of your streams. Greetings from the Netherlands. Well, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. And fortunately for the Netherlands, they're actually not really being impacted here today. So though this is weather that is a lot closer to home, fortunately it's not too close to home for you all. So hopefully you guys may be able to sit back and relax a little bit. I might look at the new icon D2. First time you're in the 3 ESTOFEX area 2 years ago. Also a 3 that produced the F4 tornado. I do remember that. I do remember that. Possible big hair in North Montpelier region. Some storms starting to have intriguing shape and reflectivity. I'll look back at that here in a second. I want to go to the live stuff, the live analysis here in a bit, but I'm almost done here looking through chat. I think I've almost caught up to all the questions. These storms are moving off to the northeast, so they're kind of moving from the bottom left to the top right. So, as I said, maybe areas over near Siegen and areas east of Dortmund near the Paderborn and the Kassel areas, they may have to watch out in the future. I think there's the potential for some severe weather to exist over in your guys' areas. So we'll watch out. Can I quickly go over the geographical and meteorological reasons for a tornado outbreak in Europe? Yeah, so essentially speaking, we have a lot of moisture that exists over here in the Mediterranean. There also can be some moisture over here on the coastline of France and Spain. When you have a low pressure system that moves on through, it picks up a lot of that moisture and pulls it around the Alps specifically, because here's the Alps, and it pulls it around. And it just carries up and up and up and into the general area. So it's not too different from the United States. It's just got mountains in the way, essentially. And that's the reason why we have the severe weather event here today. That's the reason why we're talking about severe weather. All right, we're almost done with the questions in chat, and then we'll talk about the stuff that's there. Mannheim, I think you guys are a lot more of a wind and hail threat here today. So if you guys watch out for wind, hail, and potential flooding, you guys should be good. But I really do not think that tornadoes are going to be your main issue. Although, I still think you guys need to watch out regardless. That is my opinion on Mannheim. Let's see. Any update on the hurricanes? So it's a high-end tropical storm right now, Brett. It's not going to hit the U.S. It's not going to hit the U.S. If you're in the Windward Islands, you should definitely seek a sturdy structure or get off the island while you can, because it will impact you all tonight. It could try to be a hurricane. It is getting close. There are hurricane watches in effect. So that is something to watch out for. But other than that, that's a rain droplet that just landed on the camera. Great look. You've linked an interesting site on Twitter with some data. I'll look at that here in a bit. Yes, the shortwave specifically over for the warm front. That it's just there's a lot of vorticity on the warm front in general. So all right, it seems that we have answered most, if not all, of the questions. So once again, this is the outlook for severe weather here today. I'll talk about that in a bit. We'll go to Ketchelman Weather. And I know they don't really like it when other people show their website, but it's fine. I put a link to it in the description down below if you guys wanted to use it as well. But I am going to use it regardless because I want to prove a point here. So look at this here, guys. This is your dew points here. These are your dew points in Celsius. We have a lot of very high dew points here. You can see it extends through central to north central Germany. And anywhere along this area is where we're going to watch out for. And especially if we go to the surface wind direction, you can see exactly that and how these winds are moving from right to left, from east to west. And anytime your winds start to turn down more to the southwest, kind of like this right here, that is your warm front right there. So that's the beginning of your warm front, I should say, right here. And then your cold front is all the way back down here. Let me change the color. All the way back down here. And so when you have your warm front and your cold front, when that meets together, the intersection is called the triple point. And so really, it's any area that is along the warm front or near the triple point. That could also extend a little bit further down as well, is where the main activity for tornadoes could exist here today. So it's going to be something to watch out for as to where that warm front actually is and how storms can interact with it as well. So it'll be very interesting to see. That is the latest radar here in Montpelier. We'll take a look to see if we can find any rotation. I don't see any rotation. I see a lot of damaging winds with these storms in southern France. But other than that, I don't really see too much. So, yeah, for those of you who are thinking, hey, it's just a lot of these thunderstorms, listen. These aren't going to be general thunderstorms because the environment isn't ready yet for it to fully produce everything. It's still got a little bit of time before we start to get to what will be the start of the severe weather event. That's what I'm seeing from this, and that's usually how it is even in the United States. So weather is not very different. Oh, okay. So I just got a picture here. This is not their picture, but someone sent this to me on Discord of the storm that went through the area near Ausbach, as well as Sinzig, and it's of course going to head over to the Siegen areas eventually and Betzdorf. It looks like that storm is developing a wall cloud. It looks like this might be trying to become tornadic here in a bit. I'll show you guys the picture. Open link. There it is. That's the picture. And you can see there is here is the mesocyclone. Clouds are spinning this way. Then you have a drop down in the clouds right here, and then you have a second drop down right here. And so the first drop down, I call it the horseshoe, or the well, it's mainly the horseshoe that I call it. I also call it maybe the whale's mouth if it was a little bit more of strong damaging winds. But you can see we have the drop down right here, and on the northern end of the horseshoe, you can see there is a wall cloud with a bit of a tail cloud. Usually when you see a tail cloud right here, usually that means that moisture is being fed up and brought into the storm. So this is a clear supercell. This is a clear supercell that is now trying to maintain itself as it moves off to the northeast. And this one might be one of the storms that we're going to have to watch out for the potential of some tornadic activity. So we'll have to continue to mention the areas impacted by this storm here as this moves off. This is going to be heading towards the Altenkirchen, as well as the Hatchenberg, the Wiesen, the Windeck areas near Sieg, as well as Betzdorf, Kirchen, the Waldbrüll areas, the Freudenberg areas, and the Siegen areas. So if you're in those areas in Germany, it is recommended that you guys stay on alert for what appears to be a supercell that is trying to materialize and become tornadic. So please watch out for that. I might need to use a radar or a separate radar here in a bit. This is really interesting here. All right, so I want to direct your guys' attention to the radar screen here, and we'll use the velocities. We'll use the velocities from the radar. You can clearly see there is rotation here. We have winds indicated in red. That means that it's moving away from the radar. We have greens and grays moving towards. And though we are looking up pretty high in the sky, if I were to actually tell you how high specifically, we would be looking about 5,000 feet. So that would be about 1.5 kilometers, something like that, give or take. And so we have a lot of, we're looking pretty high. It's very high. It's not actually what's happening on the ground, but the fact that it tells us that there is rotation up in the sky means that that could also tell us that there's rotation closer to the ground as well. So I'm not saying there's a tornado quite yet, but there is definitely something tornadic here within this storm. And because of that, I think this might be a good opportunity for people out in front of this to consider seeking a sturdy structure. This would be something that if there was a tornado warning in Germany, I have a good idea that there probably would be a tornado warning issued for a storm like this. I think it actually would be a likely. If this was in the United States, they would issue a tornado warning for this storm. It's already, in my opinion, it's already severe. And even the winds have gotten stronger here on the velocities. You can see a lot brighter reds, and you can see there's more greens now that is starting to be picked up as well. So this does look like this thing is starting to get stronger. There's a lot of lightning with this too. Usually when you see a lot of lightning, that tells you that storms are starting to intensify. The storm is starting to intensify and get stronger and stronger. And that's what we got here. A lot of lightning with a storm that has produced some large hail. We even watched it live on the camera that was right above us. This is on the Rhine over near Sinzig and Linz. So I got a lot of stuff that is starting to move on through. And this is a supercell. This is one of your storms that we're going to be watching for today. If you guys know anyone that lives in these areas over here in Germany, or just even any of the areas down below, you'll see that there's a lot of information down below. If you take the time to read, it'll tell you which areas are in the threat for severe weather, and it'll tell you the magnitude as well. So level 1 is not very big of a risk. Level 2 is a decent risk. You know, it's a higher risk, and then level 3 is the strongest risk that you can get. And so, if you know anyone that lives in those areas down below and can understand English, please be sure to spread the information. You can copy the link to the live stream and send a text message. You can put it on social media. All that stuff would be greatly appreciated, so that way we can spread the information with as many people as possible. And if you would like to help us spread this information here on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. You can unsubscribe afterwards. But those are the things that help us spread the information with a bunch of people on YouTube. We can get to thousands of people and try to help them out. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys could do that for us here on the channel. Want to try making homemade warning polygons? Probably not. It's probably not the greatest idea to do that. But if you're just tuning in here right now, we are covering what seems to be a severe weather event, a potential outbreak here for Germany. Potential for tornadoes are possible, including this supercell here that is over near Ausbach, approaching the Altenkirchen, the Hamm, the Windeck, and the Wiesen areas here, as well as Betzdorf and Kirchen. So if you're over in those areas in Germany, please be sure, okay, please be sure to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already for the threat of the strong storm. What's the resolution of the US Doppler radar? It's a lot better than what this is, I'll tell you what. It's let's search that up real quickly. Resolution of a US Doppler radar. First off, it depends upon how close you are to the actual radar, because it actually gets better in resolution the closer you get. Yeah, that's a good question. It doesn't actually say. Yeah, it cannot provide range resolution because it is unable to separate Doppler signals that arise from different points along transmitted US beam. So essentially the US, the best answer I can get is it's very good resolution close to the radar, and then once you get further away, it starts to look something like this. Now, I know there's radars that are closer to this storm. Oh, that is a nice little hooking segment. I know there are radars that are closer to this storm, but what I wanted to try and do, and let's just experiment to see which radar is probably the closest for us to use. That's looking up 4,000 feet, so this may be still the best radar for us to use in this instance. And even then, the radar is just not having the greatest time in the world trying to track this. But the main reason why I was originally using the Offenthal radar was because it's not having to look through the storm to try and figure out what's happening. It's able to see it on the side, which is the reason why I was using that. But we might be getting to a point to where we can use Fletchdorf. Fletchdorf might be a good way for us to see it. And you can see this too. This is still showing some good rotation as well. Once again, a lot of greens moving towards the radar, reds and grays moving away. So right in the middle, there is some rotation up here with this storm up to the north. And then there's also another storm to the south near Altenkirchen. Once again, that one also has rotation. Although the radar is, once again, having a bit of difficulty actually differentiating what's going on. So that's what I've heard, Marcus. I've heard that you don't really have mobile homes. You don't really have weak houses over there, which is good. You know, it protects you guys from what would be stronger storms, both in the winter and in the summer. So, catch them in winter. I can see the rotation couplet better. Let's see. Let us see for ourselves. This is still the area that we're gonna wanna. Well, no, I'm gonna go back. Might still want to use this. I mean, kind of. I don't. It's not that much better. It actually, according to this, doesn't even look like it's a rotation at all, believe it or not. But yeah, I'll keep going back to that because it's just different perspectives. You don't know if you're going to be able to see things differently than what we have with the regular site here. Yeah, as I said, I really do appreciate all the people who have come out to the stream so far to help us spread the information with as many people as possible. If you haven't already, please be sure to spread the information, spread this stream with as many people as you can. It helps me grow my channel, but it also helps us spread the information. We want to make sure that people understand what is coming to some people. If I think there's a tornado on the ground, I'll be able to tell you. I've done that before. The last time I streamed for Germany, it was last year on May 20th when those tornadoes hit Paderborn and Lipstadt. So, yeah, we have two storms that seem to be rotating here. It seems this Essen radar is not having a great time, so we probably won't use that radar. Probably won't. Switch radars. Let's use the castle radar. And yeah, so there's the two areas to watch in particular. This one's the area near Aschbach as well as Overrath. You can clearly see there is rotation here. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. So we have spin right there. And then we have what is trying to spin right here too, near Ausbach. I'm going to look on Twitter here real quickly to try and see if there is anything that I need to know of. Ah, okay. So this is a this website is a chaser website. That's pretty cool to see. I'll have to save this. I'll have to save this for another time. Speaking of which, I know there's a chaser that allowed me to show footage. It doesn't look like he's live right now, but whenever he is live, we'll be able to show you guys that as well. Is there any cameras that are starting to get into this area? Eventually, yes. We're still very far away from it, though. So it's probably good for us to just use the camera that we already have on the ride. But yeah, I appreciate you guys helping me spread the information. I really do. I want to change the term Ausbrüche. Never heard of it before. Interesting. Is posting a link allowed? Unfortunately, no. But it would be, if you would like to post a link, send it to me on Twitter. I'm trying to say, at least for the tornadic activity, I'm trying to say tornado outbreak. I know that there's multiple meanings, so you can go like singular tornado or multiple tornado. Oh, interesting. We also have another person who said, no, it's the same person. Never mind. So maybe Tornado-Ausbrüche then could be an idea for that. Let's try this. Let's try that, and we'll see how that works. I changed the name of the title. Hopefully, it's probably used tornado outbreak. Interesting. Yeah, I want to make sure that the stream is also easy to understand through the title. That is a new scan. That is starting to show some signs of rotation. Better signs of rotation than it once had. Let me look at it from another radar perspective. All right, that's no longer going to help us, so we're not going to use that radar ever again. Not as of right now. And it looks like from that other radar there, it doesn't look as good. So I think it's now time for us to stay with the Fletchdorf radar, as that will probably be the best way for us to see what's going on. Once again, if you're over near Windeck or Vindeck, Ham, Wiesen, Betzdorf, Kirchen, Mördersbach, Niederfischbach, as well as Siegen, Freudenberg, Venden, Krusel, Netvin. If you are in those areas, you're going to have to watch out for the potential for something tornadic. in those areas. I know I can change the tilt. There's 10 tilts here, but it wouldn't help for me to look higher and higher if other radars can tell what's going on lower. Coverage would be that. Interesting. People are mostly unaware of severe weather in Germany. Well, that's the reason why I'm streaming here today. So I can try to spread awareness to this event here. Once again, I want to try and tell people ahead of time as to what's going on, and to try to hopefully get people prepared ahead of time. So, that's the reason why. So I can try to spread awareness. I don't want that. Go away. Funny enough, it seems the people who actually are, who are the Ketchelman Wetter group, they don't actually start streaming until an hour and a bit from now, which is kind of surprising because severe weather is supposed to start right around now. So it's kind of weird to see them start a little bit late, but it could miss Hilchenbach. Let me take a look. We'll see. Well, nah, honestly, from the looks of it, it looks like it won't. It looks like it's heading towards Hilchenbach in that general area. So I would probably watch out if you're near Hilchenbach. Just the general area is Altenkirchen, Betzdorf, Siegen, Netven, Krutzel, Hilchenbach. That's the areas that I'm watching out for this storm to get near here pretty soon. If you guys find anything on Twitter, by the way, if people are posting videos or pictures of the weather over here in Germany, feel free to share it with me on Twitter. It helps me out a lot. Look out for the Nancy cell. All right, I'm gonna look up Nancy cell here. ESTOFEX just issued a mesoscale discussion. Oh boy. I'm gonna look at that here in a second. First off, I want to take a look and see. That's Nancy France, which I think is that's over there south of Luxembourg. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go take a look at that here then. Zoom out. That's the Nancy cell. Nancy sounds pretty familiar. I don't see too much rotation on it. I do see the reason why it should be watched out for, though, because it looks like the storm is relatively new, and it did just kind of fire off. but I don't think I see a whole lot of rotation with it quite yet. But that is definitely something that we should watch out for. All right, let's take a look at the mesoscale discussion that has been issued. How I find mesoscale discussions is the real question. ESTOFEX. See, I'm not the only one that's telling people that there could be a an outbreak. Refresh the page. Oh, there it is. There's your mesoscale discussion. So there's your mesoscale discussion for Western Germany. It says radar and satellite imagery show a rapidly developing storm east of Bonn that seems to have a deviant rightward motion. The storm is developing in the zone of easterly low-level flow. Tornado risk will be present with the storm or other storms that develop in this air mass. In case it will be able to stay surface-based as it moves northeast away from the front. Further storms are initiating to the south over France. These storms will spread northeastward and will likely become supercells. South of the warm front, 28 to 30 degree temperatures and up to 20 degree dew points will contribute to substantial CAPE and moderately high LCLs. Expect threat for very large hail and damaging wind gusts here. These supercells that develop in the warmer air mass need to be monitored for a potential upscale growth into a bow echo. So the stuff that's on the cold front is the potential damaging wind threat. And the stuff that's on the warm front is the tornado risk. So this one that's over near Bonn, which is the storm that we've been talking about. This one right here that is approaching the Wiesen area and the Betzdorf area. This is the one that we've been talking about for the potential for tornadoes. For quite a bit. For quite a bit. Yeah, Ausbach is in the clear right now. The storms just passed through Ausbach. Now Ausbach is in the clear. You guys are good. But it's the areas that are near Wiesen and Betzdorf, as well as Siegen. Siegen. You guys are going to want to watch out for this now. What website do I use? I use the combination of Ketchelman-Wetter, as well as this app called Radar Scope. Radar Scope on your phone is about 10 euros, maybe a little bit less than that. And then on the PC, it is a little bit lower than 30 euros, I believe. But it works for me, especially since I'm able to see the radar. As long as I can see decent radar, I'll be able to figure out what's going on. Yeah, it looks like the storm is now getting very close to Wiesen, or not Wiesen, Wiesen. So we are going to have to watch out for this very closely. This is definitely a storm that probably could try to produce a tornado if this thing becomes significant enough. But it's still got a little ways to go. I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't exactly look like it's quite ready yet. But we also are a little bit away from the radar. The radar is still a little far away. And we'll be able to see that change as it gets closer towards the Fletchdorf areas. And the castle areas. Yeah, Radar Omega works as well, but radar quality is so much more terrible. It's not great. So that's the reason why I didn't even recommend it at all. The Essen radar on Ketchelman-Wetter shows a clear image. Last time I checked the Essen radar, yeah, it didn't really show a whole lot, and that's mainly because it's looking through multiple storms. But I'll look at it anyways. Go out here, actually. Go back. Go back. We'll use the Essen radar. And yeah, we can't really see the rotation here, even from the Essen radar. There is a little teeny bit of it, but it's not actually aligned. It's not vertically aligned for it to be tornadic. It's still a little bit more of a gusty wind threat. So I still think the better radar is the Dusseldorf one, at least as of right now, and especially as it gets closer towards that radar. I think that's the one that we're going to be wanting to use. And you can even see here on Ketchelman-Wetter that the rotation seems to be a bit better there. I might actually have to zoom out. I'm going to try and go back. Go back to the Essen radar one more time just to see something. Yeah, I mean, the rotation here, according to the Essen radar, is not as strong as the one that's over in Dusseldorf. Yeah, I will say that the Ketchelman-Wetter site is not exactly the most user-friendly thing. It's also... it also doesn't really... I think it automatically updates, but sometimes it doesn't. And so things don't really get... doesn't really look like the best thing in the world. I'm going to go up to tilt too. And yeah, there is a little bit of rotation with this cell. It's not as strong as it once was, which is the good news. But there is a cell that's over here near Gummersbach. This one might be something to watch out for the development of something tornadic as well. This storm right here seems to be trying... This one might be trying to also be tornadic. I'm sorry, it's probably not... I think I said Dusseldorf radar. The Dusseldorf radar is, and the Essen radar is probably not the one to use. Probably the Fletchdorf radar, the one near Kassel, is probably the one to use. If you're just tuning in, if you live near the Krutzel areas, the Siegen areas, the Niederfischbach areas, as well as eventually the Kirchhundem areas in Germany, as well as areas over near Gummersbach, Adendorn, Finnitrop, Plettenberg, Herschried, and Minnerzagen. It might be a good idea for you guys to seek a sturdy structure now and stay away from windows, as there are storms that seem to be severe that are moving through the area. They also have rotation. They have tornadic rotation. So we also have to watch out for the threat of tornadoes within these storms as well. Now, whether or not they are producing tornadoes right now, that is still to be determined. We haven't really seen any indication based off of radar that there is something on the ground. We have not seen that quite yet. But we still want to watch out and prepare ahead of time, just on the off chance that it does do something. It tried to touch down? Interesting. Greetings from Czechia. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, hopefully the storms won't be that bad over there. But we'll be covering this for quite a long time. We'll be here just, you know, just on the off chance if something does happen. A lot of strong damaging winds, a large hail, and even some flooding possible here today. But if you're once again over near the warm front of the storm, the Dortmund area, the Kassel area, eventually this could get over towards the Bielefeld and the Hanover areas as well. You guys might need to watch out. Berlin, maybe not. We'll have to see. I don't think Berlin will really be in the activity for tornadoes and stuff like that, but you're looking for cameras? Hey, if you guys know of any live cameras, feel free to let me know. All right, because or even if you guys find any sort of videos or pictures of what's happening with the weather, feel free to let me know, and even share it with me on Twitter, so that way I can show the rest of you guys what's going on. Because that's the one, you know, we're going to want to try and spread awareness and show you all what's actually happening. And if we show you guys what has happened, you know, kind of similar to the unfortunate events that happened in the U.S. last night, the U.S. had a pretty strong tornado that went through a town. And though it was very unfortunate, we used some of the pictures and the examples of what happened, what it did and stuff like that. And we were able to show people who were out in front of the tornado what has happened, and they were able to take shelter. They were able to get into a sturdy building. They were able to be safe. And so, you know, even stuff like hail. If there's, you know, hail that's fallen from the sky and is you know, landed in some of these areas, those pictures help too, because then we're able to say, hey, if you have any pets outside, if you have any valuables outside, if you have any cars outside, you might want to bring those inside. You might want to get inside. Those things are the types of things that we're going to want to continue to let you guys know of. Ooh. These aren't exactly like live, but they are pictures, which they're good enough, honestly. So when that gets closer, we'll be able to show you guys what's going on with that. Yeah, live pictures from that area. So I'll be able to, when we get closer, I'll show you guys what's going on over there. I'm going to move the radar over to Essen again, try and see if I can find the other thunderstorm. See if there's rotation there. There is rotation. This one right here. This storm over here that is over near the Gummersbach area. It is now just to the east of Gummersbach. This one's also been showing some signs of rotation. This could head off towards the Adendorn, the Hershey areas, as well as the Finnentrup area, the Plettenberg area, as well as Verdol. So if you know anyone that lives over in that general vicinity, areas southeast of Hagen, I would let them know that there could be some strong severe weather heading in their area as well. Maybe even the chance for something tornadic too. Are you waiting for a night storm in West Poland tonight? Do I think there will be any strong ones? I think it'll be strong, damaging winds for you guys, if there is. There is a chance for severe weather over in Western Poland. If you're in northwestern Poland, I think you guys are good. But if you're in southwestern Poland, I think some strong damaging winds is definitely possible for you all. Some pretty powerful winds. Sounds good, Caleb. Sounds good. It's a clear wall cloud. Oh boy. Why did I get pinged? Need some cameras so you can look at the site. Maybe it finds... Yeah, I definitely will. But these are the storms right here. These are the storms that are probably going to be your tornado threat. If there was a tornado threat with this event, this would be the ones to do it. Just anywhere in this area. This is the kind of line of storms that you would watch out for. How's it looking in Southwest Germany? Southwest Germany will have a lot of strong damaging winds and spotty hail. Mainly hail, in my honest opinion. I think you guys could get a lot of hail. Not as much of a tornado threat for you guys up there. Very strong privacy laws. I did hear about that. I did hear about that. Family lives in Würzburg and have no clue as to what's going on with the weather. Well, that's the reason why I am here. I'm trying to help you guys understand what is exactly going on with these storms. I'm trying to translate at least to the best of my capability. And I'm also trying to spread awareness. I'm also trying to make sure that if stuff does go south, if stuff does become tornadic, that I let you guys know ahead of time. It looks like the Fletchdorf radar is finally getting its head out of his rear. And it is starting to actually show us some decent activity here. At least on both stuff. But it seems the Essen radar also is the one that is probably the best for right now. Go back to the Ketchelman weather radar. Yeah, that's the Essen radar. It doesn't say too much, but there is some rotation. It's specifically the one near Gummersbach and Ulpe, or Ulp. That's the one that seems to... Yeah, there it is. That's the one that seems to be the one to watch. And you can clearly see there's reds moving away and greens moving towards. So there is spin there with that storm. Go to Würzburg. Let me see where that is real quickly. Because geography. Ooh. Oh, that was right next to, yeah, hold up. That was... Oh, that's southeast of Frankfurt. Yeah, Würzburg is good for right now. They could see some severe weather later on. They could see some severe weather later on, but that would be a lot later on tonight. Yeah, you guys are good for right now. It'll be later on tonight. I'll let you guys know when you guys could get some activity. But give it a couple hours. Give it a couple hours before the stuff actually moves on through. And I think you guys actually may not even see as much tornadic activity. I think for you guys, that one might actually be more of a damaging wind threat and a hail threat more than that. Ooh. That is a wall cloud. Wow. That is very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, what I just saw from someone that just sent me a picture here from one of the web cameras that they have. I'll show you guys. This is what we saw just earlier. Someone saw at least. That's a wall cloud, maybe even getting close to a tornado. And this was over specifically this was the storm that was north of Gummersbach. So this was the one that was over here in Breckerfeld and Schockschmuhl. So all these storms seem to have just wanted to do that real quickly. Becca, I responded to you. It's okay. But it seems all these storms have the potential to be tornadic. So I'm going to go back to the radar over here in Essen. And look at this here, chat. This actually might have a good point. You see this here? It does have a hooking signature. We do have rain that is starting to wrap around the rain-cooled outflow. So the rain cools the air around it and wraps around, and then you have a lot of moisture that tries to seep in back behind it. So the intersection where the two smack together is right here on this edge of the hook. And we do have some rotation here. It is even evitable on the velocities, or not evitable, evident. Jeez. You know, you would think that with English being my first language that I can speak it correctly, but, you know, I seem to create my own words sometimes, and there you go. That is a good example. But there is definitely some rotation with this storm. It's not strong, but it is there. And because of the fact that it is there, we are going to want to watch out. And it looks like there is a new band of convection that started inside the inflow notch, so maybe not as much with this one as it once was. We also have these other two supercells that are doing the same exact thing. You see these little hooks just like that in those areas too. So these are the storms to try and produce tornadoes. These are the ones to try and produce tornadoes. If you are southeast of Hagen, near the Ludenschied areas, okay? Now, before I actually call out specific areas, this is just a reminder that this is the general area. So maybe even not these specific towns will see it, you know, that actually will get hit by these storms, but it's the general area around it that we want to try and warn. So that way, on the off chance that, you know, say one area does get a tornado, people are safe. People are in a sturdy structure away from windows in the lowest innermost part of your building, because you want to put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. So when we call your areas, when we call your towns, and hopefully you guys understand, because I am probably not going to pronounce it correctly, but hopefully when we call your towns, you guys may be able to get into a sturdy structure ahead of time, so that way if things do happen, you know, you guys may be able to stay safe from this. But there is quite a few storms that are heading off into the Ludenschied areas, the Verdol areas, the Altena area, the Arnsberg area, the Plettenberg general vicinity, Finnentrop, Lenstadt, Kirchendem, as well as the Olpe areas, the Kreutzel area and the Hilchenbach area, as well as even areas near Siegen. If you live in those areas there in Germany, you guys need to seek a sturdy structure now. You need to stay away from windows if you can, because strong storms capable of producing large hail and even a tornado is possible. All right, I'm not saying it's on the ground. I'm saying it is possible. Usually, the United States issues tornado warnings for those, for the potential of them trying to produce a tornado. So in this instance, it is better to be safe than sorry if you guys live in these areas. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, let them know. Let them know that they need to seek a sturdy structure, so that way, when these storms do move on through, they may be able to actually stay safe. Also, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible. If there are people that you know that can understand English, or if you would like to translate this for them, of course you can speak German in chat. You're allowed to in this instance because German is the native language and English is not. But if you know anyone who can understand English or who would like to follow along, please be sure to spread the information to them. Copy the link to the live stream and send a text message. Put this on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that way we can continue to spread awareness for these storms. And if you would like to help us spread the information here on YouTube, please be sure to hit the thumbs up button down below and subscribe. You can unsubscribe after the stream. This is just more to help me get onto YouTube's algorithm, so that way we can continue to expand our outreach to more and more people here in Germany. And of course, we also are talking about areas other than Germany too. We are also talking about areas in the Czech Republic, which will be a lot later on tonight. So the good news is that you guys aren't even getting this quite yet. There's still a lot of time before this storm, or these storms, get off near your area. But we will be trying to cover for your guys' area there as well. So there isn't a tornado in Würzburg, not right now. There is you're not even anywhere near a storm as at this moment. What radar am I using? So I'm using a combination of radar scope, which I use for multiple countries. And then I also use Kechelmann-Wetter as well. Of course, kind of have to because it's the local area. And yeah, it doesn't look like the rotation is super strong with these storms as of right now, which is the good news. That is what we want to see. How's the other storm over here approaching Luxembourg? It doesn't look like it's super tornadic, the one near Nancy, so that's good. It looks like it's just these ones over here in Western Germany. So this is southeast of Hagen, southeast of Dortmund, and this is near the Siegen, the Kreutzel areas, the Adendorn area, the Verdol area. If you guys live in those areas, please seek a sturdy structure now if you haven't already. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell which area is rotation and which area is not with these radars, because the radars are not exactly the greatest quality, but fortunately I have a little bit of experience with monitoring German weather events, and usually when it looks like there's just a slight general bit of rotation, there usually is rotation. So we've noted that there's been rotation on both of these cells here. This one near Siegen, and then this one over here near Adendorn, and areas near Hersched and Plettenberg. This one over here near Hagen also, but this that one's starting to kind of do all sorts of wonky things. That might be the dagger. We might be talking about something that is intensifying significantly, though. We might be talking about a tornado here very soon. That is usually what you don't want to see. This is clear cut. This is clear cut rotation right here. And we could be seeing a tornado here soon for Altena. This is southeast of Hagen. We could be talking about a tornado here. It looks like the velocities have started to pick up. And we've been seeing that this thing has had some rotation for quite some time as well. So if you are in the Iserlohn, the Altena, and areas southeast of Hagen, near the Nachtrot, Vilbing-Verd areas, it looks like there could be a tornado in your area. You guys need to seek sturdy structure immediately. You guys need to get into a sturdy structure right now. If you have a basement, get to it. Otherwise, get into the lowest innermost part of your building. We also want to warm areas down the line near Hemmer, as well as Balv, Menden, and then areas around those areas as well. If that sounds familiar to you, if any of these town names sound familiar to you, this is where the storm, where the potential tornado is going to be heading off towards. It'll be near Altena very soon, very soon. So you need to get into your safe space now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If there's a closet in the middle of your house, get to it. If there's a basement in your house, then get to it. If there is a bathroom in the middle of your house, get to it. Don't be near the walls of your house that are right next to the outside. So you need to get in your safe space right now, because it does look like there is a potential tornado near Altena and the Nachtrod-Vilbingverd areas. You can see here the reason why I think there is some tornadic rotation. Here is the Doppler velocity. The red is the wind moving away from the radar. The grays and the greens are moving towards, right in the middle. Right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is crossing over. This would be, I think this is Autobahn 45. If not, it is Road 45 here in Germany. This is just to the south and east of Hagen. This is northwest of Ludenschied. And this is moving off once again near the Altena, the Nachtrot-Vilbingverd areas, as well as the Iserlohn areas. The Iserlohn area. So if you know anyone that lives near Iserlohn as well, and Menden, they need to also get into their safe space as well. But this definitely looks like a tornadic thunderstorm, a storm that is going to try and produce a tornado, and it just updated rather recently. So please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. As I said, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this information out with as many people as possible. By hitting the thumbs up button down below and even subscribing, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube to essentially help me spread the information. And that's what we want to do. We want to try and spread this information with as many people as possible so people may know what's going on. The velocity is just updated, and it does look like there is a potential for a tornado here still. There is rotation. It is a little broad, I will say, but this radar, to be fair, is not exactly the greatest of quality. We might actually have to go to Ketchelman-Wetter to see if it's actually a little bit better. And it does look like the rotation is better there. It does look like that is the area to watch. It does look like there is something tornadic. So once again, Altena, Iserlohn, Nachtrot-Vilbingverd areas. You need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Once again, the potential for a tornado is there. It looks like, in my opinion, there could be a tornado on the ground right now. You need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There's also rotation here in the cell near Kreutzoll as this moves off towards the north and east towards the Hilchenbach area. This will also be a storm that we are going to have to watch out for the potential for a tornado. So once again, Kreutzoll, Hilchenbach, Kirchendem, as well as Irtenbruck and Bad Berlenberg. This is another tornadic thunderstorm that we've been talking about for a very long time. It also does have rotation. You can see the reds are the winds moving away, greens are the winds moving towards the radar. We do have counterclockwise spin with this, and our radar is over in Fletchdorf, which is off to the top right-hand part of our screen. So this also does have rotation here. This is also another storm that we are going to have to watch out for the potential of a tornado. If you are, once again, near Kreutzoll, near Hilchenbach, near Netvin, near Bad Berleburg, near Erdenbruck, near Kirchendem, and the surrounding areas over there, you need to watch out for this very, very closely. Could this head to Essen? Personally, I don't believe so. I think Essen is a little bit too far to the west, so you guys should be good. These storms are moving northeast, so you guys should be good. We're going to go back over. Yeah, it looks like this thing is intensifying. Maybe a bit of a recycling period for the cell in Altena. Maybe this thing is trying to get its act together a little bit more, but the strong winds are starting to pick up with it. It is starting to pick up. Here is a live camera over in Hilchenbach. Hilchenbach, right, is the storm that is down to the south. There is Hilchenbach specifically. And we'll come back to this camera here as much as we possibly can. But here is a picture. And you can clearly see there's a strong storm here with a strong mesocyclone. This right here is the body of the storm where all the rain and hail is. And if there were to be anything tornadic, it would be somewhere back behind these trees, somewhere over here. Could even be a wall cloud right here, honestly. Might need to wait a little bit until we can see this up close a little bit more. But there is definitely something there. There is definitely something. So please, 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 once again, if we call your town name, we need you guys to heed the warning that we're trying to get to you all. I know you guys don't have tornado warnings, but we want to make sure. We want to make sure that you guys understand that these storms do have the potential to try and produce tornadoes. These ones that we are currently talking about right now. There are two of them. There's one near Kreutzoll and Hilchenbach, as well as Netvin, Kirchendem, as well as Erdenbruck, or Erdelbruck. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now if you haven't already. And then there's also another storm that is southeast of Hagen. This is approaching the Altena, the Nachrot, Vilbingverd area, and the Isserlohn area, as well as Hemmer and Menden. If you live in those areas, as well as East Hagen, east of Hagen, you need to get into your safe space right now. That looks like it's trying to produce a tornado if it hasn't already. That looks like there's something there. And you can clearly see there is rotation. Our radar is all the way over here in Essen, which is over on the left part of our screen right there. And once again, the reds are the winds moving away. The greens are the winds moving towards. So this counterclockwise spin, this spin just like this, is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is definitely a sign that there is something tornadic within this area. And of course, you can see on the radar, you can see that this is as class of a hook signature as you're going to get. I mean, look at this. This thing is wrapping around. You can see the body of this storm bringing a lot of this rain-cooled outflow around and wrapping it around into what we like to call the rear flank downdraft. So the rain that's being pulled around is on the rear of it. We also have this open area right here. This is called the inflow notch. This is where moisture gets pulled in. This is kind of like the mouth of the thunderstorm. The mouth of the thunderstorm eats all the warm moisture in the sky, which allows it to continue to be strong and continue to be intense. And in this instance, keep trying to produce tornadoes. So we have that here. This thing is showing us that it has an inflow notch. And because of it, this storm in particular looks like it is trying to produce a tornado. So we have two storms that we have to watch out for. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to let me know, so that way I can show you guys what's going on as well. Because I want to be able to also show you guys what's happening on the ground. I feel like awareness is the biggest thing for me. Oh, that's a wall cloud. Look at that. That's in Hilchenbach. And that's a wall cloud. Look at that, chat. You can see how flat the sky is, and then it goes straight down. That is a wall cloud right there. If there were a tornado, it'd be right under that cloud. What would be the German hashtags for this event? Unwetter and Unwetterwarnung. They're in the description, at the bottom part of the description. See, you would think that, Marshall, if it weren't for the fact that the German radars are actually not the greatest. I've done this before, and even storms that have had broad rotation have ended up producing tornadoes. So you really just have to assume that it is trying to produce a tornado, or if not, is already on the ground. That's the weird thing about all this. But that is as clear as day. That is a wall cloud. That is very easy to see. And that's what this cell that's over near Kreutzoll and Hilchenbach. So if you're in Kreutzoll, Hilchenbach, Kirchendem, Erntebrück, Bad Berleburg, as well as Schmallenberg and Bad Friedberg. You guys need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Would it be good for us? No, there isn't really any cameras that are over there. We might be able to get away with it if this thing works. It does, so we'll have to come back to that camera in a bit. And it looks like there still is rotation on that cell near Kreutzoll and Hilchenbach as well. I want to check to see, is this guy live? No, not quite yet. Do we have any idea where this is close to some of the more well-known towns? So the one that is over the northernmost storm, that one's near Hagen. Hagen and Dortmund. It is southeast of it, actually. That looks like it, yeah, that to me, over near the Altena and the Iserlohn areas, that looks like that could potentially be a tornado. Once again, if you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. The probability of a tornado within that area is very high, in my opinion. Let me go over to the Kachelmann-Wetter radar, see if it gets better with the quality. And yeah, there still looks to be some rotation with that cell near Altena. and Iserlohn. If you live in those areas, you need to once again get into your safe space. It looks like the Hilchenbach camera has now been passed. It looks like the storm is now passing over Hilchenbach, actually. Or at least it's getting very close. The camera, I guess, is showing some weird things. Will it get stormy in Dresden? That's a good question. Let me take a look. So Dresden is pretty far off to the east. I do believe you guys will get some severe storms. It may not be super tornadic, though. It might be more of a strong damaging wind threat for you all. This is a picture here. This is a picture from the storm that is over here near Hilchenbach. This is from Gerweather at DECGNWX. This is the picture of that same cell that we were just talking about, that southern cell. You can clearly see there's shelving activity here from the looks of it, maybe even a wall cloud. It's hard to see what else is there. I'm going to be honest with you. Hard to see what else is behind it because we're not really seeing a large picture here. But there is definitely a lowering within this storm. So very interesting to see with that. Ooh. I have no idea where this is. I have no idea where he is. Where is that? I mean, that's a wall cloud. Maybe even a tornado. Let's go back over to the cell that is east of Hagen. Go back to the velocities. Yeah, there is still rotation on this storm, which means there still is the potential for a tornado with this. We want you to continue to stay in your safe space if you're over in Iserlohn, Hemmer, Balv, and Menden over here. This is east of Hagen. If you're over near Ludenschied, you guys are in the clear as of right now. If you're also near the Nachrot, Vilbigverd areas, you guys, I believe, are also in the clear, or at least you're starting to get in the clear. All to know, wait in your safe spaces a little bit. Continue to stay in a sturdy structure, probably for another 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, before the storm finally moves out of your way. Once that happens, you guys should be good. One near Hemmer looks dangerous. Yeah, this is a classic supercell. This one is definitely one that could definitely try to produce a tornado. The Siegen cell has wrapped up rapidly. Yeah, I mean it's been there for quite some time too. This is actually the original thunderstorm that we were watching. Once again, that's near the Hilchenbach areas, approaching the Schmallenberg, the Bad Berleburg, and the Ertenbruck areas. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, they also need to seek a sturdy structure. Yeah, I'll show it I'll show it when we get an idea as to where that picture was taken. Once again, I have no idea, so I can't really put two and two together. Um, but I still find that very interesting. Very interesting to see. Is your lawn web cameras east? Shows wall cloud. Let's pull up to see what this camera is saying. Said Isherlawn East. Or did you say Isherlawn East? Hilchenbach web camera. Alright, so now I gotta go back. Let's see what's happening with this then. I'll refresh. Yeah, I don't see anything on there. I don't think that camera is really gonna do us a whole lot as of this moment. It did have the heck of a wall cloud with it too, but web cameras east shows wall cloud. That's southwest. That's Isherlawn in general. Yeah, I don't see the camera, unfortunately, so I can't pull it up. If you guys know of any cameras, feel free to feel free to share. Feel free to share. That hasn't updated. Let's go back to the cell that is over here near Balv and Menden, moving near the Isherlawn areas. This thing still has rotation. This thing still has rotation. This thing is still a supercell too. It's got a lot of lightning, so this thing is definitely intensifying and or continuing to be intense. You can see the rain wrapping around into the hook, so the tornadic rotation would be right about there, especially since inflow is coming in unimpeded at this time, so there's a lot of moisture still with this storm. The storm is still sucking in a lot of energy in the atmosphere. Where do I get the cameras from? I just search it up on the internet, try to find stuff. That's good, Burb. That's good to hear. There's storms that are approaching Luxembourg. Let's take a look and see what could be happening for them over there. Yes, there are some storms that are down there. A couple supercells too. There's interesting. Yeah, that radar is just... Omega is just not the greatest thing for that. But there's some cells that are going towards the Bastogne area and the Bouillon areas, as well as Rochefort. And that would be in southeastern Belgium. Those ones seem to try to become severe, maybe even tornadic. It's possible. And then there's also some strong storms that are approaching Luxembourg as well. So if you're in those areas, Luxembourg or southeastern Belgium or even eastern Belgium, you guys also might want to be on alert for some severe weather as well. I would watch out for that. It looks even crazier in Ketchelman. Yeah, I probably should take a look off of that as well. Yeah, the rotation did die out a little bit. It's not as strong, but it does look a bit more interesting. I'm gonna go take a look at this from the Dusseldorf radar to try and see. Yeah, that Iserlohn cell is still rotating. This thing is still going, so there's no reason for us to try and move away from that. And then the cell near Kreuzel is also rotating as well. So both of those still show a mesocyclone aloft. It still shows that there is something tornadic in that area, or something that is possibly tornadic within that area. So we're going to want to continue to watch out for that still. Still a lot of lightning. There is a lot of it. A lot of lightning. The one big difference from that, though, Frex, is that these storms are moving northeast, whereas the stuff that was over near Lippstadt and Paderborn was moving due east. They were moving straight east. Yeah, I remember covering that event last year. That was my first live stream covering Germany. This is my second one. And yeah, I remember covering that event quite vividly. It was crazy. It was crazy to be a part of and to try and warn people. If you're tuning in here, if this is your first time and you live in Germany, we do have the threat for severe weather here today. I'll show you guys the risk for severe weather that has been issued by the ESTOFEX. This is the European Storm Forecast Experiment, and they've been doing this for quite some time. They have a scale of severe weather ranging from 1 to 3, and it ends up being a 3 here today. And it is for portions of central Germany as well as eastern Germany, portions of west to northwestern Czech Republic, and the southwestern portions of Poland, as well as a 2 out of 3 for the surrounding areas that go all the way down to the Alps. So if you guys know anyone that lives within these areas, they should be paying attention to the weather here today. The threat for tornadoes is possible across areas in central Germany, and then the threat for strong damaging winds exists all the way over into portions of Poland for some very strong damaging winds possible. So if you know anyone that lives within these areas, I recommend, once again, you tell them to watch out for the weather here today. The threat for strong winds, large hail, even flash flooding is possible, and maybe even, as I said, a couple tornadoes. And this does include some of the areas that we are currently talking about right now. The Menden area, Menden and Balve, as well as Iserlohn. The storm looks to be tornadic. It looks to be trying to, or at least it's been trying to produce a tornado. If it hasn't already. It does have rotation with it. And so we want to continue to warn the areas out in front of this storm. If you live near the Wicked or the Ruhr area, the Nieheim areas, the Menden area, Huston, the Arnsberg, the Soest area, and the Monest area, or the Monesi areas. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing these town names correctly, but I hope you guys understand where I'm talking about specifically. It is due east of Dortmund now. It is... it's going to be approaching areas east of Dortmund. So if you know anyone who lives east of Dortmund, I would recommend you tell them to get into a sturdy structure. Storm chasing team is online now if I want to watch. Perfect. Thank you much. They are live. I have no idea where they are. So we're just going to hope for the best. But we do have some storm chasers that have allowed us to watch their feed as they moved on through. If you guys would like to go follow them, please be sure to follow their Twitch. It is right there, and we'll be able to check in with them whenever we can, especially as they get closer to the storms. So go follow them on Twitch if you would like to. This is a classic supercell here. This is as classic as you can get it. you can still see the rain wrapping around into a massive hook. And if you're near the Hemmer, the Iserlohn, the Menden areas, you need to get into your safe space. Altena, I mentioned you guys earlier, you guys are in the clear now. You guys can now get out of your safe spaces, and you guys can continue with your guys' day. Hopefully there's no more severe weather that moves into your area, but for right now, you guys are good. Areas that are out in front of it near Menden, as well as Hemmer, Nieheim, the Huston areas, or the Huston areas, the Arnsberg area, the Verl and the Monessy, as well as the Soest areas here. You guys are not in the clear. You guys need to get into a sturdy structure right now and stay away from windows. Get in the lowest, innermost part of your building if you guys can. Look at the Metz cell. It still has rotation. Where is Metz? Metz, France. Oh, that's the one that's over approaching Luxembourg and Belgium. Yeah, there might be a little bit of rotation from the looks of it. That might be more from a bookend vortex, if that's the cell that I think you're talking about. Bouillon. Metz is there. Metz is right here. So it's this storm that you're talking about down here. The storms that are over here then, that are over near the Rochefort and the Bertrix area and the Bastogne area, this is going to be something to watch out for, some very strong damaging winds. And eventually this will start to move on through the rest of Belgium and into Western Germany. So areas near Cologne and Koblenz, a lot later on today could be seeing those severe storms. But this cell down here near Metz, there is a little bit of rotation on it. I might have to go into Ketchelman Wetter to see that one a little bit better. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation on it. It's very hard to say. It is very hard to say. But yeah, if you're over in Luxembourg, you're going to want to watch Luxembourg. You're going to want to watch out for the potential of something tornadic over there. I do believe it is possible. Are those new thunderstorms that have formed? The answer is yes. There are more thunderstorms that are forming now southeast of the original supercell. I wonder what this could do. If these storms end up forming and becoming supercells, then these storms could also become tornadic. But if this tries to merge with this other thunderstorm that is approaching Smallenberg, it might be a good thing because that could try to kill the thunderstorm off. So we're going to have to watch out and see how this thing does. But this might be a good thing down here. Usually when storms undergo cell mergers, they don't really do a whole lot unless if they merge at the right spot. Tornado warning on Meteopool. For which cell? What application am I using for radar? This is radar scope. It may not be as good as Ketchelman Weather, but it is definitely a lot more interactive. Man, that cell that's over near Menden and Ishton really is getting some good, a good look on presentation there. We're also looking up about 3,000 feet above radar level with that. This is looking up about 2,300 feet. So we're still going to want to use this radar to see what's happening on the ground. And yeah, it does look like it is forming a new hook. It also looks like there's also another storm near Sundern and Ardensburg or Arnsberg that we're gonna have to watch. Is there anything coming to Gelsenkirchen? Let me take a look. The answer is no. You guys should be alright. The storms have passed you guys. If there is anything that's heading to you guys, it'll be more rain, but it won't be anything tornadic. So I guess if that's what you're talking about, then yes. Watch out, obviously, with flooding. Turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways, and if you do see some flooding, or if flooding is possible within your area, please seek higher ground. Okay, that's good to know. Ooh, it's a sounding. Properly high-reaching shear, further east, deep amplification, low-level shear, and helicity should be added. So that is interesting. That is a really interesting sounding for people who like weather. You guys understand. This here is from the Eider-Abenstein areas, which, for reference for people who don't know, Eider-Abenstein or Abenstein area is southwest of Frankfurt, and it's due east of Luxembourg. So it's not bad. The helicity is not the greatest, I will admit. Storm relative helicity is not the greatest. It's better as you go aloft, which tells me that the further north you go, the better the environment is for tornadoes, which is, once again, right along that warm front that we've been watching out for quite some time. Here's some hail in Hilchenbach. Here's some hail. You can see it is on the patio, on the porch here. You can see some hail also in the yard as well. So these storms will produce the whole kitchen sink. They will produce the kitchen sink, if you know what I mean. Go up north of Valence, France, or Valence, France. Oh, that's over there. That's very far over there. Let's try to zoom out here. About there is where there's Valence. Try to zoom in once again. Yeah, a lot of strong winds from what I see. Once again, a lot of this bowing characteristics. Like this, you can see how this bows out. So we have a lot of strong damaging winds surging in behind it. So southeastern France might see some strong damaging winds here very soon. I would not be surprised about that at all. It looks like the Menden cell is recycling. That's what it looks like to me. The one near Bad Berlberg and Schmallenberg is trying to recycle. It is trying to recycle. And we're getting pretty close to the radar, actually. And yes, it is recycling. Wow, look at that. So this does look to be trying to be tornadic. It is still going. And this is going to be getting pretty close to the Wittenberg and the Hollenberg areas here, as well as Schmallenberg. So if you're southeast of Schmallenberg, if you're near the Wittenberg areas, near Hollenberg, as well as Bad Berleburg, and then eventually towards Villingen and Mittelbach, you guys might need to get in your safe space, because we do have a supercell here with rotation. These storms that have potential to try and produce a tornado that is going to be moving into your area. So watch out for that. Look at the next scan for valence. Go back to this then. Yeah, there might be something. Maybe a little bit of a spin up. I can't zoom in. That's unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. But yeah, we might have a little spin up over northeast of Valence. So if you live near Valence or Grenoble in France, you guys might want to watch out for the potential of something tornadic over there. Can I look at South and Central Netherlands? I can. From the looks of it, however, I do believe that the Netherlands is mainly going to get a lot of rain. First off, I'll go over to the actual outlook. And you can see that the Netherlands barely touches the 1 out of 3 on the severe weather scale here. So realistically speaking, I think you guys are going to see more of a rain, more of a flooding threat for you all. I think the Netherlands, fortunately, will be away from that. And I think that's mainly because our low pressure system that is over here, usually stuff doesn't happen on the northern end of the low unless if it's rain. It can happen on the northeastern side, it could happen on the eastern side, it could happen on the southeastern side, or it can happen on the southern side. But usually not on the north side. And this is not any different. Is there any way to get observed data or not? Not that I know of. Or, well, actually, observe weather data? Yeah, you'd have to go with the Kachelman weather. And you'd have to go to the live weather and stuff like that. So, like, for instance, here's the current dew points. Here's the current dew points, and you can see it is cooking over there. It's a lot of high, a lot of moisture. Wind direction. Let's take a look and see. Yeah, there is your warm front right here. Here is your warm front. It is as clear as day with that. And here's your cold front back here. There's your cold front. Or actually, it's kind of more right here. That's your cold front. And we've got warm front truthers here. We've got storms that are riding the warm front that are trying to become tornadic. The cell near Arnsberg still has rotation, but it is weakening from the looks of it. I'm going to take a look at higher tilts to see if this thing still is doing stuff. It still has a mesocyclone. It's just pretty weak as of right now. These ones also still have rotation as well with both of these storms. So this is also something that we still have to watch out for. But it is clustering. We have a lot of these storms that are kind of smacking together and not really giving each other room to try and do whatever they want, which is causing issues for these storms to try to produce a tornado. They're not really doing all too well. Excuse me. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me, so that way I can show you guys as well what all is going on. That way we can also spread the information with as many people as possible, too. So if you haven't done that already, please be sure to hit the thumbs up button down below and subscribe. It helps us get this out to more and more people on YouTube through people's recommended feeds, which is, I'm assuming, how most of you all found this channel to begin with. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys were be able to do that as well. Yeah, it does look like the triple point is starting to rotate here. It does look like we are starting to get some storms in the triple point. And there definitely seems to be little areas of rotation here, but they're not very strong as of right now. But over here near the Trier, the Koblenz area, you guys are going to have to watch out. As well as areas in Luxembourg. You guys are also going to have to watch out for the threat of some severe weather. Yeah, the Netherlands are fine. Netherlands are fine. Mainly, it's going to be a flash flooding risk for you all over there. That's what I think is going to happen. This might be starting to gust out. That also might be... No, it's not a vortex hole. It's not happening. No way that happens. Yeah, as I said, I try to cover severe weather for areas that have radar. I try to do the best I can. So... I appreciate you guys coming around, and as long as I'm in the know ahead of time, I will try to cover, significant severe weather events that try to impact people. At least given English broadcast. Excuse me. Yeah, if you can't already tell, I had about an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of sleep last night because of the severe weather in the United States yesterday. Had some pretty strong tornadoes over there. One that did a lot of damage as well. So I had to stay up and stuff like that for all the storms that were over there. I think my coffee is wearing off. I might have to go downstairs in a bit and make some more coffee. But... yawn. That is another yawn. Don't do this to me, Nate. Keep going. Stop, being a pain. Yeah, it looks like the storm near Menden is now weakening significantly. That is good news, of course, but... wow. If you're near Iserlohn, you guys are good. If you're in Menden, you guys are good now. Verdal, you guys are good as well. Balv, you're good. And Sundern, you guys are in the clear. It's now Neheim, Huston, Arnsberg, Monisi, as well as Soest. you guys are now in the crosshairs of this storm that could potentially try to be tornadic. Earlier, I'm pretty sure it produced a tornado. I'm pretty sure it produced a tornado earlier near like the Breckerfeld and the Altena areas. Got any information for when this storm hits Hamburg? It'll mainly be a flooding risk for you all. You guys are gonna be way too far north for you guys to really see anything big. So, Hamburg is fine. Unless if, you know, you're concerned about the flooding, the flooding risk. There is the possibility for that to be over there. So something about Stuttgart. Stuttgart, you guys might see some damaging winds and hail, but not really anything beyond that. Besides maybe flooding as well. Flooding is going to be a concern for practically everywhere. There's been, of course, as you guys know, a bit of a drought over the past month. Not a whole lot of rain. And so when you don't get a lot of rain, there's a good opportunity for water to collect because the ground's not going to be able to absorb a lot of it. And because of that, flash flooding will always be a concern. So you guys know what I usually say. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. What about Münster? Good question. I'm going to look that up here. I see you guys are continuing to share stuff with me on Twitter. As I said, please be sure to do so if you haven't already. It helps me out a lot. Münster is way too far to the north and east, so you guys are good from these imminent severe storms. Could potentially see some severe weather later on, but I kind of doubt it. So it'll be more of a flooding risk for you all, in my opinion. For, yeah, Münster. Or Münster. And as I said, I apologize if I say these town names incorrectly. Once again, not exactly my, I don't exactly live in these areas, and I hope you guys understand that I'm not purposefully trying to mess these town names up. What'll happen near Leipzig? There's a good chance that areas over near Leipzig could see some strong damaging winds later on this evening. Very strong damaging winds. The potential of a derecho. So, I would watch out. It'll be later on this evening. Be later on this evening, though. So, watch out. I'll still be live by then. I will still be here. Here's a video here that is south of Luxembourg. And you can see already water starting to kind of collect up here. Little teeny bit. It's not like massive flooding. It's a little bit of aerial flooding. And when you get a lot of this over a long period of time, that'll do it. But this was from Rainy Cloud X, Shaoni, that sent this to us here on Twitter. Once again, really do appreciate you guys doing that. If you guys know of anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. I'll put it in the chat so you guys may be able to see my Twitter account. It helps out a lot, as I said, if you guys send stuff over. And yeah, there's already some pretty insane flooding already. This is from France News 24, of course. Someone added me. This is perfect, by the way. To let me know about this. But this is some of the flooding that is already over there in Reims in France.
Yeah.
And you can just see a lot of the flooding in this area. Once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into these flooded roadways. We don't know how deep the water is, and honestly, you shouldn't try to find out, because you do not want to be stranded in these flooded roadways. Swiss weather said large hail, or is that for Germany? No, it's anticipated for Switzerland as well. I appreciate it, Vape Panda. Thank you so much. But you guys kind of see, you know, it all kind of adds up. Oh yeah, I did see that from Texas last night. I did see that. I didn't retweet it, but I did see it. Tornado risk is getting closer and closer to me and Morgan. Can it go away? I don't really want to see tornadoes here today. I've got things to do. Nice to see you, April. You haven't really missed too much. There was a storm that formed and, in my opinion, I think even produced a tornado. But it's really just been that storm, and then the other one has looked mean but hasn't really done anything with it, so... We're kind of hoping these storms decide not to do anything. But because it's still on the warm front, I mean, it's still relatively early. We still have a good couple of hours, actually a few more hours, I should say, before the window starts to close for the potential of tornadoes. So. What's up, Nikki? Welcome to the stream. And just for reference, this is the main tornado risk right here, this central Germany. I'll show you guys here some of the models. I'll show you guys forecast, Europe. If I click Swiss 4x4, I should be able to find the icon. D2, there it is. And that is mainly for Germany that I want to see it for. Change parameters. And significant weather, I guess? Nah, we want to use the simulated reflectivity. There we go. All right, so this is not happening right now. This is the forecast, right? This is the forecast. And it's for these storms up here that we are going to want to watch out for, or even these storms right here that we are going to want to watch out for. But then as this continues to progress through time, you'll see that I'll get a recommendation to subscribe to some of the feeds here, of course. But you'll see these storms will start to kind of clump together a little bit more towards the Kassel and the Dortmund area. Once again, those are the ones that are going to try and produce the tornadoes. These storms down here, however, in central and southern Germany, these ones are going to be the strong damaging winds. These ones are going to have the strong damaging winds, the large hail, the flash flooding, and those are going to be the ones that are primarily that. But it's the ones that are over near Dortmund and Kassel and maybe even as far north as Hanover that are going to be trying to be tornadic. It also looks like later on this evening, around 6 or 7 p.m. tonight, there is another round of severe weather that can approach the areas near Dortmund and south of Dortmund. So that's also something to watch out for as well. And even areas near Castle, another round of severe weather. So we're not done. It's going to take a while, but this is your triple point activity that I was also talking about, where there could be the potential for some tornadic activity there too. So a lot of stuff. We got a long while before severe weather is done and over with here today. A long time. What happened in Matador, Texas, and when? It was last night. Last evening, actually. It was technically during the day. And it was pretty significant. Tornado that went over into that area. When will the second storm hit the Munster area? Sometime around 6 or 7 tonight. Sometime around 6 or 7 is when you guys need to watch out. Will it hit exactly that area? That's still to be determined because you can't exactly predict where specifically it's going to go. We just know that the possibility for it to be around there is there. It is definitely there. We still have these storms over near the Hollenberg areas. These ones are still trying to get their act together. Might be a little bit of rotation approaching Hollenberg actually. Right here, you can see there's a hook. There is definitely a hook. There's definitely a supercell here that it is trying to fix its issues. It's trying to become a lot more mature. This will head towards the Miedebach and the Korbach area, as well as Wollingen. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, we might have to watch out for the potential of a tornado here very soon from this storm. But this definitely is starting to wrap around its outflow. And we might be talking about a storm that could try to produce a tornado here. You can see there is rotation with this as well. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. So we have general counterclockwise spin with this storm. Got to watch out for this one. We also still have storms over near Arnsberg that are trying to rotate. It's having a bit of a difficult time. I'm going to be honest with you. But it is definitely trying to spin. And there is still some rotation with this storm in general. But it is definitely not as strong as it once was. As I said, I'm pretty sure there was a chance for it to produce a tornado somewhere near the Altena and the Breckerfeld areas. I'm pretty sure there was a chance that this thing had produced a tornado near there. Now, fortunately, of course, it doesn't seem to be in the best situation to try and do so now, but it still is a supercell. It still is trying to produce a tornado, just not doing as good of a job as it once did. That'll still head towards the southwest, the Monisy areas, the Anne Rochette areas, as well as the Erwit areas, and the Lipstadt area. This will eventually head towards Lipstadt, and maybe even Paderborn eventually. So we will have to watch out for those storms. And it is still rotating. Look at that. We have reds moving away, greens moving towards. So this thing still is trying to be tornadic. This thing still has some rotation here according to the Fletchdorf radar. Wow, look at that supercell. Look at that hook. Wow, wow, wow. That definitely looks like we could be dealing with something tornadic here soon. Yeah, I would have to say that we could be talking about the potential for a tornado here very soon with that storm that is north of Hatzfeld, northeast of Bad Berleburg, and that'll be heading towards the Medebach areas. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, we're going to have to start watching out. It'll be later on this evening, anxiety for Moonster. If there is the chance for it, it'll be later on this evening, sometime around 6 or 7 o'clock for you guys. I'll still be here by the time that comes around too, so if you would like to come back, feel free. Yeah, anytime you guys see some green sky, that usually means there's a lot of hail within that storm. Usually. Yeah, and now there's even potential for a tornado, at least according to this, near Bad Berlinberg, as this apparently says. Tornado warning. Oh, at least it's trying to pick up on it, according to this this app. So exactly what we've been saying here. Nothing different that you haven't already heard from. A particularly dangerous situation tornado watch for European standards is being considered. We'll monitor convective trends. That account has been suspended. Interesting. Observed sounding near the warm front in Germany. Shows considerable CAPE, in many cases exceeding model guidance. With helicity. Yeah. That will only increase later as the low-level jet surges. The tornado threat is real. So yeah, a lot of the people that I'm seeing here on Twitter, the people that I know, people that I've talked to, they're saying the tornado threat's going to get a lot more intense even later on this evening. So yeah, this is definitely there's definitely a good reason as to why I am streaming. There is definitely a good reason why I am here live today. At least I would like to think I am. Check out this web camera in Hollenberg. So I shall. Oh, wow. Okay. This here is a picture from Hallenberg. Now take this however way you will, but that to me looks like a wall cloud. So here's your wall cloud right here. And then we have a lot of scud, and we have a lot of rain that's trying to wrap around on the back side. That is in Hallenberg, which is where the potential for a tornado is possible here in Germany. That is... yeah. Wow. This is very high precipitation base, which also tells me that if you try to go out of your way to go see these storms, it's going to be very difficult for you to do so. You may not see the tornado until it's literally right on top of you. But this is, yeah. Wow. I want to see if they've given an update. If they have a new image. I don't see Yeah, I don't see a new picture there, but I mean, man, that is absolutely crazy. We'll close that. And that's for this cell near Hollenberg, approaching the Metabach area. So if you know anyone that lives near Metabach, Hollenberg, Vol, as well as Korbach, tell them to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because we have a storm that is going to try and produce a tornado very, very soon. If this thing continues to intensify, at least. It still looks like the cell near Arnsberg, near Soest, and a Monici. It still looks like this is still going. It still looks like this is still rotating. We haven't had a new radar scan in a bit. We're probably going to get a new one here soon. But this will head towards the Soest and the Lippstadt area, as well as eventually even Paderborn. So if you are just tuning into this now for the first time, guys got to watch out for this. I'm going to play the loop here to kind of show you guys the general direction of where this is going. You guys can kind of see these are moving off to the north and east. So this is going like this. This is going like that. The one thing that's the big difference between last year, though, Seki, and this year is that those storms moved from west to east. This is moving from southwest to northeast. So that actually plays a bit of a difference in tornado characteristics, believe it or not. Ketchel seems to consider the storm extreme near Grenoble. Very big hail, strong rotation. Greater than 5 centimeter hail. So Grenoble is... this one over here in France, which is all the way down there. So let's see what all the hype is about this one. I think this isn't rotation. I think this is more damaging winds. Very damaging winds at that. Very strong damaging winds at that. You could get a spin up. It is possible, but I really do believe that we could be talking about instead strong damaging winds and some spotty hail. It could be the, you know, it could be large. We could be talking about golf balls. We could be talking about golf balls. It is possible. But I really do think characteristics like that don't just, you know, form there without it actually being mainly severe. Yeah, I try, PM. This is my second stream covering Germany. And I usually cover when the events are relatively significant. So like I did May 20th last year with the Lippstadt and Paderborn tornadoes, or Paderborn tornadoes. And as long as there's radar coverage, I usually am one to try and help out as best as I can. So that's what I want to try to do. Yeah, this cell that is approaching Monasee and Rush and Soest, as well as Erwit and Lippstadt. This one still is rotating. Is Frankfurt in the level 3 area? I believe they are. I'll show you guys. Here's the forecast from the European Storm Forecast Experiment. And it looks like Frankfurt is in the level 3. Look at tilt 5 velocity. Tilt 5. So it's a little bit up there in the sky. Yes, that cell over near Monasee definitely is rotating, so it still has a updraft. That is very interesting. That's actually clockwise spin, which doesn't make too much sense. Yeah, you would want the rotation to be over here instead. We're gonna go up with tilt and figure out why this is being weird. Yeah, so you would want this green to be down here and the red to be up here. Right now it's pretty displaced, so maybe a period of weakening for this cell from the looks of it heading to Mittebach. But then you have something like this. So once again, greens and blues moving towards, reds moving away. Once again, clockwise. So then you got to look to this over here. See this? Greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right there, there's a mesocyclone right there. That says there's some rotation here. There's also a little bit of rotation aloft in this spot here too. But other than that, not really too much. So there is a mesocyclone with this storm. It is aloft, and it is over this area, but there seems to be a storm that is formed within the inflow notch. This might try to prolong this, or I should say not prolong. Well, yeah, I guess that is the right word to say here. Prolong this period of recycling to try and hopefully keep this thing at bay and not try to produce a tornado. Yeah, usually it wouldn't. That's not how weather works. Your mesocyclone spins counterclockwise, and you wouldn't have it for clockwise. That doesn't work. Not for something that strong, at least. So there's rotation near the Netherlands. Let's go take a look. So first off, I gotta say, the stuff that is over here in the Netherlands, to begin with, could be the start of some strong damaging winds. But we're starting in Luxembourg because you reminded me that there's stuff over here in Luxembourg and extreme western Germany. I'm gonna go to the velocity here. Ooh. Yeah, the cell near Willach might be something to watch out for. But that also has some clockwise spin. So maybe not quite yet. Still got a lot of ways to go. And then there's also storms down here that are over near the Karlsruhe areas, and that's really far away from the radar, so good luck. I'm not going to be able to do anything with that. As for the Netherlands, I think these storms, honestly, over here near Aachen, aren't really that significant. I think it's going to be these storms are really far out of the way. Like inside the low pressure system, far out of the way. And it just doesn't seem likely to me that that is super tornadic. You know, I'll even pull up a closer radar here to kind of show it. And yeah, this to me looks like there's a lot of strong damaging winds up here. Specifically, there is... Am I using the... no, I'm using the radar that is further north. Or at least I think this is further north. Yeah, there you go. Alright. Yeah, that's... For this stuff that's over here on the eastern side of Belgium, at least, heading into the southern portion of the Netherlands, I really do think this is a lot of damaging winds near Liège. The area south of Liège, however, near Durbai and Ferrières, I know it's pronounced incorrectly 100%, as well as Spremont and Ivewali, or Ivewali. Those are the areas that I'd probably watch out. And maybe this spin up over here near Nassagny and areas north of Bastogne. This is, this probably right here might be a spin up in the line, right here. So don't be surprised if we could potentially see something tornadic off of that. Move my radar over here to Fletchdorf. We're going to hope that the radar actually doesn't take a direct hit from these storms, because if that's the case, then we have no more radar, and therefore we can't figure out what's going on. New rotating cell, southwest Germany. Southwestern Germany. All the way down here? I'd assume you'd mean this stuff over here that's over near Luxembourg, near like Koblenz. Those ones are definitely ones to watch. But it's not quite ready yet for it to do anything real tornadic. Yeah, once again, the storm that's over near Monasee, this one still seems to be showing signs of it being a supercell. You can see the rain still wrapping around, the rain-cooled outflow wrapping around, the warm, moist inflow coming into the inflow notch, which is right about here. So where these two meet, right about there, right here, is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if there was a tornado, it would be right there. As of right now, it seems to be a bit elevated, however, but you can see if we go to tilt 2, right there's the rotation. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if this thing recycles, we could potentially be talking about a threat for tornadoes heading over into the southern Lippstadt areas, as well as the Anrost areas, the Geseke, or the Geseke areas over there, as well as eventually over to Paderborn. So this is still a storm that we're going to have to watch out for some large hail and strong damaging winds. But we can't rule out the potential for the tornado either. We cannot rule it out. Once again, we also have storm chasers. I don't know exactly where they are as of right now. But we also have storm chasers that have allowed us to show their feed. Of course, please be sure to go follow them on Twitch. I will put a link to it in the chat here so that you guys may be able to go either A, watch, or B, follow them. Yeah. That would be great. Use your radar for the Ramstein areas. Yeah, let me take a look and see Ramstein is over here, which is southwest of Frankfurt. Okay, so it's those storms down there. So that is fine. So Koblenz. There's Frankfurt. Koblenz. So honestly, believe it or not, I think you guys, yeah, there's Birkenfield, and you would be down here-ish. Yeah, you'd be like right around here. So believe it or not, I think these storms have passed you guys already, but you might see another round of storms here in a bit. But a lot of these storms have passed you, and they're going to be moving off to the north and east towards like areas near Cologne and Koblenz. So we're going to have to watch out for the threat for severe weather over there very soon. Potentially even the chance for tornadoes. But you guys in particular, over there, Edwin, I think you guys are all right as of this moment. But yeah, Koblenz definitely, they're going to need to watch out. Cologne will eventually need to watch out as well. The DWD did its first tornado warning just recently, or which one was it? Tornado possible from that storm chaser? Government issued? But yeah, as I said, a lot of these storms are off to the north and east of you guys. You guys are all the way over here, and it's moving up there in that general area. Nothing in the Czech Republic yet? No, it'll happen later on. A lot later on, actually. Where the storm chasers are at? I have no idea where they are then. I have no idea where they are. There is a really nice mesocyclone, I will say. We'll take a look live at what they're looking at. You can clearly see there is a mesocyclone right in here. You can see the jutting out of this cloud right here. And it just wrapping around on the side. So it'll be interesting to see what they have once they get closer to it. But there is definitely something there. It wouldn't be the first tornadic storm of the day, but it definitely will be one of the more interesting ones. Oh, what? Do you own this stream or know of the person who does? I don't want to feature content that can get me sued. I don't want to be sued. I don't want to steal people's content, if you know what I mean. I want to be able to try and show you guys what's currently happening in the field. Of course, if you guys find stuff on Twitter, please be sure to @ me. go in the comments, and then at me at Nate_Snyder. But on the other hand, I am okay with sharing coverage from storm chasers. If you guys would like to, feature that on the stream and me be able to try and spread it with a bunch of people, and of course I can even try to get a lot of people into the chat as well, and hopefully get you guys more followers, so that way you guys can continue to grow your community and spread your outreach. I can definitely try to help you with that over there. Tornado possible warning issued by DWD. Where at? It probably would be a good idea for me to find the DWD app. DWD Germany weather. German Weather Service. It is taking forever to load. They are at Quebec. Okay, let me search that up here. So that is... Oh, that's Munising. So that's the cell that is... that's the cell that will eventually head off towards the Lipstadt area. Okay. So they issued the tornado warning for that. That's good to know. I still think these storms that are over here that are near Koblenz need to be watched. But they're just not quite ready yet. They're not quite ready yet. Let's go over to the radar that is over here near Fletchdorf. And of course, the cell that's near Anroscht is the cell in which our storm chasers were actually on earlier. And now they're encountering some streaming issues, of course, because we all know how service works. Oh, okay. All right, so apparently this is someone's stream that they are allowing me to share, and this is actually very interesting too. So if you guys would like to watch this as well, this is another storm chasing feed that I'll pull up for you guys in the chat right there. Feel free to go watch. We'll be pulling up all sorts of these feeds and stuff like that. But if you would like to go watch this, this is, I don't know exactly where they are, but there you go. And I got a really nice feed of this thunderstorm that they're at. It looks like, to me, I think they might be on that cell that is near Korbach or Vol. That's what it looks like based off of what they've got on the top right-hand side. Servers are busy. Then it's probably a good idea for me to not look at it after all. Probably a good idea. Oh, they're looking at it off of Twitter too. That's pretty cool. Or not Twitter, Discord too. That's pretty cool. So that makes sense. We're the two chasers from the stream, Vin and Aklia. We are currently near Libenau, next to Zwergen. Okay. Well, I appreciate you for telling me. That way I can try to keep up. Okay, so they are on the storm. That is northeast of Kassel. So they're looking at this storm, I believe, the one that's near Bad Wunenberg. As I said, once again, I apologize if I mispronounce any of these town names. I'm not doing it on purpose. Yeah, I mean, you guys can if you want to. As I said, you know, I'm going to continue to, you know, with these chasers that have allowed me to share this footage for you all, I'm going to continue to try and, you know, promote their stuff as much as I can, but I'm also going to want to try and show you guys what they're seeing as well, because I do believe it is important for you guys to actually see what's going on, so that way you guys may understand what comes with these storms when they come near your general vicinity. And that is if you guys live in these areas. We want to try and make sure that you guys are safe. So, yeah, as I said, go follow them on Twitch if you haven't already. How common is this for Germany and Europe? Usually they have tornado events like this probably once every year. Give or take. Something like that. I can't say that I have actually, you know, followed it extensively, but it definitely is at least once every year. That never stopped chasing. Indeed, indeed. I'm gonna hope that my thing... Oh, interesting. I was gonna say, I hope that this isn't a virus that someone sent to me. But no, it's fine. We're good. Man, all these people chasing make me want to chase. And I don't even live in this country. Although I've been to Germany before. It's an amazing place. I loved it when I went there. Sure, it was in the southeastern side in Munich, but that doesn't change the fact that I still liked it. So, the one thing that I can say about this storm that is over near Korbach is that this thing has merged into all sorts of million storms that have started to form around it. There's just been, I mean, we can go back in time here real quickly for you all, and I can show you that this thing was originally by itself. It was having a whale of a time, and it was doing pretty well. And then all of a sudden, this thing decided to form, and it now just decided to not do anything. Person that was on the side of the stream. That is so funny. But, I mean, this thing decided to just merge with every single storm under the sun. And now it's just one huge blob. So it doesn't really look like it's that tornadic unless if it can clear out its inflow notch. But it is starting to merge, and once everything becomes one, we could be talking about a stronger supercell here that could eventually head off towards the Bad Arlsen, the Volk-Marsen areas, the Bruena areas, and then eventually over towards Warburg. So watch out for that if you are west of Kassel here in Germany. It is recommended that you guys stay weather aware and make sure you have a plan of action on the off chance that a tornado does occur within those areas. I'm going to go back to the other feed to see if they are chasing, and they are still there. Once again, I am very thankful for the chasers who have allowed me to share their streams with everyone here, so that way we can get the word out. If you would like to help us spread the word to more and more people, please be sure to copy the link to this live stream and spread it around on social media like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. As well as if you would like to help us spread this information on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button down below, and even subscribe. It helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm, and it allows us to get onto more and more people's recommended feeds, which I'm assuming that's how most of you all came in here. That's how most of you all found the stream, and that's what we want to try and do. So we'll go back to this feed here, and I want to show you guys a full screen of this. We'll go back to, we're going to go in between the chasers and kind of just show you guys what all is happening. But this is one of the storm chasers here from Unwetter Jaeger. I apologize if I mispronounced the name of the channel here on Twitch. If you want to go follow, please be sure to do that. It is in the chat. I'll follow here whenever I log into my Twitch, of course. But you can see here, we got very interesting structure, all right? We've got our mesocyclone that is above all this mess. So we have a lot of these clouds. You'll see that it'll spin around kind of like that, right? And then we have this lowering right here, if you guys can see right in there. The clouds kind of just pop down and then move across just like that. And then we have a lot of the rain that's kind of obscuring what is actually happening under those said clouds, which make things a bit more high precipitation based. Those are usually the dangerous storms into which visibility is not the greatest, and it also is not. They're just not fun to chase. They're not fun to chase. So you need to be able to take your proper precautions if you haven't already by seeking a sturdy structure, because if you're trying to find this tornado, you might not see it until it's right on top of you. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to seek a sturdy structure. That is some strong damaging winds. I think the radar might be bugging out. I'm going to be honest with you. Or at least it could be trying. Who knows? But that is, in my opinion, what I would think would be a radar glitch. Either that or it's just a bunch of storms that are really messing around. But, man, oh man. So I'm going to check back with these storms that are over in the south or southwest of this activity over near Koblenz. This is where we can expect more of our severe weather to exist and move on towards Dortmund and Düsseldorf and Cologne and Kassel. So once again, you guys might get another round, some more severe weather later on tonight that could move on through. So it's a second wave, if you will, that is pushing through all this area, and that's what we're gonna have to watch for. We're gonna have to watch out for another wave of tornadic activity for this area over here. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But let's look over here near Koblenz. It looks like there is a little bit of rotation here with this cell near Kachem. You can see we have a little bit of a hooking signature with rain wrapping around. We have some inflow that is coming in with warm moisture. And the combination of these two and where they spin is where the tornadic rotation would be on that little hooking segment. And you can see right here, reds are winds moving away, grays are the winds moving towards. So there is rotation here with this storm. That'll head off towards the Kachem areas, as well as eventually areas towards the Kaisersetsch area. So watch out for that if you're in Germany over there. And then we could be talking about some strong damaging winds near Dawn and Ulm, maybe even a bookend vortex, maybe the chance for a little spin up on the southwestern side. Because what we have is we have this bowing segment right here and a lot of strong winds kind of punching through and creating this big bow, if you will, this bow echo. And so usually the top part is where the strongest winds are, which would be near Ulm. That'll eventually head off towards the, once again, areas west of Kaisersetsch, and then eventually areas north of that and northwest of that as well. So just a lot of strong damaging winds that are moving on through, and the potential, once again, for some tornadic activity to exist within some of them is still possible. That is a heck of a feed that we're looking at right now. I'm going to take a look to see what our other storm chaser is looking at. Right now, it doesn't seem to be too much, as the internet, once again, is not the greatest. But we'll go back to the live feed here from the storm chasers from Unwetterjäger. And look at that. That right there is absolutely amazing. If there was a tornado, I'd be looking at the right part of the screen over here. Because this is now starting to look a little bit more like the horseshoe. So the horseshoe is kind of like that. And usually on the northern side of the horseshoe, or on the side that's the closest to the forward flank, that is where the tornado is. It could try to be towards the middle part of that screen, but it is usually over here. It is usually over here on the right. They've even got drones they're trying to get some footage from that, so that's pretty cool. But I would be looking to the right. Over here is where I'd watch for if there would be a tornado. I'm almost at 400k subs. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think of that. I'm almost at 40,000 subs. Not 400k. My goodness, if I was at 400k, that would be insane too, but that's besides the point. We are almost at 40,000 subs. We're under 100 subscribers away. We might get there. We now have 2 unofficial and unconfirmed public tornado reports near Frankenberg and Kochim. Frankenberg is near the Korbach area, which is with the... oh, why did I pull up GR2 Analyst? I'll need to close that. Go away. No one cares about the United States right now. Yeah, that was over here near the Korbach area. Yeah, they said it was over here on its approach towards Mittenbach, which we talked about earlier. We said that that one definitely had an opportunity to produce a tornado, and that the people over there should definitely, or at least they should have been, in a sturdy structure. And that also could have been because of a cell merger, because honestly, tornadoes have formed because of storms merging with each other. It is not all that real, or not all that unrealistic for that to occur. And because of that, it definitely seems likely to me that it could have been the case. I'm going to check with the other chaser here to see if they got anything. And it's still buffering, but we'll come back in and take a look, because as I said, we're going to want to try and make sure to check up with people when we can. Who knows what people may have with their live feeds. I hope so, DCAT. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool to have 50k. Ooh, that is a nasty storm right there. That is in the Ketchel area, or the Castle area, actually. This is just to the west of Castle. And it's this storm right here. This is from Unwetterradar Deutschland. And you could clearly see the ominous clouds here from this storm. This is clearly a storm that is still looking to be pretty strong. And looking on the right side here, chat. You see this? That's a little bit of a tint of green. That definitely looks like there could be some large hail within the storm. So very, very interesting. Is that another mesoscale discussion? That is a new mesoscale discussion that they have issued by the ESTOFEX. Let's take a look and see what they've got. There's your new mesoscale discussion. It says very large hail and damaging wind gust threat will increase in the area. Satellite imagery shows a band of dry air and likely a sign of intrusion with a mid-tropospheric trough that is moving from South France towards Switzerland. Thunderstorms have developed ahead of this band. Surface observations of this area show high values of both temperature and dew points, particularly over southern Germany, where the temperature has climbed up to 33 degrees Celsius. Expect the increase in coverage and intensity of storms. At first, the threat for very large hail will be most pronounced with isolated supercells. Later, a rapid upscale growth will likely occur in southern Germany with a threat of severe to extremely severe wind gusts. And that is areas a bit south of the severe storms that are over in western Germany. So not only are we expecting some tornadoes that are possible, but maybe some very strong damaging winds, intense damaging winds, if you will, within the area. So here is the here is, of course, the outlook here for severe weather. Ranges from a scale of 1 to 3, contrast to what the United States has for 0 to 5. Actually, technically, it's 1 to 5. And you can see we have the highest scale of severe weather possible here across portions of Central Europe. We're talking much of Germany with the exception of the northern part. Central to western portions of the Czech Republic, as well as extreme western to southwestern portions of Poland. How will the mountains of West Switzerland affect the mesoscale discussion? Usually that will aid for rapid ascent, which can aid with large hail. That's usually what happens. Usually. The severe storm that is south of Lipstadt near the Amrost area is still moving, and it is heading off towards the Paderborn areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they are definitely going to need to watch out. Is this storm just going to be a massive wind threat now? The cell that is near Naumburg and Waldeck? Because it looks like this... It looks like it might be starting to grow up scale. It is definitely possible. It's also hard to say. I appreciate it, DCAT. I appreciate all the people who have liked and subscribed. And if you haven't already, please be sure to do so. It helps us spread the information with more and more people. It helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. (112km/h) winds reported in the storm in Chambéry. Sheesh. That is pretty crazy. The storm that is northwest of Koblenz looks like it is trying to get its act together, but it's just having a difficult time, which seems to be a common issue. Seems to be happening quite a lot. So that's the good news with that. And it seems the cell that's over near Kochum doesn't seem to be as strong as it once was with its tornadic rotation. So that's good. This is getting a good feed here. I'm going to go check to see if the other storm chasing group has a live feed in right now. Looks like it is, they're still dealing with some service issues. But we have Unwetterjäger once again in a good position here to see these storms. We'll show you guys here the live feed. And it looks like we got a lot of shelf cloud activity that is moving down into it. You can see the mesocyclone up here, and then it just comes straight down just like that. So a lot of winds that are surging in behind, a lot of the rain that is surging in behind. So my best guess, if there was something tornadic, would be something over here to the right. But at the same time, these storms appear on radar, at least the storm that they are on, which just so happens to be the one that is west of Kassel in Germany. This one appears to be one that is going to be producing a lot of strong damaging winds. So I think this one is more of a shelf cloud more than anything that is trying to really surge on through. And this one may not be as much of a tornado threat, but still we're talking about very strong damaging winds with this one. You know, if we were talking in the United States terms, you know, we could be talking about winds in upwards of 70 miles per hour. But I believe that would get up to about probably 100 kilometers per hour. Something of the sort like that. Yes, I do. Fortunately enough, he's actually allowed me to feature his content. And if you would like to watch his content too, please be sure to go follow him. We also have another storm chasing group that is out, and they're actually doing stuff right now. This is Weather Science Hessen. This is our other storm chasing group that is allowing us to showcase their footage. Go follow them as well. Go follow both of them. It you know, you never know what you can find with these storm chasing experiences. And of course, you know, if there is anything that people do find, that information can be spread out to more and more people across the area. This June month has been very unusual for weather. Yeah, it kind of has. It really has. So, I don't know what more to say besides it's been unusual. This is around the time in which severe weather occurs for Germany, though. But for the United States, not this active. It's not supposed to be that active. But you can thank a typhoon that was over in the Western Pacific that got really close to Guam. You can thank that thing because of all this activity. Oh, yeah. No, thank you. Someone in a Discord server that I know said, "Hey, VC," and I said, "No, no." Yes, this is in Germany. This is specifically to the west of Kassel, and is that a? It's hard to say what they're looking at besides just saying that we've got a big shelf cloud that's moving on through. That's what it looks like to me. that we've got a shelf cloud. And just to kind of show you guys what we're looking at on radar once again, this is heading off to the north and east. This is heading off towards the Bad Arolsen, the Volkmarsen, and the Wolfhagen areas, as well as Zierenberg and Naumburg. So if you guys know anyone that lives in those general areas, I recommend you guys get into a sturdy structure. And of course, stay away from windows from these strong storms. Varberg could also get into this as well, so do not be surprised if you guys also get into the activity. And then there's another storm over here near Lichnau. This one actually is showing signs of slight rotation. If I go aloft, yeah, it has some slight rotation with it. So that one also might be a storm that we should probably watch out for. And then, of course, as I said, the storm that's near Anrosht and Gesecki, or Gesek, south of Lipstadt. That one also seems to be a supercell. At minimum, it's producing a lot of large hail, but we could be talking about the potential for some strong rotation as well within it. We'll have to see. It had some good rotation before. I'm positive it had a good chance of producing a tornado way earlier in the stream when it was back over just to the east of Hagen. This is an ad, so that is very nice. But the radar that I'm looking at is Fletchdorf is down and it hasn't updated for some time. Yeah, that looks to be the case now that you mention it, which might be slightly unfortunate. That's kind of what I was worried about. If one radar goes, that might be the worst case scenario. And it looks like Fletchdorf might be down. Whether that's because of a power outage or not, I guess, you know, I guess we will have to see. And yeah, it looks like... excuse me, it looks like this hasn't updated either, so it might be because of a power outage. Did that look like a little rope funnel? It kind of did to me, but I didn't want to say too much because I didn't think... I was skeptical. I was skeptical that it looked like a little funnel. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow. So, Meteopool said that I am allowed to feature the stuff that is on their website from the Storm Chasers with no copyright. That is amazing. And of course, I'll promote the site as well so that people may be able to see it too. Alright, so yeah, I've been given the okay by Meteopool to use their website as long as as long as it will work. Of course, a lot of people are on it, more than likely. So their servers might be having a little bit of an issue. Yeah, well, we might come back to their site when servers are not, you know, having a whale of a time. But it is really appreciated, all the generosity and the kindness that guys over in Germany are supplying to us here. So thank you guys so much, to everyone who's allowed us to feature you guys' content on stream. So as soon as I pull up the, as soon as I'm able to pull up the website, I'll be able to self-promote it. Because, of course, gotta see it in order to media pool. Seems to be right under a funnel. I didn't... Well, they've been encountering a lot of service issues. So, service is definitely very shaky out here. And it doesn't help that radar is down. It does not help that there might be some form of a power outage, or there might be some form of something that has occurred over here in this portion of Germany. But the fact of the matter is there's a pretty significant storm that is currently ongoing, and it is getting very close to the city of Kassel here in Germany. So if you are in these areas, it is recommended that you guys get indoors and stay away from windows now. Kassel, Germany, get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. PWD is under a heavy load. Yeah, I wouldn't be all too surprised. So if I can use the website, I will. Because from what I've been told by people is that it is a good website to use. Excuse me. It seems the chasing group from Unwetterjäger is really encountering a lot of that rain. It looks like they're starting to get hit by it. And actually, I'll show you guys the feed here. I'll make it full screen. So that way you guys can kind of see. I mean, they're getting slammed by all sorts of rain and stuff like that. If you guys want to go watch their content, the link is in the chat right there. Yep. Radar has now failed. The radar, ouch. The radar in Fletchdorf has now failed, which means it is no longer operational as of right now, unless if they fix it, which honestly, I don't see them fixing it. It's going to be very difficult to do so. This might be some really large hail that we're seeing on screen right now. Oh my goodness. They might be getting, like, pelted. Yeah, look at that. Look at the hail. Oh my goodness. Once again, if you're near Kassel, Germany, this is what you guys are seeing right now. Some big-time hail that's fallen down. Very strong damaging winds. If you guys can just get to a sturdy structure, you guys will be fine, all right? But if you're outside, or if you have any pets outside, or if you have any valuables outside, well, first off, if you're in Kassel, it might be a little too late to get some of the valuables. But if you have pets, you still have enough time to call them in. No time is too late. And this is a lot of some pretty large hail. I mean, this is just, you can see it building up on the roadway too. I did, Marcel? Yeesh. How did I pronounce it? I think I said Unwetterjäger. What's up, Milazzo? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, look at how much hail is just accumulated right in front of these guys. For US standards, that would be the size of quarters, I would assume. Could get some half-dollar sized hail within that as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen anything that looks like the size of golf balls, but then again, I mean, it's not like these guys are gonna want to try and go outside to purposefully get them. I mean, they should stay in the car. But this is approaching the city of Kassel here in Germany. If you are over here, you need to get in your safe space. You need to get in a sturdy structure. You need to stay away from windows, because this hail could definitely come sideways, and if it's large enough, it can even break windows and windshields. Let's take a look and see the other. Oh boy. This is the other storm chasing group that we have here, Weather Science Hessen. We'll show you their footage here. Look at that. Wow. Look at this. Hopefully their feed did not just cut out and I just missed it for you guys to not be able to see. Of course, if you guys want to watch it yourself, link is in the chat as well. Man, I'll keep watching for this, because that looked like some very strong damaging winds that they were encountering. And I think I just barely missed it. Just refreshed it, and we'll see if it works here on the side. I'm going to check back on this storm that is southwest of Paderborn here very soon. And I'm going to try and see velocities. Rotation's not really there with this one. Radar is also not being compliant. So that's also nice. Totally. Excuse me. Excuse me. So these storms that are over near Koblenz and have now moved just north and also to the west of Koblenz, looks like there's a lot of strong damaging winds with these ones. But there's a storm that is out in front of this over near the Deerdorf area. Might be something to watch out for something that could be tornadic. That's north of Neuwied. Looks like, oh, there's their feed. Brought it back up again. They're just getting slammed. I'm actually gonna move the move this over here so you can see it. And look at the trees on the left-hand side. It'll give you a good reference as to how strong the winds are with the, with that storm that they got. I mean, look, the trees are even bending. They're bending over a bit. The answer is yes and no. They have tornado warnings, but they don't have tornado warnings at the same time. So, yes and no. They have these like little potential tornado advisories and stuff like that. Man, that wind. They're even getting some hail too. Look at that. They're getting hail on their windshield. Actually seems to be some large hail too. Wow. Huh. Let's check up on the other group. Yeah, they're still getting hail. It's never ending, isn't it? It just anyone and everyone here is getting hail from the looks of it. HP near Castle, yep. I do agree with that. It is a high precipitation based supercell. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't. It updated. The radar updated. I repeat, thank the Lord, the radar is fine. The radar is okay. It is back. Fletchdorf is all right. We are okay. Praise the Lord. That is a lot of damaging winds heading into Castle. This is a huge supercell. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of lightning there too. But look at this. Yep, see ya, CCJD. Thank you for coming out. I really do appreciate it. I mean, look at this. Look at this supercell. Rain wrapping around. Rain wrapping around. Rain wrapping around. It's all spiraling into this one spot. Right here. And that's on the western side of Castle. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, it is recommended that you guys get indoors and stay away from windows. I would say this would be more for strong damaging winds more than anything. We could see a spin up. This says apparently on the northern side. I'm not sure how reliable that would be, but we've been seeing here with some of the live feeds that we've been having some strong damaging winds, some large hail. I mean, all of that stuff. We've got a lot of stuff. And look at the live feed here, once again, that we're seeing from Weather Science Hessen. And look at the greenery that's there. The stuff that's been flattened by these winds. I mean, this is definitely a strong storm. This is definitely a strong storm. And if you are out in front of it, it is recommended that you guys seek a sturdy structure, so that way you're not caught outside without shelter with these storms going about. We also have the supercell that is over south of Paderborn. That's starting to get a little bit of rotation again, believe it or not. So that it doesn't look to be completely done. That might be the next storm to watch out for the potential of a tornado. That'll head to the southern side of Paderborn, near the Borchen and the Lichtenau areas, as well as eventually Altenbecken, Bad Driburg, and Willy Badison. Strong rotation near Stoutmont, Belgium. Stoutmont. I have no idea where Stoutmont is. Let's take a look, shall we? Stoutmont, Belgium. South and east of Liège, which is down here, which is this cell right here. So let's go take a look. We'll see. We shall see for ourselves. I wouldn't say it's strong rotation. I think it's more of just the fact that everything is formed on a line there, and so the winds are kind of just creating these spin-ups. But it definitely is there. It definitely is creating a lot of extreme weather conditions, at least from a damaging wind perspective. Man, this is the these are the storm chasers that are on the screen here live. This is the video that they posted on Twitter. This is at Vin Storm Chasing. So if you want to go follow them, please be sure to do so. Look at this. Listen to the hail. Man, oh man. Holy goodness gracious. Look at Fletchdorf. Velocity couplet is crazy. If you're talking about this one over here near Kassel, this one is actually not a velocity couplet. It actually is strong damaging winds surging on through. Although it is a supercell, but that is definitely not tornadic. It's got a mesocyclone though, but it's got to do a couple other things. Are you too late? Slept in today? You're not too late. You should be fine, honestly. You should be good. That's some debris that is on the roadway from Unwetterjäger. Yeah, look at the debris on the roadway here, guys. Look at all the trees down, or not really trees, the limbs down. Yeah, the Castle Storm, it has elevated rotation, but to me, this is a strong damaging wind threat. This is a wind maker. It looks like the RFD is surged out a bit more, so the rain-cooled outflow that I keep talking about, the rear flank downdraft, seems to have surged and is now creating a bit more of a bow echo. That might be a tree that is down. That is a tree down. Wow, look at that. There's a tree down on the roadway. And now he has to turn around. Wow. Nice to see you, Yelena. Nice to see you. Yeah, you can see some more of the shingles once again, and the parts of the trees down there as well. I'm kind of curious to see how he's able to get around that, but you know, we'll see that as that moves on through. Meanwhile, we've got Weather Science Hessen as well above us. We'll have them up in the top to show you guys what they're seeing as well. If you're just tuning in here right now, a big severe weather event is ongoing over into portions of Central Europe. This includes portions of Germany. This will eventually include portions of the Czech Republic, as well as eventually even into portions of Switzerland and Austria and the surrounding areas as well. So if you know anyone that lives in some of these areas, all right, and I will actually pull up for you all the actual outlook here, the severe weather outlook for today in Europe. If you know anyone that lives within these areas, specifically the 3 or the 2, all right, the pink area or the red area, I recommend you tell them that they should pay attention to the severe weather here today. And the reason being is because the threat for strong damaging winds in itself, some of which could be relatively extreme, and large hail is already pretty widespread. But you also add the fact that on the northern side, you can also get tornadoes. And on the southern side, you can get extreme damaging wind once again. And everywhere you could potentially see flash flooding because of the drought. This is definitely a prolific severe weather event that we got to continue to watch out for. So please, 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 gotta watch out for the strong severe weather that is going to be moving on through into portions of Central Europe. Yeah, this to me is not a velocity couplet. I mean, we've got a mesocyclone aloft. This isn't tornadic right now. This is strong damaging winds that are surging on through into Velmar and Fuldatal, as well as Kassel, Kaufungen, and Hanmunden. This to me shows a lot of strong damaging winds. And you can see on velocities too, the Boeing complex here from this. It's just reflectivity doesn't show it, because reflectivity is having issues right now. But when is that ever different from, you know, ever? Yeah, Germany, yeah, you guys have to remember, Germany is almost the size of, or actually, it's around the size of, actually it might be a little bit larger than the state of New Mexico. Maybe a little bit smaller, if not around the same size as Minnesota. So, you know, the United States is a much larger country than Germany, which is the reason why severe weather events aren't exactly, you know, as common over in Germany. But oh man, look at all that hail that's heading into Kassel. Look at that reflectivity. Look at that. That is a massive amount of hail. That is a massive amount of hail. Yeah, we could be honestly talking about some hailstones to the size of golf balls. We could even be talking about tennis balls here soon. Looks like I don't see rotation from Katchelman radars. Let me take a look, because Koblenz has been in the back of my mind as well, and we might as well go back down there. Oh, is radar scope? Okay, thank you. Let's go with this radar. There you go. Yeah, I don't really see the rotation. If it's this thing that's northwest of Deerdorf, that's also wind, because you can see that we've got this bowing characteristic right here. So a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind it. I don't see anything tornadic within that. If I go over to the other radar in Offenthal, I'll try to see if I can counter that in some way, and I unfortunately cannot. So it's just a lot of wind. A lot of wind. If it was a lot of nothing, then that would be great. But that's a lot of wind, a lot of very strong damaging winds there. Look higher, tilts, crazy mezzo. Oh yeah, 100% it's a mezzo. I do agree with that. But this is a storm that is, it could be potentially even growing upscale. "69-mile-per-hour wind gust near Grenoble about an hour ago." Wow. What's the threat for Germany today? Any tornadoes yet? It's a 3 out of 3. Another 3 out of 3. There's been unconfirmed reports of a tornado. I think there even might have been another one that's not even in the same spot, but that's just me. Yeah, there's some large hailstones. Could be talking about almost golf balls in Kassel. That's what I'm thinking. Report of a wall cloud near Koblenz. That would be, yeah, that would be the cell that is down to the south and west. So that would be back at this thing here. At Polsch, near Koblenz. So which cell would that specifically be then? Polsch is right there. Alright, so I found Polsch. Polsch is right here. Would it be that storm right there? That's what I'm thinking. Oh, it could be that. It honestly could be that on the northwestern side of Koblenz. And I'll show you guys here this picture. This is from, first off, Flasty sent this to me. One of our moderators. But you can clearly see this is from Peter at P. Grogenmeyer. I believe that's how it's pronounced. And you can clearly see there's some form of wall and or shelf cloud here. Now, to me, this kind of seems more like a shelf cloud, but the quality is also kind of not the greatest either, because we're also very far away. So it's hard to say. It's very hard to say for sure. But this is definitely a pretty strong storm. It occurred about 25 minutes ago. Oh, that sucks. So is Twitter our only way to know if there is a tornado on the ground? Officially, yes, because there isn't a correlation coefficient for Germany. They only have reflectivity and velocity. Now, if there's a debris signature, I can probably tell. That happened only once before. I believe that was a Paderborn tornado that actually did that. So I'm hoping I don't see that again. Near Brussels Richfort? What is happening over there? Maybe European countries should start to upgrade the weather radar warning systems. It might be a good idea. Honestly, I do believe most countries could succeed in safety from that. That's in Belgium. Oh, that's in Brussels. That's all the way over there. You guys are fine in Belgium, at least in central Belgium. Central Belgium, you should be okay. Do these radars in Europe have the correlation coefficient product? No, they have no dual pole whatsoever. Dual pole is a North American thing. It would be cool if they had dual pole, though. You're in a marginal with a 5% wind and a 2% torque. It's fine. Y'all are good. Might see some water spouts if you're where I think you are. Yeah, I definitely do not think Castle is wrapping around. That's just me, though. It could be a good idea for us to try and use a radar that is... Well, that's looking very far away. Yeah, we're looking up well over 1.5 miles. So that's probably not a great idea for me to do. But I'll do it anyways. And there still is a mesocyclone there, so it's not like it's completely unrealistic. That a storm is over there. What is my radar doing? I'll go on to the actual source then. Here you go. I'll show you guys. Yeah, that right there, Chief, is not something that's wrapping around. Because this is the actual source. This is the actual German weather group that looks at the radar. And this is not it, Chief. How long am I going to be going? The worst will come in the evening, also in your region too. I'm going until this thing ends. That's how it is. I'm going until this thing ends. Over 90 people injured from the Red Rocks Park, Colorado. Hailstorm, wow. This is the reason why you have to, you know... This is the reason why you got to stay in a sturdy structure during hailstorms. Yeah, Hank, we were streaming that tornado last night. It's my opinion on Munster. Will there be a second round of storms coming? I think there's a good shot, but there's also a strong possibility you guys could be too far north. So, we'll have to see, but I think there is definitely a shot. And then I'll be going straight to bed. No, I unfortunately have to make a video that will be uploaded tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. That will talk about the, I don't know what that was that just entered. Oh, jeez. Anyways, that'll talk about the severe weather for Friday and Saturday, so. It ain't done yet. The grind is not finished. I'm going to take a look to see if the other storm chasing group is online now. Hopefully they are. But it doesn't look like it. Here is a video from Unwetter Freaks of what was happening over in Kassel. Scared me a little. I gotta turn down my volume, man. Look at all that hail, and then the debris flying in the sky because of it. All the leaves and stuff like that, and sticks and twigs. This is actually was a very strong storm. Yep, the storms are in Europe. Currently in Germany as of right now. What? Yeah, okay. Coolio. Yeah, it looks like this thing that is to the east of Kassel and the northeast of Kassel is it looks like it's producing some strong damaging winds. That's what I gotta say about that one. Germany's cell service or cell signal coverage is a joke, unfortunately. We are like ranked 70 for worldwide, which is pretty bad for a well-developed country. Yeah, that does suck. That does suck significantly. Man. Viola, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hoping for a decent storm in Cologne, any chance? There's definitely a possibility for you, honestly. But there's also another good possibility for it to actually, well, never mind. I guess you will get a couple storms that'll head off into your area. It may not produce a lot of lightning until a little bit later on, though. We've got some storms that are on the border of Luxembourg and Germany, near Aachen, that are probably the ones to be more of your strong thunderstorms. But these other ones seem to be producing some strong damaging winds. There's also a storm here near Altenkirchen and Windeck and Wiesen. This one also seems to have a little bit of rotation with it. Just a slight bit of rotation. But it is there. There's a rotation north of Geneva and Switzerland / France border. Oh boy. It seems my radar is not up to date. That's not helping. I don't see any rotation because the radar is just... Oh, there's what I needed. Yeah, the rotation in itself, it's not really being picked up by radar, at least in my opinion. Montesi radar. Use the Montesi radar. There's a little bit of rotation. Greens towards reds away. Yeah, there is rotation. It is starting to head into the Switzerland area. Then near Montreal and Lausanne. Some of the areas over there. Look at my subs. Have I gotten to 40,000? No, I'm getting there. I'm very close. If we keep getting more and more subscribers, eventually we will hit 40,000, which will be pretty cool. But it'll take a bit of time before we get there. But we are under 100 away, which is pretty amazing. Excuse me. Yeah, speaking of that, if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help us spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. It helps us get this out to more people into YouTube's algorithm and their recommended feeds, which is how I'm assuming most of you found my my stream. So if you guys would like to help me spread the information with more and more people, please be sure to do so. Yeah, these storms that are over here to the east of Paderborn, that doesn't seem to be very tornadic anymore. Seems to be a bit more of a damaging wind threat. And the same goes for the cell that's near Castle. Once again, just a lot of strong damaging winds. Is that a new area of rotation? I'm not sure. Looks like a lot of strong winds to me, but this could have a bookend vortex. Either that or it is rotation, but it's one of the three. It definitely looks like there's something strong there. It definitely does. We're also almost to 500 likes, by the way, which is also another thing. So I keep saying for my other streams, the closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more we are able to spread the stream around. That still holds true. Because YouTube sends a huge burst of notifications to people's recommended feeds to say, hey, get in here. What can we expect in Czechia today? Today, I think you guys are going to get more of a extreme damaging wind threat. I think that is the likelier outcome. I don't really think you guys are going to see too much tornadic activity. I think you guys are likely going to see more of the large hail, the strong damaging wind, maybe even the flash flooding risk for your guys' area. But I will still be here regardless. Just an update on Rolling Fork. The wind speeds are now 195. Yeah, that's been out for a good while now. What, 2 weeks? 2.5 weeks? Something like that. Strong tornado, I'll tell you what. Strong tornado. I learned that when I was in Hawaii. When I was in Hawaii chasing the volcano. Interesting. Joseph, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Only small chance for tornadoes in the check. Everything else is very likely. Biggest chance for tornadoes is West Czechia for the country. Yes, I do agree 100% with that. Check Discord. Ground count. Indication of 190 miles. No, it doesn't. Just because it has ground scouring doesn't mean it's indicative of 190 miles per hour. There's a reason why it's not a damage indicator. Because you cannot measure damage with ground scouring. It just doesn't happen. That is still a pretty powerful supercell that is now heading towards the Göttingen area, as well as the Friedland and the Witzenhausen, Duderstadt areas as well. Might want to watch out for that very closely. Don't think we will ever see another 5 for a while. It's gotta hit something populous, and it's gotta hit something with sturdy structures. But honestly, I also don't really care if we see another 5, because all the EF4s and the 5s look the same. They all end up being the same in the end anyways. Someone's live is altered. The lives are altered. Can I speak German? No, I cannot. I cannot. $5% for your area to get a tornado? Oh, okay. If you're gonna chase, then good luck. How's Hawaii? It was great. The volcano was an amazing experience. I'll tell you what, I enjoyed it. Philadelphia tornado had the deepest ground scouring ever for a tornado, but wasn't even the second strongest on that day. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it really depends upon the composite of the ground, strength of the tornado, and the force that it creates. Stuff like that. I don't think Matador would be EF5. Be some there was some Gerald-like damage. The only thing about this, all right, I first off, I haven't seen a whole lot of the damage. So, You know, I would need to see everything. If someone were to have like a whole 10-minute video of drone footage for the entire town and or city, that would be a good way for me to determine if you could potentially even think about it. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter. EF4 and EF5 damage look almost exactly the same. So Southern Germany's already over there, to be fair, for severe storms. It's actually moving from France into Switzerland right now as we speak. Jaya, what's up? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yeah, I don't really care for the rating debate either. For other people who are watching from the Czech Republic, first off, hello. I really do appreciate you guys coming out to watch the stream. Of course, hopefully I'll be able to get some good coverage for you guys as these storms continue to move off into your general vicinity later on this evening. But if you are in the western side of the Czech Republic, it is imperative that you guys watch out for severe weather today. That includes areas like Prague, which I've been there, believe it or not. It's a very nice place. There's the chance for some strong damaging winds to move on through the area. Of course, as well as some spotty hail and maybe some flash flooding, a lot of rainfall. So, guys need to, you guys are going to want to watch out and have plans, you know, in case stuff does happen. You know, just rather be prepared in some of these instances. So if you're, for instance, are caught in a flood risk, make sure you have a way to get into higher ground. If strong damaging winds and large hail move on through the area, we want you to get indoors and stay away from windows. We would prefer for you to get in the lowest innermost part of your building, but as long as you can stay away from windows, it should be fine. Just stay away from the exterior walls as well. If trees fall down, they're falling on those exterior walls, and if you're right next to that wall, then, you know, it's a good chance you're going to be impacted by it. So, and yeah, look, you can already see this storm is now starting to bow out. A lot of strong, damaging winds coming in behind it now. Big time windstorm that is moving through into Göttingen, as well as Wiedenhausen, as well as Rosdorf, Friedland. This is the Helibad, Heiligenstad, and the Duderstad areas, as well as Leinefeld. And the Gebodenhausen or Geboldehausen areas. So if you guys live in those areas, you guys might want to get into a sturdy structure, as I've mentioned. This is kind of what looks to be the beginning of these strong storms that are going to move across the central portions of Germany. The subscription name. That was great. Get off my lawn, but only there was something in between my and lawn. That was a that That was a great... That was a great username. That's pretty funny. Is it going to hit Denmark? No, it is unlikely. Pretty unlikely. Love from the Netherlands says there been any confirmed tornadoes in Germany yet? There has been 2 unconfirmed reports right next to each other of a tornado. I personally think there was also another tornado in another separate spot as well, but or at least there could have been a tornado in a separate spot. Bettis, what's up? Welcome to stream. Will the day 3 severe weather outlook be anything potentially big? It's hard for me to say because I haven't looked at it a whole lot. What is with Düsseldorf? What is with Düsseldorf? Looks like there's going to be a thunderstorm that's going to move on through the area here in about a half an hour. Lot of strong damaging winds from the looks of it, but I don't see a whole lot of rotation. I see it's got a lot of strong damaging winds. Check Twitter if you don't mind. I will indeed. I might as well. We also could be getting close to the point to where I might want to get some coffee. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll look at that video in a second. I'll look through the rest of the stuff here on Twitter. Yeah, I'll look at the damage and stuff like that later, Caleb. I'm not really too interested in looking at the stuff from Matador. Or at least I'm probably not going to look at it until this stream is done and over with. Hail activated the burglar alarms in the cars? Wow. I love when people are just ignorant. That's so funny. Yeah, I'll be watching the drone footage for that later on. Yeah, someone said that the ESTOFEX did not exist and that there is a higher risk. That I just put the higher risk on here for no reason. This it's funny. It's very funny. I will agree. My man got ratioed, indeed. There's been quite a few reports of damage now, and hail reports. So wind and hail reports. I don't see a whole lot tornado reports. You're in Leitzen, Germany, and it's pretty bad raining, thunder, and lightning. Yeah, just continue to stay indoors. A lot of these storms have been pretty strong throughout the day. Of course, I've been trying to look through all of them to see if any of them have been trying to produce tornadoes. This one over here, once again, near Göttingen. This one over here looks like this one's going to be some very strong damaging winds. We're probably talking about 100 kilometers per hour. Because it just looks pretty strong. But yeah, if you're in the path of any of these storms, or if you're being impacted by these storms, you are going to want to stay indoors. You are going to want to stay away from windows. Between Hanover and Göttingen? Oh, okay. So that makes sense. So it's like in this, yeah, that area right there. Is there a radar that's... There is a radar that's close to you all, so I might actually be able to see specifically what's going on with that. Yeah, that's a lot of strong winds. I don't see anything tornadic, though. That's the good news. I don't see anything that can cause tornadoes from the looks of it. I wanted to pull that up on the side just to see what's going on. Still near Frankfurt? Rapid development? Yeah, let me take a look at that. Frankfurt. Fortunately, I know where it is. It's right there. So which radar? That radar is probably the best. Yeah, I mean, it is... It did just form. It did just form. Which tells me that this storm would probably still be in its infancy stage, and it's got a little bit before it would be able to make some real noise. That is a good call. Downtown Frankfurt's fine. They're not going to be hit from that particular storm. It's going to be areas to the north of it, be near the Bad Homburg areas, the Schmitten areas, Rosbach, Friedberg, and eventually towards the Greifenweisbach areas. Those would be the areas to watch out for some probably spotty hail and some strong damaging winds. Are the videos from the car live somewhere? Yes, we've been allowed to share footage from 2 storm chasers. So this one here on Twitch, this is Weather Science Hessen here. If you guys would like to follow him, be sure to do so. Of course, the German service is not exactly the greatest in regards to cell service. And then we also are able to feature Unwetterjäger on our stream as well. If you want to go follow them on Twitch, please be sure to do so. I recommend you follow both, because storm chasers, you never know when they are going to see some crazy stuff. And just because it's in Germany, all right, for my American viewers, just because it's in Germany does not mean that it is any different from what could potentially happen in the United States. It just doesn't happen as frequently. So, look at a Lehman Lake storm, French-Switzerland border. I'll look at that here in a second. So there are not any tornadoes in Germany right now? No, there was a couple earlier, or at least some reports of some. Right now, it seems we've got storms that are kind of in the lull period, but there's going to be some instances here we're going to be talking about, at least in the next couple of hours, to where wind shear is going to start to increase, and we could potentially be talking about another tornado risk here in central Germany. So we are watching out for this. And we'll keep you guys updated. We're going to continue to try and pick out which storms can actually try to produce the tornadoes, so that way everyone may be able to be prepared from these storms. That's what we want to try and do. That's a new area of rotation, potentially, with this storm near Siegen. So that might be a new storm that's trying to be tornadic. We'll see. There's two areas of rotation. And areas that we've called out for in the past: Hilchenbach, Krutzel, Lennedstadt, Kirchendem, Olpe, Finistrop, and Schmallenberg, as well as Bad Berleburg. You guys might need to watch out for the potential of some strong damaging winds and or maybe even the chance for a tornado. This app is called Radar Scope. So Radar Scope allows you to look at radars from multiple countries. You have Germany, you have the United States, you have Canada, you have Finland, you have Australia, you have South Korea. And it's also got some other redeeming qualities as well. So, look by number. Let me take a look. Namur, Belgium. Oh, that's in central Belgium. Yeah, you guys are fine, honestly. I really do not believe that you guys are going to get a whole lot, if anything. I really... Yeah, that is so far behind. There's not even a whole lot of stuff over there. So you guys are good. Belgium and the Netherlands, in my opinion, are clear. It's just flash flooding is what you guys can get. Strong rotation west of Lausanne. Where is that? Switzerland. That's probably on the... That's not on the border. What the heck is that? Well, I found it. Yeah, there is rotation there. It does seem to be more from a bow echo, however. It doesn't seem to be really rotation, per se, because you can see the strong bowing characteristic. Winds are surging in behind that. Now, if there was a tornado, it'd be on the northern side right here. It'd be kind of like a bookend vortex, to where you'd have winds surging in back around it. But other than that, that seems to be a lot of strong damaging winds. Any tornadoes? We had a couple of reports earlier. Nothing that has been verified from pictures, however. But yeah, none of the reports have really been confirmed. Although I'm pretty sure there was a tornado in one spot. I don't think anyone was paying attention, though. I think now, since all the severe weather is moving on through, it's likely that people will pay attention now. Yeah, so here's one of the videos that someone sent to me on Twitter. This was in Koblenz. Dr. Edith Gruber actually sent this to me, which I really do appreciate it. And the video was taken by Emzel Gazing. Hard to figure out how to pronounce that one for me. At MAIKENEERVORT. Mike Neervort. That's, I'm assuming, what it's pronounced. But look at how intense this video is, the winds outside. I mean, look at the trees. Even if it's for a short bit, you can clearly see the trees are just being whipped around. It is crazy to see how strong the winds have been with these storms. And it's not anything different from what the United States gets, but this is still a strong storm. And this is another one of the videos that she sent to me here on Twitter. This is from Gumono. This was in also in Kassel. And you can see how intense this is as well. Now, the trees are not exactly whipping all around, but all this hail has made some of the cars trigger their alarms. And, yeah. That doesn't tell you all you need to know about how large the hail is. Or all the impacts that come with it. Man, oh man. Confirmed tornado in Kassel. That is definitely not what was confirmed. It was a lot further back. There's now 3 reports of a tornado. People in the Czech forums are saying that the storm should start developing by now, south of Germany, but they aren't. Can you guess what is going on? My guess, honestly, would probably be either A, there is some form of inversion aloft in the air that is preventing storms from firing off, or B, there could be not really a forcing mechanism. The what usually would fire off the storms. A lot of people have been saying the terrain fires off the storms. The terrain could potentially be not firing off the storms. Let's see what it says. Let's see what the icon D2 says about the storms heading into the Czech Republic. says the storms do form, and it'll take a couple hours before it actually gets into the Czech Republic. The storms, however... Oh. The significant storms don't actually get there until, like, late in the evening. Or actually overnight. It actually goes to midnight, believe it or not, and then moves on through. And that's a strong line of storms that move on through, at least according to this. I wish I was able to take soundings. Actually, I can. Let's see what's happening in this environment, shall we? Yes, there is an inversion. There is an inversion aloft. There is some dry air present at around the 850 millibar level. We can see here with this sounding that there is some dry air right here, according to the Euro model. And usually when you have a warm air inversion above the surface, if you think of how you're putting a lid on a pot, and the pot is full of boiling water, you don't really allow the steam to get out of the pot, and so therefore you're not able to have rising motion. And that's kind of the reason why I would assume. So that's what it says on the models here. And there's an inversion at 850 or 925 millibars. So that's my guess. Castle Supercell now a bow echo? Yeah, it's a major bow echo. It is racing across the countryside. I'll tell you what. Netherlands is fine. Yes, there are tornadoes in Europe. They do exist. How can you tell from the map if there is possibly the possibility for a tornado? So, two things. One, from the models, there's a bunch of things that have to come together environment-wise in order for it to happen. You need a lot of energy in the atmosphere. You need a lot of veering winds with height. And you need a lot of vorticity. And unfortunately, for areas along the warm front, which seems to now be gusting out into a bunch of just storms that produce a lot of strong damaging winds, there was an opportunity here for a little bit, and there even might be another opportunity here in the next couple of hours for us to see an environment favorable for that in central Germany. As for seeing on here on the screen that is in front of us, it comes down to two things. First off, you need a supercell. You need a storm that can be strong and something that has a little hook. So if you can imagine if this storm wrapped around a little hook like that, you know, kind of like a shape like this, then that would be a supercell. What you would want to do is you would want to then go to the velocities, the storm velocities, Doppler velocities, I should say, and you're going to want to say, all right, do we have any reds moving away from the radar? Okay, yes, there are reds moving away. Do we have any greens moving towards the radar? Yes, we have a lot of them. So any time that you can find an area of counterclockwise motion is where there could potentially be something tornadic. Now, in this instance, this is just an example. There is a little bit of rotation with it, but it's as weak as it possibly can get. However, there's a storm that's over here near Brad Burleberg here. You can look at the velocities. And this is actually a really special instance. You can see a lot of very strong winds moving towards the radar, and then you actually have a lot of weaker winds moving towards the radar. But what can happen is you can actually get a bit of an overlapping characteristic within that, which is usually what happens with some of these storms. You get a bit of a whirlpooling effect that can actually be put in. And so with that with that whirlpooling, you can get spin-ups, tornadoes from that. So how's lower level shear at the moment? Not great the further south you go. So wasn't able to pay attention throughout the day so far. Where are the tornado reports from? So far it seems to me that there has been a rather calm afternoon for a level 3 day. It's been a calm afternoon from the tornado risk perspective. There's been a crap ton of hail, a crap ton of flooding, and a crap ton of wind, which flooding also apparently is a part of a severe weather forecast. So that's a different thing from the United States. But the tornado reports apparently were for the storm that was over near Kassel, near Korbach. So as it approached Kassel, there's apparently 3 reports of the tornado over in that area. What website is good for soundings? Are you talking about like for severe weather in general, or are you talking about for Germany? The answer is probably both pivotal weather, but you can also go to College of DuPage if you're talking about only the United States. Here in southern Germany, we have a lot of capping inversion to break. Yep, that's what I anticipated. I'm going to check back at that storm that's down in Switzerland. Am I in the right? No, I was not. Let's go back in time. Nope. All right, you know what? Oh, excuse me. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess it's just, I guess I can't find it anymore. So that's great. Yeah, that's not helping. Winter has a tornado on the ground? Where? Winter. Oh, what storm is that? Let's go full screen to see what they're looking at. That doesn't look like a tornado on the ground. It looks like a really interesting shelf. This is in Germany. This is in Germany. Yeah, it's hard to say where the tornado would be. But I mean that is a nasty wall cloud and or shelf cloud. For which storm that they're on, I have no clue. But there is something that's over there. Load gun in southern Germany. That would be specifically more for wind and hail, though. But yeah. Excuse me. Has there ever been a 90 dBz storm? Yes, there has. Tornadoes are rather common in Europe, with 296 being recorded so far this year. Tornado season in Europe plains is starting now. May was a fail because of a blocking high. I didn't think it would be super common, like contrast to what it is in the United States. Common. But yeah. Castle storm? Which one? There's a bunch of them. There are a bunch of them. Castle needs to, by the way, continue to stay indoors and seek higher ground, because flash flooding is indeed a thing over there. Man, this is a heck of a bow echo. I'll tell you what, this thing is flying. This thing is flying. It's actually kind of insane how fast the winds are within this thing. And look at that, there's even a bookend vortex on the northern side. Might even see something tornadic over near Northeim. Or Kalefeld. I actually wouldn't be surprised if there could be a tornado over near Kalefeld. And Einbeck. I really wouldn't. Never heard of it, Neat, unless if it's the Autobahn. Then, If it's the thing you drive on in Germany, then I've witnessed it. I know it exists. Where is this? This is in Germany. Velocities? Yeah, this is some pretty strong winds associated with this storm. Massive windstorm. Massive, strong, damaging winds. I'm gonna take a look at the storms that are over here near Frankfurt. Something tells me I think I already know the answers to... Yeah, these storms are not tornadic whatsoever. That's definitely a hailer. All these storms are producing hail. Might need to stretch. I might need to get some coffee here in a bit, chat, because I keep fading in and out and I don't want to go to sleep. We live near Denmark, so that's pretty close by. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be all that bad. Check North Carolina. If it's because of that surface low, then that's not very surprising, but... yeah, that's a lot of severe weather. Not really anything tornadic, though. Except for maybe this storm. Yeah, I mean, it's subtropical and or tropical stuff with the surface low that's moving on through. Oh yeah, I am feeling drowsy. It might be a good idea for me to go downstairs. Where can you find the Storm Chaser stream in the top right corner? Good question. I have the link for you. I have the link for 2 of them. So, Unvetterjäger on Twitch. If you would like to go follow him, please be sure to do so. He's allowed me to show stuff on my stream. And I recommend you follow him over there. And of course, we also have another chaser here, Weather Science Hessen. Over here, they also are chasing. They both actually intercepted the same storm and caught some really incredible footage. Some pack of swimsuit, yeah. I'm gonna fall asleep if I drink lemonade. I need something that can keep me awake. But yeah, I recommend you follow both of the guys. Help them grow their communities, so that way they can expand it and be able to get their messages out. And it helps kind of spread, I guess, the goodwill of the weather community around. I guess that's the best way to put it. It looks like this storm over here near Bad Fridberg and Schmallenberg, as well as Winterberg, might need to watch out for the threat of some strong damaging winds. Maybe even a spin-up tornado. Might be a spin-up tornado. That storms in Europe were super weak. Is that not true? No, it is definitely not true. 2 years ago, there was like an F4 in the Czech Republic. So, I mean, it's just... severe weather exists. Severe weather exists here. So... is anyone chasing Friday and Saturday? I assume they are. But are they chasing for me? Probably not. Pyro with the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. Will camera software ever be free or not a subscription? I mean, the thing of it is, for that, is the website will be free. All the cameras will be free, but the actual information of where it'll be looking and the quality of it will be gate kept. So, Storm Chaser, only for your region, Lake of Constance. Oh, okay. Are you seeing anything down there, or? How close to the storm is Leipzig? Leipzig, at least with this one, the bow echo that's creating the significant damaging winds, is a good while away. We're probably talking well over 100 kilometers. Well over 100 kilometers. There may not be anything on Sunday, to be fair, though. So you may not need to stream, Peter. That's unfortunate, Neek. Wow. An ad. I support, though. I gotta watch through. Because ads help people make money. Yeah, I think I might, like, take a little teeny bit of a break to go downstairs and get some coffee. And then come back up. And then finish it out. And then people might not hear from me again. Besides the video that I could make later on tonight. Makes sense, makes sense. Me too, Lisa. I hope these storms aren't too significant. Already had a lot of them already. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. That's a long time. And we're still gonna keep streaming. I'll let you guys watch the live feed here from Unwetterjäger. And I think what I might do actually, chat, is I will let you guys watch this. And then I'll go downstairs. And oh wow, that video is crazy. And I'll go downstairs to get myself some coffee. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, chat. And how many hours yesterday? Too many. I only got 2 hours worth of sleep last night. let us see. How long was I on last night? For 8 hours. But we got the stream out to 30,000 people. So we got it out to a bunch. Got it out to a lot of people. Yeah. All right. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get coffee. I'll be back. Oh, tornado in Waldeck, Frankenberg. Really? Hold up. I'll check this before, and then. Oh, it's this storm right here. Yeah. It's more near Schmallenberg, Winterberg, Bad Friedenberg, and Willingen. Those are the areas that could potentially see something tornadic, but other than that. Yeah, Becca with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I am going to get some of my coffee. Is there a place where we can see some of the storm reports for this? I believe Meteopool can do it, which actually, before I get coffee, I'm gonna get sidetracked for another time. Oh, here's the live map. The live map works. Cool. I think you can see stuff like that on here. Mesocyclone detection tornado. What? I don't think that's legit, Chief, but I guess we shall see. Oh, there is rotation. So, it could be something tornadic for areas over near Vandenberg, Pien, Ilseed, Vichelde, Brunswick, areas northeast of Hildesheim. If you guys live over there, you guys are going to want to watch out for the threat of some tornadic activity. There's also apparently something tornadic down near Frankfurt, but I'm not sure that's correct. I kind of doubt it, to be completely honest with you. And yes, I think that is unlikely. I think it's a lot of strong damaging winds that's going to be heading towards Frankfurt. By the way, I'm thankful to say that Meteopool has allowed me to share this map and look at all the live storm chasers and stuff like that. So if you would like to use this map to track with us and to look at storm chasers, I believe all you have to do is to I believe all you would have to do is just go look at this, and I think they're just being tracked, actually. Yeah, data received. So I'm actually not sure if they're streaming per se on this, but This is all the storm chasers out there, and if they are streaming, you'd be able to probably see as to where they're at. Track it all. Is a level 3 a high risk for European areas? Yes. But a level 3 for Europe is more like a moderate risk for the United States. So. I think there's like an app called DMD for you to look at storm reports. I'd have to pull it up, but I'd have to look into it. But yeah, it's a high risk here for Europe. It's kind of like a moderate risk for the United States. All right. We are getting coffee now. No more delay. We are getting the coffee. We will be back because there is still more weather to talk about. So, if you want to stick with us, feel free to do so. DWD. My apologies. Okay. I will be back. Oh crap, I gotta show you, keep the, yeah, let's keep that up so that you guys can watch that. am back, and I've already taken a sip of my coffee. And it is hot. That is okay. It is hot, but that is okay. Got our nice little mug. Nice little Nate Snyder mug. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Is Cologne, Germany going to get affected by this? I believe they had a couple of showers and thunderstorms that went through the area, and they are going to get some more thunderstorms here in a second, actually. If you go to the live radar. Good. You can see that, yeah, there's a storm that's right next to Cologne. Is it tornadic? Maybe a little. Not too much, though. If you guys live in a Cologne, you guys need to get in your safe space if you haven't already, and get into a sturdy structure. I wouldn't be outside during these thunderstorms. So, good news is that once these main storms pass by, I don't think there really will be any other large storms like it. So, should be good on that front, honestly. If you're new to the stream, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible, because we're covering what is likely a massive severe weather event across the majority of Central Europe. And we want to try and spread the information with as many people as possible for people who might be in this general vicinity, especially if weather does end up going south in some spots. Then we want to try and tell specific towns, albeit I may not be able to pronounce them correctly. We want to tell them to get into a shelter whenever they can. So, yes, this is the actual country of Germany that we are currently looking at. Like, for instance, someone just mentioned that Dusseldorf had a thunderstorm, but nothing really too much. There's Dusseldorf right there. And it's getting another wave of thunderstorms that are going to move on through here in a good bit. If you also would like to help us spread the information with a bunch of people on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. And even subscribe. You help us get onto the YouTube algorithm, which allows us to spread this information with more and more people, especially by getting onto people's recommended feeds, which, honestly, I'm pretty sure almost every single one of you got on my channel because of it. So, a Braunschweig supercells tornado potential. I'll pull that up here. Let's see. Excuse me as I pull this up, and then I'm going to try and drink my coffee as much as possible. By the way, I already feel super awake now. Oh, that's Brunswick, which is east of Hanover. And Hanover, I'm pretty sure, is up there, and it is. Good to see I'm learning my geography, my German geography. That's a pretty interesting shot. I'm not sure if that's a tornado or not. I don't know what they have on the screen, but that could be Scud or that could be a tornado. I don't know. We'll see what they've got here in a second. But Brunswick is anticipated to see some... Well, they do have some rotation there near Brunswick. So if you're in Brunswick, I think we mentioned this over when I was near Hildesheim, right before I got my coffee, that you guys need to seek your safe space. Now, Brunswick, And Salzgitter, you guys want to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, from what looks to be a tornadic supercell. If it's not tornadic, it's going to produce a lot of strong damaging winds. But you can see this thing clearly as a hook echo right here. Rain wrapping around right in that spot. So, something wrong with my ear. Just testing to see something. But yeah, it does have tornado potential. What do the people have to expect in the region around Schminz? Let's take a look. Schminz, Germany. Seems to be on the eastern side. I would anticipate a lot of strong damaging winds later on tonight. Might even be near the near or before the midnight hours, where we could potentially be talking about severe damaging winds within your area. So that's what I would anticipate. Storms to come into your area late and create a lot of strong damaging winds more than anything. Is Berlin under a risk? They're on the edge of a risk. But these storms are eventually heading towards Berlin, so I guess they are at this point. Because it's gone a lot further north than I thought it would. So I don't think they're going to be in the strongest risk in the world, but I do think they will be impacted by some of these severe storms. The moisture is seeing rising as well as the wind gusts going in the southwest direction while the cells move northeast. Why? That is because... Well, wait, wind gusts go into the southwest? Well, storms move northeast. You could have been in the inflow notch of a storm that may have had a mesocyclone over you. Could have had some tornadic activity that was near your area, but just wasn't strong enough to produce a tornado. So, how late did I stream last night? Early morning? 2 o'clock my time. 2 o'clock my time. I woke up at 5 o'clock my time because I went to sleep at 3 o'clock my time. So I've only had 2 hours of sleep. Good coffee. How's the cell just north of Duderstadt? Let me check. Any tornado sirens or equivalent in Europe? Not really. I have heard that they have used it before, or used sirens before. In a couple rare instances. That's northeast of Castle. So Dudestad is more than likely going to get, or it's actually, it looked like it got barely clipped by some storms. But you're going to get another wave here in a bit. You're just, honestly, if I were you, I would anticipate more and more severe weather for the rest of the day. Just a couple repetitive waves. So, but as of anything that is tornadic, it is unlikely. Very unlikely. There be any leftovers for southern Sweden? We need some rain badly. I don't believe so. I don't think it'll get up that far, at least. They would need to educate the public on what they mean. There was a test a while ago. Well, then I've got an idea. All right? When they are doing the sirens, okay, why don't they just redo the whole entire, you know, tornado warning thing, right? So you have actual tornado warnings and stuff like that that people issue, or, you know, is ends up being an algorithm or whatever, something like that, and you can sound the sirens off, something similar to what the US has. Now, I'm not saying the US thing is perfect. There's a couple things that I would actually do differently, but it's way better than what you have right now. Velocity scan for Brunswick Supercell. It looks like it's pretty broad as of right now. Maybe trying to jut its RFD too much, which means we could probably be talking about some strong damaging winds in here. You can see the hook is now kind of bowing out a little bit more. But we still have a strong supercell. Still have a strong supercell that's trying to wrap up into that area. It's just not the strongest thing in the world, or actually not the most tightly compacted thing in the world. Do I think every country should have a tornado protocol? I don't think it hurts. But I also understand why it's not a thing. Because there could be some countries that don't experience as much weather as, say, other ones. Whether that is because of the size of the country, the climate of the country, or God knows what, you know? So I understand why they don't. But I definitely think those that have the technology to actually have them should. And that includes Germany. Every country that has a radar should have a warning system. You know, like a tornado warning system. Look at him. We'll go full screen on that. I'm okay with that. He is having a whale of a time with that. I'll tell you what. If you guys want to go follow Unwitterjäger, Unwitterjäger on Twitch, by the way, definitely recommend that. And then I also have another chaser here that I've been going back and forth with. This is Weather Science Hessen. Weather Science Hessen. And though their service has been going in and out, they have also been providing us with some good footage as well to show you guys what has been happening. So I appreciate both of them. Both of the groups that have allowed me to watch them do their things. And you can see, yeah, the internet's not the greatest, but it is there. Not much tornado to have a warning system for. If it goes peeps, wonder why this is for. And we have a SMS alert system. Now, that may be so, but at the same time, the accuracy as well as the lead time for them are not the greatest. And seems how, at least it seems to me, that there always seems to be some form of severe weather within Germany every single year. And, you know, even you can have the sirens for flash flooding. Because I think you guys know more than me that flash flooding is a major issue over there. At least as of recent, over the past 5-10 years. So you can even have a warning system for flooding and stuff like that. Once again, if you're in Brunswick, Germany, you need to get into your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, as there does seem to be the threat for some tornadic activity over there in your area. So please be sure to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from your stay away from the outdoors. Because we have a powerful storm that is approaching Brunswick. We create room for the water to go places when it floods. Listen, that doesn't always work. And I know this because the United States tries to do this too. And sometimes it just really doesn't work. You can ask New Orleans, Louisiana. They are constantly underwater. The levees in the United States are sometimes good and sometimes terrible. So it goes both ways. It goes both ways. I have seen it happen more often than not. Where did I get the Germany risk from? The ESTOFEX. How much will rain get? I think that's rain. Let's search it up. So for you guys, I think you guys could get a good bit of water, but not really a whole lot of severe weather. If we actually go to precipitation, 24-hour precipitation in millimeters, guys could probably get about 40 to 50, maybe even 60 millimeters of water, which is quite a lot. There's expected to be a lot of water to fall over these areas. So once again, flash flooding is going to be a big issue. Problem with the German warning system is that it's far too complex to be fast and accurate. Often it's unclear who's in charge and who's able to trigger the alert. Also, the moment people ignore the warnings. Well, that is an issue worldwide, that people just ignore warnings. The unfortunate thing is it will take a significant event for people to wake up. And until that happens, ignorance is still going to continue to exist. As for the complex thing, that is a governmental issue. All right, the government of Germany needs to go out of their way to create a warning system, so that way, a warning system and an agency, so that way they may be able to get warnings out to people, whether it's tornadoes, whether it's wind and hail, whether it's floods, whatever. That's a government thing. All right, the government has to step in. They have to be able to be the ones to say, hey, listen, if we really value our people and stuff like this, we probably should do this. And some things It may not even be a value thing. It also could be, you know, a money thing or a resource thing. You know, like that stuff I also get. But at the same time, the best way for you to probably get accurate lead time and even, you know, probably have people understand what actually is going on. You know, people can ignore it all. You know, some people can ignore it all they want. Some people will actually pay attention. And I give, you know, give that to them. Can you spell it out for me? Does this work? Can I get an in-depth explanation on how and what ingredients are needed for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning? That's a good question. It depends upon if a mesocyclone is identified within a storm as the first thing. So you gotta first figure out if the storm has rotation anywhere in the storm. Second off, you have to try and understand if the storm base, so the cloud base, is relatively high above the ground or relatively low to the ground. If the answer is low, then usually the rotation will also be low too. And third, it really depends upon how strong the rotation is in regards to pixel-to-pixel values, gate-to-gate. So if it's broad rotation, sometimes they don't even issue the warning at all. But if things end up becoming a more tightly compacted, it'll end up being a tornado warning 9 times out of 10. So that's usually what they do. That's some good coffee. Tornado Watch? They don't really have those. Well, I guess they kind of do. But they have, yeah, this is technically an event to watch out for tornadoes. A lot of strong damaging winds and large hail, too. I'm gonna butcher this name, so I apologize. The Katarzyna, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Does the Meteor Tool site I use have readings for the atmospheric conditions? I don't know. I haven't tried. Let's see. Test, weather radar, lightning, chaser tracks, mesocyclone tracks. I'm going to say no. Could be a cool idea. I also might as well favorite it, because this could be cool to use as well. Oh, web cameras. I'm an idiot! Alright, well, we knew I was an idiot. We knew this was the case. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We also have... Oh, you also have weather stations that we can also put on, too. Cool, cool. All right, that's not bad. Ah, makes sense. Even if it's a new program, uh, you know, Nathan's big brain here. Um, oh, you can get soundings as well. That's cool. Nate's big brain decided not to to look at the legend and try and toggle different stuff. Oh, there are weather balloons. Atmospheric soundings. Skew T. What? Oh, this is pretty cool. Hold up. You know, this website might be goated. I'm not gonna lie. Unable to generate. Oh, that's cool. The site can't be reached. Well, that's nice. Let's try you. Hey! I think it worked. Maybe. Possibly. You know what? I'm not going to jinx it. Premium membership? Yeah, no. That ain't happening. No disrespect whatsoever. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. We get soundings. This is pretty cool. I like this. All right. I'm starting to really like this site. I'm not going to lie. I think I'm starting to like Meteopool. You know, it might be a good idea for me to explore. Just might. Just might. Maybe a little. YouTube. Oh. That's cool. That's nice. This is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. I like it. Link to the website. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll put it right there anyways. Even though you said never mind, I'll put it there. It's fine. Yeah, wow. Got a US radar beta too? Really? Huh. Yeah, this is pretty cool for a weather guy like me, especially since I'm used to a lot of the stuff in the United States. So I'm from the States, and I usually talk about weather from the States. But whenever there's any big stuff that happens across the pond, I gotta try and contribute the best I can. So this is no different, and me finding new things to help me in future instances, or even, you know, today, I will gladly accept. I will gladly accept. So that's Unwetter Chaser, Chasers over there on that storm. Okay, so Vincent is over there. Um, Weather Service Koblenz? Really? That's a storm chasing team? I honestly had no clue. Gonna be honest with you. That's still pretty cool. Um, Looks like these guys have found service, so we'll pull them back up. This is the Weather Science Hessen group over there in Germany. How does it look on the radar for Limburg, the Netherlands? The Netherlands realistically are going to be fine. You guys are way far out of the way, contrast to where the main batch of rain is going to be. And you can even see, I'll put it up on the screen here. This is where the main batch of rain is going to exist. And it is very far off to the east. Look at South Germany. Ooh. Red TVS south of Wolfenbüttel. Southeast. Saying tornado warning. This? This is not correct because this thing is like off. I doubt that anything in southern Germany is doing a whole lot, and the reason why I say that is because the wind shear is garbage over there. There is no wind shear for those things to really sustain. But we will take a look at it anyways. Try and ease everyone's nerves a little bit if there were any to begin with. That storm in southern Germany is not good enough for me to look at because that thing sucks. That is a severe storm that is over here near the Aalen and the areas east of Stuttgart. This seems to be more like a hailer as well. Also, these storms are starting to fire off near Munich. If you know anyone that lives near Munich, I've been there before. It's actually a pretty cool place. Might want to tell them to get indoors. Maybe some spotty hail is possible within that general area. So, big populous area over there. Munich might want to get indoors, stay away from windows. Maastricht, check that area. For sure. What radar am I using? This is radar scope. Maastricht, Netherlands. Yeah, you guys really are just gonna see a lot of rain. That's really what I believe. We have severe with a tour possible and storms in North Carolina. Yes, this was anticipated. We have a surface low that's moving up the coast, similar to kind of like a tropical low. They create tropical tornadic activity. Not too surprising. They can go consider the following. They get those a lot too. Why can I not scroll? That is unfortunate. I'm gonna have to pull this up then. What radar am I using for... Hold up. Wait a second. South of Germany. As of right now, there isn't really a sign for a tornado in Germany. I've been looking all across. I'm gonna go back over here to Fletchdorf's radar, which is where we can see another line of storms heading towards Kassel. So if you're over in Kassel, once again, get indoors, stay away from windows, similar to what you guys did before, because round 2 is coming. Stuttgart it is. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of tornadic activity with these storms that are northeast of Frankfurt. A lot of just wind. It's going to try, but it doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough wind shear aloft from the jet stream to do anything. Hamburg is going to be way too far north for any sort of severe weather, so they should be all right in that sense. And there doesn't seem to be a whole lot. Why did I open that again? Turn that off. There's a place downtown where the freaks come around. There's a hole in the wall. It's a dirty free-for-all. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a lot of, this is your wind threat once again. Look at this here, guys. Got a bit of a Boeing segment right here on the northern end of this line. This will be heading off towards the Schoppenstedt and the Budenstedt areas, as well as eventually Magdeburg. So watch out for that. A lot of strong damaging winds that are going to be moving on through with this big Boeing segment. A lot of surging winds behind it. We've seen tornado outbreaks in Dixie Alley and Tornado Alley. Will we see one in Carolina Alley? Carolina Alley is there for the stuff like what we are seeing today. It is rare for them to have stuff like what happens in Dixie Alley and Tornado Alley, but it has happened before. Arnhem? Let me take a look. Is it moving towards the Netherlands? No. So Arnhem, I believe, in that on the extreme eastern side of... no, it's not. I'm in Donut, then. No, it's central, technically. It's actually south central. Yeah, you guys are just going to get a lot of rain. Watch out for the flooding risk. That is what I got to say about that. It's still good condition for tornadoes in both Germany and the Czech Republic. Technically, yes, but it is... You need storms to get out by themselves. It's more likely for it to be in Germany than the Czech Republic. Don't get tired again now, Nate. Come on. Yeah, that's another line of storms here. Another line segment that's going to push right into Kassel. So if you're over near Waldeck, Naumburg, Fritzlar, Bad Wildingen, and the general vicinity of Kassel, you're going to see more strong damaging winds. Is it moving towards the Netherlands? Nope. It's technically moving northeast, up and away. Does Meteopool work for the U.S. radars? Apparently it can, but I don't know. I haven't tried it out yet. Or at least someone in chat said that it could. Hold up. Yes. It looks like it does. It's supposed to be more of a German thing, though. So, yeah, this is a lot of wind. This is a lot of wind across the board. Yeah, the storm in Munich really is just really getting pretty large. So as I said, if you're in Munich, it's probably a good idea for you to get indoors and to stay away from windows, because there's a storm there that's going to produce some pretty large hail, maybe some strong damaging winds. I think the storm comes because we have a lot of storm and tornado warnings. Work in Germany, Frankfurt. I hope we don't get road complications tomorrow. Yeah, I get that. We just gotta hope that flash flooding isn't the issue then. Any potential tornadoes in America? Yeah, of course. We have a 5% chance for tornadoes today, but I'm not gonna stream it. I ain't. It ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Not gonna convince me. I'm tired. I might make a video later on today. This looks like something I should investigate. Something else. Alright, we'll put that up there. Got a lot of people that has sent some stuff to me here on Twitter, so I might as well take a look. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Hold up, chat. Thank you, Sam, for sending this in. Look at this flooding already in Kassel, and they're going to be hit by another line of storms. Look at this. This is not what you're supposed to do. In these streams, there's a tornado watch or a 10% chance for tornadoes. Well, usually tornado watches occur in 5% chances, but even if there's a tornado watch today, I am not streaming regardless. It ain't happening. You're not going to convince me. This is not what you're supposed to do. Do not drive. Look, you see how many cars that are just sitting around? It's not smart. Is the environment in Europe often very hostile towards tornadoes? Not really. The reason why I say that is because last year we had the tornado outbreak on May the 20th. Of course, I covered that here on the channel as well. And that was for Lipstadt and Paderborn. But it just really depends upon how the jet stream flows through the area. But man, that is some crazy flooding. That is some very crazy flooding. Near Braunschweig. Oh, that was Brunswick. Yeah. Right, that's what we were watching as on its approach. Earlier, at least. And yeah, there's still some significant flooding over there in Kassel. I'm looking at some of the other videos that you guys have sent me, and it's just it's pretty crazy. But I really do appreciate you guys sending some stuff in. All right, I was looking. Just trying to find some things here. That's besides the point. Munich camera? I think I actually have a camera. Hold up. Let's see. Do I have a camera down there? Kind of. I have one that was in Starnberg, which was southwest of Munich. What if I... try to go over there, pull up the web cameras and the weather stations. Oh, here you go. All right, here's a live camera looking at the storm that's in Munich. There you go. Man, that's a lot of strong damaging winds in Schoningen. I think Bitburg is fine as of right now. I think. Pretty sure they're on the southwestern side of the country. You're from West Czechia, the border of Germany, and you're scared as hell. You're fine. All right, listen. A lot of this is a lot of strong damaging winds and frequent lightning. So I'll be here as these storms approach your area. I'll see what I can do to try to ease the stress a little bit. But a lot of this is strong damaging winds. A lot of this is spotty hail. A lot of this could also be flooding. That's crazy. What I just saw on Twitter. Go back over here. They seem to be back on, so we'll look at that. We'll go back to some of the radar to see if we can find any other spots, because a lot of it is the same thing. A lot of just strong damaging winds that are moving on through. And nothing really that is anything tornadic as of this time. But it still looks like the areas near Kassel are going to get hit by some strong damaging winds once again. So if you know anyone that lives over there, once again, please be sure to tell them to get into a sturdy structure. If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread the information with as many people as possible. It does help out a lot. It helps us spread the word as to what all is going on. You can copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or you can send a text message to people. Or if you'd like to help us spread this live stream out to more people and onto YouTube's algorithm and the recommended feed, you can actually hit the thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. You can unsubscribe at the end of the stream if you want to. It helps us spread the information out with more people as well. So. Yeah, I've been on for almost 7 hours now. It's 6 hours and 39 minutes. Yawn. We're also steadily approaching the 40,000 subscriber mark, which is pretty cool. At least to me it is. We're gonna go back to Munich. We'll go back to the Munich radar. And you can see a big storm that is really starting to approach the Munich area. We're probably talking some pretty large hail too. Maybe some golf balls is possible. Other than that, might even see some coins, coin-sized hail that could be falling from the sky as well. I wouldn't be surprised. But that is definitely something that if you're in Munich, you're going to want to get indoors for. You don't want to be outside. You don't want to be pelted by all the hail. So please, please, please be sure to stay indoors. How's today's event over in Europe? Originally, we had some tornadic activity, and then it went up scale pretty quickly. There's still an opportunity for some for something tornadic, but things gotta start changing a little bit. Regardless, there's some widespread, strong damaging winds and flooding, and oh, local news agency reported confirmed tornado near Waldeck earlier. Interesting. How close is Leipzig now? It's decently close. But the storms might be actually moving north of you all. Or at least the first wave. So you guys might not actually get this activity for another couple hours. Waldeck, Germany is... it's southwest of Kassel. So, yeah, that makes sense. There's a bunch of other reports that there was a tornado near there as well. As I said, if you're in Kassel, we got a lot of strong damaging winds that are moving into your area here very soon. We also have this down here near Friedlandorf, heading up into areas near Kirchheim, Kornberg, Bebra, Homburg, not Hamburg, but Homburg, as well as eventually Waldkappel. So areas south of Kassel, there could be another another bit of strong damaging winds. Excuse me. Oh, this is a cool gesture. Oh, cool. So someone sent me a picture 30 kilometers north of Munich looking south. And this is really interesting because this is an anvil, right? So you see we have some mammatus clouds right here, the little bubbly clouds. Little bubbles and stuff like that. And then you can see the clouds extending outwards, right? So this is what we like to call an anvil cloud, because it looks kind of like an anvil. Like that. That's a weird looking anvil, but you guys kind of get the point a little bit. So we call those anvil clouds. Big time supercells. But that was from Christine, who follows us here. So I really do appreciate you sharing your perspective with us. I really do. I'm gonna check up on these storms that are moving to the east and are getting very, very close to the Ilsleben areas, as well as eventually Magdeburg. And it looks like there's some pretty strong winds here associated with that storm. So that might be something to watch out for Magdeburg. Magdeburg probably could see some strong damaging winds within that area, as well as a lot of lightning. There's going to be a lot of lightning in there. Lot of lightning. I'm going to go down south to Munich. Don't see any rotation, which is the good news. It looks like it's a lot of hail. A lot of hail. Which really tells me that this is just going to be really a hailer. Lot of large hail and upwards of probably golf ball sized hail and localized spots. Otherwise, probably could be coin sized hail. No problem, Becca. I love doing stuff like this, and I love trying to help. So, anytime I can. Ugh. Stretch myself. My coffee wore off. It's been about, what, an hour? Something like that. And just those of you who don't know, the United States last night, the states across the pond had a big tornado event over there, and I live streamed up until very late in the night for us, and I only got 2 hours of sleep to get ready for this stream here today. So if you know, if you see me yawning, you know why. It's because I guess you could say I'm tired, but like I feel like I can keep going, but then I'll just get hit with some drowsiness, and then I'll be like, yeah, I definitely feel like sleepy time, sleep, but I'm not going yet. Looks like still have some strong damaging winds that are going to the northern side of Castle, so maybe the heart of Castle kind of gets spared a little bit by some of the strong damaging winds. You can see here the main body of the storm kind of bows out here, and it's being pushed off towards the northeast. So the northern side of Castle near Zierenberg and Kalden and Immenhausen, that general area over there, I could potentially get some strong stuff. Any storm chasers active in Europe? Yeah, we've got 2. So here, I'll show you guys what we've got. First off, this one is Unwetterjäger on Twitch, who's allowed us to showcase their stuff on our stream. Of course, they've chased even before me doing this, so it's just realistically the generosity of the group over there to allow me to show their content on stream. If you guys would like to go follow them, which I recommend you do, go ahead to do that. And then, of course, we also got other chasers with us. Another chase group, Weather Science Hessen, over here. They've also chased for us here today, and they've even seen some intense activity as well. So I recommend you follow both of them, because you never know what storm chasers can get. There's always something that comes out of a chase. So feel free to follow both of them. I recommend it. And then the other thing too, I want to mention this, but Meteopool, I have not created an account quite yet. But Meteopool has been very generous. I've been talking to them on Twitter and stuff like that, and they've said that I can use their stuff. I can use, the links and the cameras and stuff like that. And realistically speaking, they've been very generous as well. So if you wanted to use Meteopool, they do both German, or actually I think they do a lot of Europe in general. And they actually do a lot of areas in general. The heck is that? I have no idea what that is, but that seems coolio. They have cameras all over the place. So it's pretty cool to see. But they've been pretty nice. Matador got mauled. Yeah, we were streaming that live last night. We saw that. Regardless if it gets rated a 4 or a 5, if it is even a 4, it doesn't matter. Because a 4 and a 5 are essentially the same thing. They both do catastrophic damage. So in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter at all. We'll pull that up, and we'll have that as our top screen. Oh, that's my location if you turn it on. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. See, I'm still trying to figure out what's happening with it, but so far I like it. I've been impressed with the website, and it's actually pretty cool. Anytime you can get cameras and stuff like that in it, it is a W. It is a yes for me. And when you add the fact that it's kind of something similar to Spotter Network, and it has radar so that you can show where the stuff is at, contrast to where the cameras are. You can put 2 and 2 together and say that's a good website. So there any of these north-northeast meso-rotations headed toward Belgium? Have a brother living close to the border in Germany. It's past Belgium already. It's no longer a threat for that area. If anything, it'll be more of a flash flooding risk for Belgium. So, if there's any flash flooding, I mean, you know the drill. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. The flooded roadways can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So even if you tell yourself, hey, I can make it, you can't make it. It is, if you have to convince yourself constantly that you can make it, you can't make it. Just go around. Find another way around. And if you can't find another way around, then go to a higher ground, so that way you can ride it out. Let it drain first. How's the US looking today? They're looking okay. I say okay because it's just it's all right. It's definitely not as bad as what's happening over here in Germany. Nah, yawn. Buffering a little bit. We'll come back to their feed when they're in a little better service. That usually is how it goes for storm chasers. Am I right? Usually service is the main combatant when we're trying to get stuff out. This might be a new supercell here, chat. Might be a new area of rotation that is starting to develop near Hamburg, near the Mausfeld area. There seems to be a supercell here. You can see there's a hook right here in the line. Inflow comes in. I think we might be dealing with something that could try to be tornadic. Maybe talking about a tornado here. Heading towards the Mausfeld, the Spangenberg area, the Alheim areas, the Rotenburg, Enderfulda, Kornberg, Santra, and Waldkappel, as well as the Nentershausen. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, and even Melsungen, Hessisch Lichtenau, it might be a good idea for them to start heading into a sturdy structure, because this one probably could start trying to rotate. Might try to produce a tornado. We'll see, but I think this storm is definitely tornadic. I definitely think it is. And might be a good idea to might be a good idea for those folks to seek a sturdy structure. There is south. To the webcam. To the camera. I'll be redirected immediately. And no thank you. No thank you. Yeah, it looks like that's getting service issues. Sound like my batteries are running out? Because they definitely are. In the past 24 hours, I have had 2 hours of sleep. And my Alexa is so stupid. So it happens. It happens. We're gonna go back to the storms. I'm actually gonna turn off radar scope and turn it back on because it seems to keep wanting to stutter every now and then. So we might as well turn it on and turn it back off. Magdeburg, the line is starting to get closer to your guys' area. Some strong damaging winds. So please, please, please seek structure now. Seek a sturdy structure. Because we might see some strong damaging winds in your area. Look at this here, chat. That right there is a rear inflow jet. That is a lot of winds that is going to start to push to the northern side of Magdeburg. And that'll head towards the Kolbitz, the Haldensleben areas, the Tangerhut areas, Tangermunde areas, the Reithnau, the Reithnau areas, and the Premnitz areas. And then eventually this could head towards Berlin. Eventually. What's happening in Rheinfeld, Germany? Rheinfeld is, in my opinion, way too far north for them to get really anything in the significant severe weather department. I think you guys are more in the flooding department. So watch out. I would watch out for flash flooding. You guys could get a good amount of rain up there. Can I look at Thuringia? Yes, I can. Thuringia, I think is probably what it's called. Once again, I apologize if I mess up your town names. I'm not doing it on purpose. Oh, that's southwest of Leipzig. Yeah, you guys have a lot of time over there before stuff actually gets into your area. From the looks of it, these storms don't look to be real tornadic. The only area that really could see that would be the areas near Mausfeld, Milsungen, Spangenberg, as well as Waldkappel and Heischisch Lichnau. Lichenau. So yeah, but other than that, you guys are expected to get a lot of strong damaging winds. Strong damaging winds. Alright, I'm going back to Munich. Is it just me, or has these storms just kind of sat over the city? Nope, there's some more storms that are forming behind it, and then it's sitting over the city. Make that make sense. Day 2 enhanced for the Northern Plains for the United States, which means we probably will stream on tomorrow again. It's the song that never ends. I'm gonna actually pull it up here, and while I pull it up, I might as well show you what Unwetterjäger is looking at, which is a what looks to be a pretty nice looking storm. What? Yeah, okay. So it's legit the same outlook that it was yesterday. This is stupid. Oh boy. More severe weather, man. Ah. Stretch my arm. But yeah, I mean that's crazy to see. Can I explain what the levels mean? Yeah, for sure. So think of the scale from 1 to 3. So if you're at a 3 out of 3, you're at the highest scale, the most severe scale that you can get. And if you're at a 1 out of 3, then you're at the lowest part of the severe weather scale. And if you're at a 0 out of 3, then you don't get any storms. ESTOFEX. There you go. And that's specifically for Europe. So this is specifically the graphic right here. I'll try not to forget to live stream tomorrow. I'll try not to. Time for your nap. I wish I could have one. Yawn. Even the word nap made me tired. Wow. Yeah, usually ESTOFEX does a really good job of forecasting just the general area. Just because you're in the risk doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get it. That's the one thing about it. It's more of just the general area has a good chance of seeing significant conditions. So keep that in mind. Oh, congratulations, Theresa. Yeah, I knew you taught. But congratulations. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. What'd you miss? Not really a whole lot. A lot of hail, a lot of wind. Storm that went into Munich. That's probably producing hail. What do I think of the tornado everyone on Twitter is calling Tornado of the Year? It was a heck of an anomaly. It's Colorado magic. That is what it is. Colorado magic is the funny part. Potential of a 10% getting issued tomorrow. Is it though? Hold up. Actually, we're gonna do upgrade Nope, there is nothing that says tornado. Let's do that. Tornado. Large isolated tornado risk will be the primary hazards. Additional storm development. Upscale growth in a cluster will occur. Likely. Strong to extreme buoyancy and vertical shear will support supercells. Isolated risk for tornado. Being said, confidence, storm evolution. So according to them, they didn't say anything about upgrading the risk. But yeah, I am really close to 40,000 subscribers. For reference, this is where I'm at, chat. We're under 50 subscribers away from 40,000, which honestly I think we can get there by the end of the stream. I think by the end of the stream, there's a good chance we can get 40,000, which will be pretty cool. So that's what's happening in the United States tomorrow. If that holds up and there's a tornado watch and stuff like that, there's probably a good chance I'm going to stream it. Probably. Very large hail will be the primary threat on Saturday. I myself will not be able to stream. Morgan might. We'll see. Because I will not be here until late. Unless the thing that I'm going to gets canceled or rescheduled or whatever. And who knows? Then who knows? Yeah, it looks like the storm that's near Munich continues to dump some hail. So once again, continue to stay indoors. Oh, look at that. That is from Invetterjäger. And that right there is a heck of a mesocyclone. And that might be a wall cloud with it too. Wow, wow, wow. So where specifically is this then? This is up there. I think. That could be the case. But wow, wow, wow. Regardless, I mean, they had crazy structure from that mesocyclone. Crazy, crazy structure. Looks to be still a mesocyclone, believe it or not, in that storm that is south of Kassel. The one that we were talking about that was in Hamburg. and would head off to that general area. It is still going. It's heading towards Alheim and Kornberg and Bebra. So if you know anyone that lives over in those areas, you need to watch out for that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that structure. North of Bad Hersfeld. Why does that sound... Yes, that does sound familiar because it's the same storm that I'm looking at right now. Yeah, it is definitely possible. It is definitely possible. I do agree. Man, look at that. Look at that mesocyclone. I mean, you can clearly see the turning of the clouds. Just like that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're on the southern side of a supercell. Oh, what? There's also another supercell. What is that? What? Wow. That is... That is pretty crazy, chat. That is some amazing structure that they're seeing out there in the open field. I'm pretty sure they are on this storm. Or at least I think they are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are on this storm, which is over here. This is near the Arnstein areas. And they've got what is amazing structure there. Something that could try to become tornadic if it gets its act together. But man, wow. I'll check the other storm chasing group, and it's hard to say. If you want to go watch them yourself, by the way, in the chat is a link to the Unwetter Jager. Unwetter Jager. It's actually Jaeger, I believe. Unwetter Jager. And then we also have another storm chasing group, whenever they reconnect to service, of course, that is also chasing this. Please feel free to follow both of them. All right, you follow both of them, and yeah. Oh, I have update old stuff. Reload. Yeah, this does make sense. Now I understand. Why is Storm Chaser Spotter reporting? Download voice message. Interesting. Yeah, that's not legit. That's not supposed to be a tornado down there. But yeah, I mean, this makes sense. And, looks to be a massive wall cloud. If not, it's a shelf cloud. But this definitely looks like a wall cloud. And it's on the southern side of a bowing segment. You can clearly see the bow echo right here, but then it curls out right there. Of course, the radar can also have its own issues with this as well, because there clearly is what appears to be a supercell. And the radar is just being caught by a bunch of the other storms and the hail that is likely in its path, so it's probably not able to actually see what's actually going on in the southern end of that line. But there is definitely a supercell there. And that is a heck of a lightning strike. Yep, man, oh man. That is some good stuff. Yeah, the tree might be on the ground. The tree might be on the ground. Oh boy. But man, that is a heck of a storm. Wow. And I mean, just to kind of go in depth as to what exactly we're looking at, besides the tree, of course, you can see the massive wall cloud. But I want you guys to envision this tree not being there. You see this cloud right here. This is a tail cloud. This is where the moisture comes in and it actually feeds into the storm. This right here is your wall cloud. That's a wall cloud if this thing was rotating. Of course, we would probably need to see a sped up version of this in order for me to completely tell, or the guys on the ground would probably have to confirm it. But from the looks of it, this does look like what would be a wall cloud there. This looks like a part of the forward flank downdraft back here where you see all the rain and the precipitation that's over here. And then on the left-hand side, under these clouds, you can see a lot of the rain, especially towards the left. That is your rear flank downdraft. So there might be something over here. It's hard to tell, but that is where I would watch, or this is where I'd watch, right here. You think it will pass the Czech Republic by? That it will just pass by the west of the Czech Republic? That it will not reach us directly? What I think? I think there's going to be another round of storms that'll hit you overnight. That's what I believe. Now, whether or not it's to the extent of what the forecaster said for severe weather today, that could be a discussion for another time, of course, or a completely separate topic in general. But yeah, this looks to be a wall cloud. And actually, you can see if you pay attention to this cloud right here-ish, or just this area, I'm pretty sure this is moving this way just slightly. It's not rapid motion, but it is motion. It does look to be clearly there. I wonder... It's hard to say if any of these are funnel clouds, to be completely honest with you. It is very difficult. How long until the live stream ends? That's a good question. Let's see. So it's 18Z right now, which means it is 20 Ural's time, which means it's what, just shy of 8 o'clock over there. So storms are expected to continue to keep going for another, what, I guess, a few more hours. So maybe an hour or two, probably 2 hours. I will have to record a video for my US audience, but I'm not too concerned, honestly. Oh yeah, this is some real crazy. This is a real crazy shot. I mean, yeah, this. Looking at that tail cloud on the right that you're talking about, it's just, I've been keeping my eye on that. I've been also looking on Twitter, of course, to see if there's anything else. But it's been absolutely crazy, to say the least. Where are we located? This is southwest of Magdeburg. Southwest of Magdeburg in Germany. Where am I located? I am located in southern Pennsylvania. So I have been dealing with absolutely nothing for the longest time. Yeah, this is clearly a wall cloud, and it is starting to, from the looks of it, overtake him. It's getting very close. Very, very close. This is actually, wow. And as I said, if you guys would like to go support him, this is Unwetterjäger over here on Twitch. Please be sure to go support him. All right, either follow them on Twitch, or even give them a donation, stuff like that. It does help them out in the long run as well. I want to check to see if the other group has fixed their live feed. It hasn't quite yet. So that's a little unfortunate, but man, oh man. I mean, this is definitely going to overtake him. Unless if he moves out a little. And yeah, this is the other thing here too. This is a wall cloud because you can see these clouds, right? They're moving towards the camera. So they're moving right at us, right? These clouds over here are moving out this way. So it is a general spin up and about. Now, I also don't like this look right here. See these little arcs? Usually when you see those little arcs, that tells me that we got a lot more damaging winds coming in rather than actual tornadic activity, but once again, if you're just tuning in here live, this is a live look here from storm chasers on the ground southwest of Magdeburg in Germany. of what looks to be a powerful supercell that is moving on through the area. If you know anyone that lives near Magdeburg or areas south of Magdeburg, they need to take shelter from strong storms approaching the area. So the winds have actually gotten strong enough to the point to where the actual wind turbines are now stopping to prevent any sort of damage to them. That's what wind turbines do whenever they get winds over a certain point. That might be your wall cloud back there, actually. That might be your wall cloud right there. That might be it. Because you have your rain wrapping around, your rain curtains. Yeah, that looks about right. It would be somewhere in here. If there was a tornado, it would be somewhere right in there that I would watch out for. But this is really interesting. It's really interesting to see what happens with this storm. And just a few moments ago, we had these wind turbines spinning. They were spinning, and the winds have become strong enough to actually shut them down. Once the winds get over a certain point, the wind turbines actually turn off. And that ends up being the case here as well. So, very interesting to see that there. It's hard to say what's happening here because the quality is a little bit, on edge, but I definitely see motion. I definitely see motion in the clouds here. That's the one thing that I note. And I see a lot of the rain, the RFD wrapping around. That is a wall cloud right here. This is a wall cloud. And if there were a tornado, it would be right under that wall cloud. And that is clearly rotating too. Yep, no problem, Maloa Mom. I'm glad to be doing this for you guys. Yeah, this is really interesting. They're on the southern edge, and now they're deciding it's probably a good time to get out of there. Some of the other wind turbines are not shutting off quite yet. Small funnel. I was thinking that too. I wasn't going to say anything though because it was, once again, little I mean the quality, it's kind of hard to say what's happening without them saying stuff because I kind of turned them down. And even then, the broadcast is probably in German too. I turned it up just to listen to see if audio was coming up. Probably still doesn't matter with that, but nevertheless, this is still a pretty powerful storm. And as I said, this is heading off to the southern portions of Magdeburg over towards the Aschersleben areas. And I'll show you actually where exactly they are. So the storm in itself is right here. Magdeburg is all the way up at the top, right here. They're at this storm right here and is moving towards the east. It is heading into the general vicinity of Bernburg, Nienburg, as well as the general area of Gusten, Barbie, Zerbst, and then eventually Dessau. So that is where the storm is heading off towards. If you know anyone that lives near those areas, they need to get indoors. They need to stay away from windows, and they need to get into a sturdy structure specifically. Also, areas north, so near Magdeburg and north of Magdeburg all the way up to Wolfsburg, they also need to stay indoors, as well as areas out in front for a very powerful bow echo. Big storm here with a lot of strong damaging winds that are coming in behind, just like this. And so when you get that, you get a lot of strong damaging winds, especially on the leading edge, right where the tip of the bow is. And if you keep following that all the way up, right, this is where you start to get in towards the areas near Genthin, Jerichow, as well as Rathenau, or Rathenov, Premnitz, and then eventually could be knocking on the door of Berlin eventually. Could be knocking on the door of Berlin here eventually. We got some of these other storms that are over here. The storms that were originally in Munich have now left the downtown area. They are starting to move a bit further to the east, which is good. Some of the other storms that are down south, once again, a lot of these storms that are in the southern portion of Germany really is some strong damaging winds as the primary threat. The primary threat is really a lot of your strong damaging winds. So if you're worried about tornadoes and stuff like that, I really wouldn't, because it's not really all that significant. There are some storms that are over here east of Stuttgart. This would be near the Aalen areas. Aalen, probably, is how it's actually pronounced. Neresheim, as well as Dillingen an der Donau, and the Heidenheim an der Brenz area. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, you got some storms with some spotty hail and some strong damaging winds that are possible. We also have another storm that is all the way up in the general area near Erlangen, north of Nuremberg, and south of Bamberg. That'll eventually continue to move on through and create some damaging winds and hail. But as I said, once you get further south, that ends up becoming a bit more of a strong damaging wind threat and a large hail threat. The atmosphere doesn't really have a whole lot of favorable wind shear the further south you go, and the further north you go, the opposite is the case. It starts to get better with the wind shear and your lower level jet. So interesting to see that. Will that one storm near Berlin go over Leipzig? No, Leipzig is going to be a little bit further towards the north. The storm that's going to go to Berlin is going to be a little bit to the north. There might be some other storms that can head over to Leipzig, though. This stuff that's over near Kassel is actually the one that we're currently looking at live with our storm chasers there. And that could potentially get close to Leipzig. It might head off a little bit to the north, though. Maybe towards the Bitterfeld areas. Yeah, and flash flooding is pretty much a widespread threat. It's not just local to one area. It's widespread for everywhere. I'm sure you guys know more than I do about the lack of rainfall that you guys have had over there. And so the ground is not saturated. It can't really take in a lot of that water, and it starts to build up. And back in Kassel, we had the original storm that went through there, caused some strong damaging winds and large hail. There's already local flooding, localized flooding within the city, and then another storm went through. And so one can only assume what the flooding is going to be looking like over there now. But I check NYC area for Saturday storm-wise. Going to go to the Yankees game. It starts at 4. Well, I'm going to an Orioles game and it starts at 4. And I'm hoping it doesn't rain either. So you and I are both in the same boat because I don't know. I've tried to look at it and it's not the greatest. I'm going to check my other Storm Chaser to see. It looks like he's offline. Yeah, he is. So the only one we have right now is Unwetter Jaeger that is on Twitch, which, as I said, I really do appreciate both storm chasing groups to allow me to feature their content on my channel. It really does help us out a lot in providing perspectives. It really does help out, so. I appreciate that. Wow. That is pretty funny. Weather Twitter is just full of chaos, isn't it? It just never ends, huh? It just never ends. Actually, we'll go full screen there again. Nearby Munich, all prepared for possible hailstorms. Didn't you guys get some hailstorms about a half an hour ago? The storms that went through that area? Because first set of storms have moved out. There might be a second bit of storms that are over near Lake Constance. Actually, it might be a little bit more of a bow echo more than anything. Might be some strong winds. But yes, a lot of stuff over there. Chaos for what? Brett? No. Apparently people are saying that chasers who help people during tornadic events are doing more damage than help? I don't know. They're like profiting off of it. I don't understand. Like, the only reason why they help people is to profit. Like, and not actually to be decent human beings. It doesn't make any sense, but, you know. Yeah, Brett is nowhere near the States. Don't even. If it's not a possibility, don't talk about it. That goes for every single tropical system ever. If there's not a possibility, don't talk about it. Currently looking at the storms over Ishwig. Oh, okay. No, it's not. It's about it's storm chasers who aren't with news companies and stuff like that. Oh, did Brett weaken? Looks like it did. It is still expected to die on its approach to Jamaica. So that is not very surprising. Knowing us with information, Abilene, to know what happened. Get you to 400 to 40K. Hey, listen, we'll eventually get to 40K regardless, but we're almost there to 40,000 subscribers. We'll get there eventually. But I appreciate all the people who have helped me get up here to begin with. Sheesh. So, I think for these guys here, they're still looking at this storm. That is over just to the south of Magdeburg, over near Bernburg, right? That's where I'm thinking they're still at. And there's your supercell on radar right there. But I think he is purposefully really far away, just to like kind of get a depth perception. A depth perception. You know. For the storm, because this clearly is a massive mesocyclone. I mean, look at this. You got your forward flank that's over here, so a lot of the rain, and then we've got what appears to be your wall cloud that's hidden back in here, back in that corner. So if there is a tornado that forms, it'll be right in that general area. But you're right, Helix. That's exactly right. And you know, as long as it's your passion, all right, primarily passion, and you're not, you know, actually just only profiting. You know, you're only doing it for profit. Then yeah. Let's see what the live map says when we reload the data. Ooh, we've got a camera here that shows a big wall cloud. Look at that. Camera that shows big wall cloud on this storm. Huge wall cloud. That is as clear as day as you can get it. Yep, getting caught up in the money. Don't do it. It's not good. So that's Unwetterjäger Torben right there. Vincent's still there. Chris. Magnets. Interesting. Just trying to look around and see what stuff is there. That's still a pretty big bow echo. That is south and east of Castle. And I'm still watching to see if that could get over to the Leipzig area. It might go north. It might go north. You know, I have no idea what this means. The submarine exploded? How? You know what? I don't actually think I want to know how. That doesn't make any sense. Oh. It's interesting. Oh, this definitely looks like a radar. Which would make sense. You can see there is still a wall cloud in this. Still low, but it's just rain wrapped, shrouded in a bunch of rain. Or at least it's trying to make its presence known. You've got the lowering, so this is the mesocyclone. And it comes down as the horseshoe. Somewhere over here is where I would think the wall cloud would be. That'd be my guess. I thought I did press refresh. Oh, there's the new refresh. Mesocyclonic rotation intensity 5x5s. So that's not surprising. There doesn't seem to be any radar that's nearby that's going to help us, so. It looks like Unwetterjäger is almost out of the storm. Open this up again. Yeah, and it's the same camera. Image. I don't know when they update, but. Oh, what in the world do they have? I mean, they've got something on their right. I know for a fact that's the case. If you are over in Bernburg and Dessau, areas south of Magdeburg or southeast of Magdeburg, you guys should probably get in a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. And that is, wow. Wow. Interesting. I mean, they're definitely in the right place to find if there is a tornado with this. They're definitely in the right place to look. They're like right next to it. It could be that. I wonder. I wonder. Lost a little bit of connection with that, but I wonder. I wonder if that is it. Right there. And I think that's the reason why they're pointing the camera at that. Because I think they even are kind of hinting that it's that. How long have I been covering the weather in Germany? This is my second time doing so, and last year was the first time during the May 20th event, where we covered Paderborn and Lippstadt. It's crazy tornadoes there too. I mean, they were absolutely crazy. The thing on the right. I'm gonna chug a thing of water. That way I could try to stay awake. Man. Alright, so I will keep that there. We'll go over all the storms here real quickly. Once again, the cell that's near, or I should say the line that's over near Magdeburg, creating a lot of strong damaging winds and a completely wide swath. So if you're in the path of these storms, in between Magdeburg and Berlin, you guys should probably get indoors and stay away from windows, as we're talking some severe wind gusts that are possible with those storms. We also have the same exact thing with storms that are east of Kassel, as a storm that is looked to have created some strong damaging winds over in this area. It continues to still seem to be there as well. Maybe even a little spin up over near the Leinefeld areas, as well as the Leinefeld areas, I should say, and the Worbis area. So if you guys are over there, as well as the Bleacherod and the Nordhausen areas, as well as Dutterstad areas, you guys are going to want to watch out for the potential of something tornadic within your area if that thing does spin up. But otherwise, very strong damaging winds for everyone out in front of that. There's a lot of lightning with that cell too, which tells me that there is a lot of activity, a lot of strong damaging winds that are going to be forced down to the ground because of it. So it might be something that we're going to want to continue to watch. We also have some other storms that are further south. Seems that we have a couple other storms that are starting to move on through into the extreme eastern portions of Germany, and eventually we'll head into the Czech Republic. And we'll be talking about areas over near Bamberg and areas north of Nuremberg, as well as areas near Munich. A lot of these storms are expected to be mainly a hail threat, but there is some storms that are starting to materialize here near Ulm and northeast of Ulm that might try to become a hail and wind threat. We've had some reports of these storms getting some strong damaging winds in upwards of 100 kilometers per hour, which is not entirely surprising for the type of severe weather threat we were going to have today. But still, storms can get up to that magnitude in regards to severe weather for the majority, of these storms, for the majority of the rest of the event. It looks like if you are over in Dusseldorf and areas over in the northwestern portions and the northern portions of Germany, the main threat for you all is flash flooding. All right, flash flooding is going to be a concern for areas who have constantly had rainfall for the entirety of today, heading into tonight. So if you are in a flood-prone area, an area that floods easily, and you see a storm, or if you see a flood, I should say, that is out in front of you, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because the floods can actually appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that's the reason why people get stuck. They try to drive through it, they try to convince themselves that, hey, we can get through it, and then they get caught up and they get, float down the little way. So you need to do us all a solid, all right? If you are going to go out and about, if you see a flooded roadway, do not drive in it. I also recommend that if you also see some floods, that you guys seek higher ground, all right? If you cannot find a way to get out away from the floods, let the flood waters recede a little bit, let them get lower, and get into, to some form of higher ground that you can. Let it pass, you guys. So that's mainly what's happening with the weather as of right now. Man, that the shot on the right side and the shot on the left side, you compare those two together and they just look absolutely crazy. This is from the Unwetterjäger storm chasing group over in Germany. Wow, look at that. Look at that. That is that's a low cloud over there. That is really low to the ground. Don't know exactly what or if it is rotating, but that was a very low to the ground cloud that looked very ominous. We'd have to watch out for it a little bit more to try and see what exactly this could entail, but this is definitely a strong storm that is continuing to march off to the east into the area of Bernburg. I'm not supposed to yawn. It's illegal to yawn, Nate. You're not allowed. Hmm. Yeah, a lot of rain is starting to build up. A lot of rain is starting to build up. On the northwestern side of Germany. What am I looking at on my side screen? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, fun. Hold for now, explain. Oh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe if we live stream, it could. Yeah, it's raining a lot. Been raining a lot. Nice to see that you're back, Black Ice. Fortunately, so far, all right, it seems the tornado risk is not as bad as it was last year when I had to cover Germany. So that was good. That's good. Looks like they're going through some populace here, which might mean it might be a little difficult for them to navigate. Check Florida, very loud thunder. Well, usually thunderstorms do that. Florida? There's just some general severe thunderstorm warnings over there. I am covering Germany here. We watched some footage of the castle flooding. Yeah, I'll have to go back in some of my retweets. But I do have some footage of that. Here's a video here of some of the flooding in Kassel. This is from @8T Bernhard here on Twitter. And you can see some of the significant flooding over there in Kassel. This was from the first storm, by the way. It's a lot of water that is even flowing outside of it. People walking through it. I mean, it's just a crazy amount of water. Absurd amount of water at that, actually. This is another one near Castle. And we talk about turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. If the water was even, you know, 10 more millimeters higher, maybe even 20 millimeters higher, there's a good chance cars would be trapped. There's a very good chance cars would be trapped. So when we say turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, this is what we mean. Don't do it. Do I know which storm exactly they're chasing? Yes. The storm they're chasing specifically is the one that is over near Ausleben, as well as the area that's near Dessau, and areas southeast of Magdeburg. It's the furthest southern cell on this massive line of storms. Now, this radar over here is not really doing too well, I'm going to be honest with you. Not having the greatest time in the world. And here, let me turn that down and off. Move that back over here. It also might be a good idea for me to move this over here. And I'll reload that. And I can show you, there is the storm now in question. Once again, south of Magdeburg. Now, it doesn't have any indication of rotation on this, according to Nidiopool, but still kind of something to note. We've also got storms over in Switzerland that have a chance at some rotation. As well as this, I believe, is over in Munich. No stream available. Well, that's nice. That's very helpful. But storms approaching Munich. That is, it says that it's got something tornadic. I looked at the velocities. I didn't really see too much on it. But that also could be the radar not, being good. That could be a thing there as well. But oh wow, let's just have to turn off radar scope and turn it back on then. I am okay with doing that. Yeah, so this is the cell that they are on right here, south of Magdeburg, near the Calvi area and the Bernburg areas. That's where they're at. There's also another strong storm that is over near Dutterstad, as well as areas near Bad Sascha and Niedersachwerfen, as well as Nordhausen. So if you know anyone who lives over in those areas, they might also want to get indoors and stay away from windows from what looks to be some strong damaging winds. We got a pretty big bow echo that's surging through here as well. Where did my monetize buttons go? They should be on there. Well, like, you mean the ones for donations and stuff? They're on there. But I'm not going to put ads on my live streams. I refuse to do so. But they should be a money sign on the bottom of the chat. They should be there. Yeah, I hope there isn't any surprise rotations either. So far, it looks like we've just had a lot of strong, damaging winds. And it looks like the majority of that strong damaging winds went through Magdeburg already. There's a second wave here, once again, that's over near Ditterstad, that could head off towards the Magdeburg area. So that might be something to watch. And then these storms will eventually also head over towards Berlin. Have there been any tornadoes today? There's been a couple of reports of one or two. I definitely think there was more than one at least. But it's neither here nor there. I'll see the button. Huh. Oh well. It's not the end of the world, realistically speaking. It is not the end of the world. Golf ball hail near castle? Yeah, it's not surprising to me at all, honestly. It really is not. Yeah, I think it's on the comment line, but I I'm not asking for donations regardless. All I want to do is try and grow the community so that way we can continue to spread our outreach, especially for future streams. Because I already know at some point in the next, I don't know, year or something like that, there very well could be another severe weather event in central portions of Europe, and we're going to want to try and cover that again. As long as there's radars, of course. If there are no radars, then there is no coverage. Because what am I supposed to cover? There is nothing. Sunday, huh? That's a weird sounding for that to have. Plus, that's the regular NAM. Regular NAM is stupid for severe weather in the United States with forecasting. Yeah, someone just brought up a good point for the United States. Dollar Generals are not exactly the safest thing in the world. And there's so many of them. So you would think that if you're in tornado-prone areas, you might want to put some form of shelter. But Oh. Well, thank you, Thomas. I really do appreciate the €6 super chat. It really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. Tropical storm Cindy just formed? That's what the Weather Channel is saying? Really? I mean, I think it could form in the near future if it hasn't already. I haven't seen that yet. Not on my screen. Could also be, could probably see something with, IEM bot. Who knows? But I don't see it. It will happen eventually, though. Unless if it just straight up dies. Hmm. Oh, that's a heck of a thing. That I looked on Twitter and I saw something on the side. I was like, huh, interesting. Has there been any confirmed tornadoes? Not that I know of. But there's been reports of tornadoes. Let's take a look and see. They haven't updated any of that. It was updated before, but unfortunate. How far away is the storm? Near Leipzig? We're probably talking about maybe an hour or something like that. Maybe less than an hour is possible. This is really interesting here. You see this here right in front of us. This is what looks to be the southern side of the strong storm over near Dessau. And look at the greenage that's up there as well. But we got a lot of winds that are surging in on the bottom right here, and it's creating this whirlpool. And there's a whirlpool that's all the way down here as well. So this is anticyclonic rotation here. Down here would probably be cyclonic rotation. So really interesting to watch. That the storm is just continuing to just create a lot of very strong damaging winds. YouTube stories will be gone by tomorrow. Well, that's unfortunate. There's only like one story that I've done in the entirety of my channel, so I don't really care all too much. Yeah, this looks like a lot of wind. I'm not gonna lie though. I don't really see a whole lot of sustained structure. Because we have our RFD that's surging in like this. But right there is where our wall cloud would be, if I had to guess. Either right there or right there. Got two spots that I would watch out for. That's where I would guess. A lot of lightning. Constant flashes. Tells you how intense the storm really is. Getting a lot of storms that are also getting near the areas north of Nuremberg and Neuhaus that are eventually going across the border into the Czech Republic. So for the people who have stayed here, for the Czech Republic, your guys' storms are on the way here very soon. So watch out for that. Had greenish light up here in Magdeburg as well, but it's starting to get back to normal. Was it hailing over there as well, Miss Mins? Because if there was some hail that fall from the sky, could be also a thing as well. What is a wall cloud? Good question. Good question. So when a thunderstorm, okay, when a thunderstorm forms, and I'll use actually high-resolution data from the United States to make this as good of an example as I possibly can, right? Let's see if I can find... there we go. Here's a good example. All right, so... right here is a supercell, right? So this is a storm in the United States that produced a tornado. And essentially what happens with a thunderstorm, I got to talk about how a thunderstorm works before I get to a wall cloud, is when heavy rain and hail falls, it falls into the body of the supercell right here. The supercell then wraps around a lot of the rain as rain-cooled outflow, and it wraps around into this little hook position right here. Once it wraps it around, the hook kind of juts out, and it creates these little whirlpools. So you have one whirlpool that spins to the left, which is counterclockwise spin, and then you have one that spins to the right, which is clockwise spin. Tornadoes in the northern hemisphere, such as areas in Germany and the United States, favor counterclockwise spin for tornadoes. And in this instance, we have counterclockwise spin that spun up a large tornado right in here. All right, so this little ball right here is the tornado. Now, what you can also get, right, from these storms is on the leading edge of these storms is you can see the actual whirlpool effect as it approaches you. So you have, once again, the whirlpool that moves over and spins to the left, just like this, and then you have one that spins to the right, which is all the way back here. Now, usually when it favors the right, you also get a little bit of a jutting down of the cloud, right? So things start to kind of consolidate a little bit more. And when the cloud starts to lower a little bit more on that one side of what I like to call a horseshoe cloud, this is kind of the horseshoe of the mesocyclone, right? When it starts to drop down a little bit more to the right, that is a wall cloud. And this storm actually had a funnel cloud, which is a tornado that is not on the ground. So a tornado and a funnel cloud are not the same. Tornado is when it's on the ground. Funnel cloud is when it's not on the ground, but it's still spinning. So that is what a wall cloud is. That was neither. That was Jasper, 2011. Well, it's actually not Jasper. It's actually Tuscaloosa, I believe. If not, it was Jasper. It was some tornado that was in the 2011 outbreak that I thought was a great example. So, if you ever see that out with a random thunderstorm that is over in Germany, you'll know what to look for, and if you see a wall cloud in there, you might want to get indoors. Might be a good idea. Just might. Just might. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a lot of storms that are starting to form across the board now. A couple of them have started to move off northeast of Ulm, getting towards the Aalen and the Dillingen and der Donau areas, as well as areas north of Augsburg and areas even east of Augsburg near Munich. Right? A lot of these storms are expected to be accompanied by strong damaging winds and spotty hail. I don't really see a tornado threat, but also have to watch out for the threat of flash flooding. All right, once again, flooding is always going to be an issue. So make sure you turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. All right, because the floods can actually appear a lot shallower than they actually are. People underestimate the actual floods, and that's the reason why people get stuck. So please, 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 don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. I've seen so many people that have unwantedly been on television because of this stuff. You know, people want to be on TV sometimes. This is not a good way for you to get on TV unless if, you know, you're doing it on purpose. I'm still trying to hang in there, Jeff. I'm still trying to hang in there. Yeah, this stream has been up for 8.5 hours. Yeah, it's unfortunate to see the submarine, or to hear the submarine, stuff like that. Man, oh man. Two cups of coffee will do it for me for right now, Edith. Eventually, I will start zoning out again, and when I start zoning out again, that might be when I decide to turn myself in and go to sleep. Very well could be. But a lot of these storms are fortunately not super tornadic at this moment. That's the main reason why I stream. I try to find tornadoes. I try to make sure people are safe from tornadoes. Of course, if I can also help out in some other instances of strong damaging winds and spotty hail, and if I can try to bring my expertise to it as well, besides just saying, oh, that's a strong thunderstorm. Well, why is it a strong thunderstorm? I don't know. If I can, you know, go in depth to try and tell you guys why I think it's a strong thunderstorm, you know, that, in my opinion, is why I do this stuff. Because I want to help out the people who may not know what's going on over here. And even though this isn't my country, I mean, we're all still people. We're all still human beings. And so if I can do my part to still help out people, you know, I've been to Germany before. I think it's a fabulous country when I visited. You know, sure, I only went to Munich and maybe even a couple other areas, but I still thought it was an amazing place to go to. Is the German radar system comparable to the United States? No. No, it is not. For reference, I'm going to download some data. Which, by the way, radar, first off, is already way better, okay? Like, the radars in the United States are so good. It is not even funny. I can be able to dissect the thunderstorm if I wanted to. That's how good they are. I'll be able to tell all the stuff of what is going on. But instead, what I'm going to do is I am going to pull up a tornado. I'm actually going to pull up a historic tornado in the United States, one of which had winds in upwards of 300 miles per hour, which is what in kilometers per hour? MPH to KMH. 300 miles per hour. So that's 482 kilometers per hour. Just for reference. That is, I'm just going to pull it up for reference, so you guys may be able to see. And right off the bat, you can tell that quality is so much better. The quality of this compared to the quality of this is, it's night and day. This might be, you know, this might not be bad right here once you get close to the radar. But the fact that it's this, and we're pretty far away from the radar, we're talking about, this is 40 miles away, so that's about 50 to a little bit under 60 kilometers away from the radar, and we still have very good quality, right? And, you know, we're able to see velocities a lot better. It's a lot easier to see them. It's a lot easier to see how strong it is. We're also able to see if it is picking up debris. So if a tornado is hitting, you know, trees, houses, and all sorts of stuff, we're able to verify that a tornado is on the ground. Which, you know, unfortunately this one did. We're able to tell other specific things. We're able to tell how strong the rotation is through an algorithm. You know, there's all sorts of things that we can do. I can even 3D the thunderstorm. I can take a 3D of the thunderstorm and show y'all. Right? And I can even channel it to specific values of rainfall. Like I'm looking at moderate rainfall. And you can see this is a supercell here. This is the mouth of the supercell right here. That's called the inflow notch. That's where all the moisture comes in. Feeds the thunderstorm and allows it to form or sustain. This is the updraft right here. This is the rain that is held up in the sky by the updraft pulling moisture up into the sky. The moisture falls back down as rain, and then the cycle continues over and over and over again. You can do all of these things. You can do all these things with American radars. Now, granted, you know, when you have had as bad of tornadoes as there has been in the United States, you need to adapt. So, I mean, the United States is a large country. But I definitely think, you know, if you upgrade the radars in Germany, which, by the way, this is not a real, or not, I should say real. This is not live. This happened in the past. In 2013, to be specific. But, you know, the point being is if you even upgrade your radars to get dual polarization, which came out in the early 2010s for the United States. If you get that, you know, those things can help you guys so much. And part of that is also a good point too, Edith. It really depends upon how the jet stream interacts with the environment in that general area, because the Alps kind of prevent a lot of that moisture return from coming in and sitting around. But yeah, American radars are way more advanced than German radars. It's not to say that you still can't use German radars. I can use them perfectly because I've had enough experience to be able to identify as to what all happens with specific things. I just can't, you know, go as in depth as I usually would. I'm limited. But as I said, I still can use them. I still can help out people. I still can try to tell people what is specifically happening. Like, for instance, this storm here near Selbitz and Hof. And what's the nearest largest population here? Plausen. Or not Plausen, Plauen. Plauen. So southwest of Plauen, there's a cell right here that has a bit of rotation, according to the radar. And so this might be a storm to watch out for, maybe for something tornadic later on. But Selbitz, Schauenstein, as well as Hof, Hirschberg, Jeffel, as well as areas near Wischlitz and Plauen. This might be something to watch out for as this moves on through to the north and east. Where are some of the other storms? And by the way, as I said earlier on in the stream, I also believe you guys could benefit off of actual warnings. I know you guys have general warnings and you guys have stuff that, you know, alerts you guys on your phone if there's like significant weather and whatnot. But I think you guys really could benefit off of actual warnings, like stuff that what the United States has. And sure, you can make the case that people are going to ignore them. People ignore them in the United States too. But for the people who actually care, for the people who actually value their lives, they will not ignore it. And, you know, if you issue warnings like that, like tornado warnings or flash flood warnings and stuff like that, or even severe thunderstorm warnings, stuff for like large hail and all that, that could be beneficial to you all. Get people to prepare earlier. Get people to understand what environment they're going through. So. Check rotation. And the Celestat. Ooh, let's see. Let us see. That is all the way down there in extreme eastern France, about to cross over into Germany. And that is down there. So let's go find out and see what's all the hubba bubba. Never mind, that radar is dead. So we're gonna need to go to a different radar. We're looking pretty far away from that, so I might actually have to use, yeah, Ketchelman weather radar, live radar. Change. Yep, France. Apartment. Tornado. There's a little bit of rotation. It's not exactly the strongest thing I've ever seen in the world, but it definitely is there. There definitely is a little bit of rotation that is going to move off into, from Celestat over into Germany. The Kensingen areas, the Edenheim area, the Lahr area, and then eventually up towards the Strasbourg areas, and the Offenburg areas, as well as Buell and Aachen. So that might be something to watch. That'd be something we actively will have to watch. The Texas border and what? There's nothing in it. Nothing there. It's fine. It ain't happening. We're good. You're leaving near Celestat? Only rain? Okay, that's good. Just make sure you keep, stay aware of the changing conditions. If things start turning for the worst, get into a sturdy structure. Do I know where the first F5 tornado was recorded in history? No, I have no idea. That's something I can search up on Google. Let's see. First F5 in recorded history. Germany. And it was in 1764. And the next one ended up being also in Germany. So the Fujita scale, well, it's not really the Fujita scale, is it? Wouldn't it technically be what, the Toro scale or well, ESSL? Yeah, the International Fujita scale, the Toro Intensity scale, the Fujita scale. Oh, so it's not the Toro scale then, it's just the Fujita scale in this instance. I was about to say, I don't think Dr. Ted Fujita existed back in the 1700s. But that could just be me. He could be a mummy, and he could have risen to proclaim that the times have changed. But interesting. The first two were in Germany. Yeah, I was about to say, if those are estimations, then that makes a lot more sense. But if we're talking because Ted Fujita existed back in time, where is Ted Vegeta Senior and Ted Vegeta Junior, or the third or the fourth? Because there's no way he lived for 300 years. But that's besides the point. But no. And I think Europe actually, well, and it makes sense too. Europe documented these tornadoes a lot earlier than the United States, because the United States didn't really exist until, late 1700s. So a few hours ago there was still heavy rain and lightning in Cologne. Now it's only raining, fortunately. Yeah, just watch out for the flash flood risk if there is any flooding. Once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. But other than that, yeah, if you're on the western side of Germany, you guys are actually doing pretty well for yourselves. Still a lot of strong winds that are expected to move into Berlin here very soon. So if you know anyone that lives near Berlin, might be something to watch out for. Hmm. But the storm, which looks like it's heading into the Czech Republic. Yes, of course. Let us pull up nearby radar here over in Eisberg, Germany. The storms that are moving into the Czech Republic look, as of right now, to not really be super tornadic. From the looks of it, from my end, it looks like we're going to see a lot of damaging winds and spotty hail. I'll tell you what, from what the models were saying earlier, it definitely is not as bad as what forecasters were thinking it was supposed to be so far. So that's the good news. If that trend can continue, then of course, happy life, right? But it looks like the storms are producing a lot of large hail, damaging winds, causing local floods. So we'll have to watch out for which ones go where. But from the looks of it, it's not as intense with its wind. It's about right with the hail. The hail is about right with where it was forecasted. That's pretty much that. Yeah. No, I don't doubt some of the reports that they had, because I mean, let's be honest here. It's realistic. Now, it's not like I've read the reports, but I mean, when you've existed longer as a landmass than some other areas, it would be surprising. SF4 was in the Czech Republic. Yes, I do remember that. I do remember seeing that. At least that's the last F4 in this general area, I believe. Because the United States gets a bunch of EF4s. At least this year we have. We've gotten a lot of EF4s. A lot of big, mean tornadoes. There's a good chance that... now, don't quote me on this, because the damage survey has not been completed. And I haven't really looked at a lot of the damage. But a lot of people are saying that maybe it was the next, another EF4 that occurred last night in the United States, which we covered on the channel. We wanted to try and make sure that we can get the information out for the people over there in the United States. And, yeah. Maybe another EF4. Which is pretty crazy. Something come to rain again. We just had a little bit of rain. Aren't you guys in the northwestern portion of the country? Yeah, you guys are. Yeah, I mean, you guys might still get some rain. It's not completely out of the question. The only thing is, and yeah, you guys will get some more rain. It won't be anything super significant, though. It'll just be rain, which could, as I've mentioned earlier, cause some flooding. So just don't drive into the flooded roadways, all right? Don't, you know, don't go swimming with the fishes. Don't do it. Because there's been a lot of flooding already. A lot of flooding. Looks like the second wave is starting to approach the Magdeburg areas, so it might be something that we'll have to watch out for. It looks like storms are also forming south of Leipzig, and they might head into the southern and or eastern portions of Leipzig. So for the people who live over there, you guys also might want to watch out. And then we also have, once again, big line of storms that are moving through into Berlin here relatively soon. Yeah, RC, we were looking at that storm, and we were right before it actually ended up producing the tornado. It actually looked like it was going to do so via radar. It looked like on the radar that it looked like there was going to be a tornado. And we even called it out, said wouldn't be surprised if that was a tornado on the ground and someone saw it. And ended up happening with that. So, what tornado was the closest to an EF5 this season? That was Rolling Fork. Not the other damage surveys have not been completed yet that were EF4s. So, it was Rolling Fork that you're probably thinking of. And flooding, as I said, yeah, I got to continue to reinforce flooding, because flooding, I mean, you guys know that flooding usually is an issue. And it's just, we want you guys to be smart about this. We don't want you to drive into the flooded roadways. So. I want to also shout out real quickly, because one of them, I'm not sure if the other one is streaming or not as of right now. Yeah, they're offline. But I want to thank the person who's offline first, and then I want to thank the person who's online second. This is storm chasing group over here called Weather Science Hessen. Over here, these guys have been chasing out today, and it's been showing us some quality footage. So I recommend you give them a follow on Twitch if you would like to go see some storm chasing content over there. And the same thing with these guys who are still on right now and are chasing severe weather in Germany all the way over into the eastern portion of the country. Unwetterjäger over here. Go follow them if you have a Twitch, and if you haven't already. These guys do a lot of amazing work. And they really do try to get the information out to as many people as possible by showing people what is actually happening on the ground. So. Hey, if it becomes significant again, Arthur, I definitely will be here. Of course, I'm not going to cover just general thunderstorms. No offense. But I'm going to want to cover stuff that could try to impact people. Because if it's just a regular thunderstorm, that's not really going to impact a whole lot of people, if any. It might not even hurt anyone. Whereas I'm here to try and help the people who could be impacted. So that's what I do. Germany has Cape lapse rates, wind shear in place occasionally, and still is comparably low tornado production compared to the United States. Any idea why? Because Germany is the size of Minnesota, and the United States has 50 states, about 12 of which are larger than the state of Minnesota. and another of which, another state, one of the states, ends up having this about half of the amount of tornadoes alone than Germany does. So if you can imagine the other states that kind of make up for the number and then some, you come out with a high tornado number. So yeah, the United States is a large place, it's a large landmass. Heck, actually, let's look it up real quickly. I'm gonna look it up on the side. On average, how many tornadoes does Germany get? How many tornadoes does Germany get a year? Uh, 10 to 25 tornadoes occur in Germany. Why did I think it was so much more than that? Why did I think there were more tornadoes than that? Huh. The more you know, I guess. I really would have thought that Germany got more tornadoes. Well, I think the other thing about it too is that you guys are positioned weirdly in regards to where troughs can dig through. And it's just climate-wise, it also doesn't help that the climate-wise, it doesn't help that the Alps are south and they kind of block some of the moisture that comes up into the area. Yeah, there was no way that it was going to be 25 tornadoes per year. That's stupid. 30 to 60 is reasonable. 100 is even more reasonable. Because there's just no way that it's less than that. And meanwhile, Texas gets over 100, I know for a fact, on average, every single year. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, you know, maybe some of these other tornadoes aren't confirmed. Maybe they just are just there. Here are the chasers on the screen. We fortunately have been able to show off the storm chasing group Unwetterjäger over in Germany, as there has been the threat for severe weather that has existed throughout the majority of the country, as well as portions of Central Europe. And so they have been able to show us what exactly has been going on over there. As I mentioned, Berlin is going to see some strong damaging winds here relatively soon from a line that's going to be moving out into that area. So watch out if you're in Berlin. Definitely get a lot of thunder, lightning, rain, wind. Maybe even a little bit of hail. Just maybe. I guess we will have to see. You know, I think it's safe to say that I won't be able to upload a video tonight. I think I will probably upload a video tomorrow then, instead. Because, yeah. Yep, that sounds about right, Tom. It fortunately, the environment ended up being a little bit more hostile towards thunderstorms in southern Germany than it was anticipated. And because of that, there was an inversion in place that limited thunderstorms from developing a lot sooner than anticipated as well, which means that thunderstorms couldn't really get in a rhythm on its approach to the Czech Republic. So that does include Prague, and storms are still going to move over there. Don't get me wrong. They still may even be severe, but they definitely may not be as severe as it was supposed to be. Which is the good news. It makes my life a lot easier. Can you rest easy now for a couple of days in Parker County, Texas? Oh, why did I move my thing? Move that back. That's weird. Parker County, Texas. Possibly. Perhaps. Yeah, I would say so. If there is anything, it could be on Saturday, but I mean, it doesn't really look like that's all too likely. There's also severe weather expected on Sunday, too. That's very nice. But yep, for sure. Thank you so much for telling me about this event ahead of time. I definitely had fun covering this, and even though we're not done quite yet, looks like the tornado risk isn't as big as it once was, so the tornado risk might be done. But feel free to let me know if you see any others. It was definitely fun. That is a bird fart tornado. Yeah, it's not even working out that well for him. What the heck? Oh well. You're off to bed. Yeah, there it is. Go to sleep. Do I have a count on the number of tornadoes that dropped from this event? Not officially. Not officially. But I remember seeing around 3 to 4 reports. I remember seeing around 3 to 4 reports. And I know for a fact that there was another tornado that no one reported. Or at least I'm pretty sure there's a tornado that no one reported. So, I don't know how I feel about that, but... Could these storms affect Munich? We've had a bunch of storms in Munich already. So I think it's been impacting Munich. Know what I mean? It's been there. As for what they're doing, yeah, there's actually a lot of storms that are firing off in Munich, like a bunch of them. So that might be something to note. Maybe the flooding risk could be heightened over in Munich. Look at this view here. That is a shelf cloud. I am not going to look at Wyoming again. I'm sorry, but this is not a United States stream. Consider the following. Wyoming can go have fun somewhere else. Wow. Will I be in Poland? It's going to be difficult for me to track weather in Poland because there's not really radars over there. And plus I might, depending upon what happens with the storms, might end it soon. Who knows? I'm not streaming the US storms. I'm going to sleep. I have had 2 hours of sleep in the past, oh boy, 30 hours. I'm definitely having fun. I mean, I'm still alright. I'm still okay. It took me 2 cups of coffee to get to this point, but I'm okay. Seems pretty weird in Germany. Does this happen normally? I mean, they get like one significant event a year, I'd say. So I guess it just depends upon when. At least once a year. Where is this? That's a good question. I was going to try and figure out where that was, and then my brain decided to just go kaput. Trying to find where they are. I've refreshed and no idea where people are looking at. My guess is the storm that is southwest of Berlin and north of Leipzig. Well, north of Leipzig. It would be over near the Luckenwald areas and the Jüterbog areas. Can you talk before you go and leave us in Germany about your own plans for my channel? Yes, so whenever severe weather gets significant in Germany, more than likely I'll try to stream it. But the only thing about it is that I don't really go out of my way to forecast Germany. So as long as people let me know what's going on, I can try and come in and help give people ideas as to what is going on with this actual weather, you know, so. I'll try to cover significant weather in Germany as best as I can. I live in the US, so I talk about the US a lot. That includes my videos. So if you're from Germany and you do not care about the United States, it's not a good idea to, you know, hit the notification bell if you do subscribe. Unless if you want to watch my videos regardless, and that's cool. Or unless if you want to watch my live streams regardless, that's also cool. But I usually talk about the stuff in the United States. I also usually talk about the tropics. So tornadoes, hurricanes, snow. I'm usually centralized around even North America. North America is usually what I talk about in my videos. Only when I think stuff can get pretty significant weather-wise is when I talk about other places. And Germany is even more of a critical example of that, because Germany actually has some tools that are actually similar to what Canada has with radar, with the exception of, you know, no dual pole, but that's fine. So if there's something significant and I find it, I'll probably talk about it, and then who knows, I'll probably live stream it. So I guess it just really depends upon what happens in Germany. But yeah, I'm usually centralized in the United States, and so therefore that's usually what we got. What is the potential of this storm? In regards to what? It being severe? The ones that are currently across Germany, I would say most of them have the potential to be severe, including the one that's heading into Berlin. There's also a secondary wave that's moving into Magdeburg. That one also has the potential to try and be severe. I also wouldn't be surprised if it also tried to start some funny business with some of these cell mergers and tried to produce a quick spin up, but that's besides the point. Will I stream incidents in Poland since there is new radar with a lot of radar data, including the velocity one? Is that on Ketchelman weather as well? Or Ketchelman weather? Because if that is the case, then I mean, I don't see why not. It's not on radar scope, however. I can't use my radar program for it. I'd have to go out and about. Yep, thunderstorm will go to Czechia. Czechia. Czechs. I'm definitely looking at Germany right now. Those two cameras are in Germany. This radar that is above me is in Germany. The storm is heading into Berlin, for reference. So. Sleeping Bee with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the generous donation to the stream. It really does mean a lot. really does help us out a lot. So thank you so much. Will it rain in Poland? Yes, it will. Tonight into tomorrow, if it hasn't already. Good luck pronouncing Polish place names. Yeah, I mean, it seems how I can't pronounce United States place names. You know, I can barely pronounce German place names. And I have so much fun. Pull this up on the side screen. And yeah, there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot more, to be honest with you. With the stuff that is in this general area. Do I have an Instagram? Yes, I do. It is the same name as my YouTube channel. Western part of Poland should have German names too. Well, that's true. Take a look at the Czech border. There's a strong supercell. Ooh, let's see. There's a couple strong storms. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I think we might be getting to the point where I need to switch up my radar. Unfortunately, the font is not as large. But hopefully I can just try to visualize this for you. But yeah, there's a couple strong storms that are going to be trying to head towards the Cheb area in the Czech Republic. Now, is it just Czechia? Is that how we pronounce it? Because I don't know. Yeah. That's $1 per hour for how many hours you've streamed since yesterday? Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. I really do. Now, I can't really say I use my Instagram all too often. I use my Twitter way more often than my Instagram. But I still use Instagram to, like, kind of scroll through, look at, you know, funny things and whatnot. But yeah, it does look like for the storms that do have the higher reflectivity values, you can see we have a lot of these reds and pinks. Specifically the pinks. If you guys see pink on radar, that usually tells you that there's hail in the storm. So tornado in the Waldeck area. Indications, covered roofs, cars whirled around, overturned cars. Yeah, that's not really too surprising to me. It definitely seemed like there could have potentially been a tornado over there. Now look at the Bella Pod. Let me take a look. Let me see what this is. Belopod Bezdizem. Belopod Bezdizem, which is northeast of Prague. You guys will eventually see some of these thunderstorms. Eventually. It'll take a bit, though. It'll probably take a good few hours. You guys might honestly not see this stuff until we get closer to midnight for you all. Which I definitely will not be here for that. No offense. But I am tired. Very tired. What's the storm near Leipzig looking like? What in the world? Who just screamed? Storm near Leipzig looks like it is, it looks like it's got some, heavy rain with it. Maybe some spotty hail. It's hard to say if it's anything more than that, though. It could see some gusty winds. Search Dana Radar O for Polish radars. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. I'll actually search that up on the side screen here. And yeah, there are Polish radars there. Unfortunately, this is all in Polish. Or, I don't know what language this is. I don't think Polish is a language. I don't know. I have no clue. The point being is I don't know what this is saying. But I have searched it up. Thomas with the 23. 23. Holy goodness gracious. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot, the support to the channel. Thank you. It really does. It really does mean a lot. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. Wow. It really does mean a lot to me. I know it sounds like I'm just saying it over and over again, but wow. Yeah, it looks like the damaging winds are getting closer and closer to Berlin. They are getting closer and closer. So areas near Berlin might have to really watch out for some local downbursts, some strong winds. How often do I do such live streams over Europe? This is my second time in the past year. The last one was on May 20th of last year during the whole Lipstadt and Paderborn tornadoes. So for reference, I only do it when a country with radars gets impacted, and I get informed ahead of time. And if the severe weather event is significant enough, I'll stream it. Because if there's just like, general thunderstorms, I'm not going to stream that. That's not going to impact anyone. It's not going to hurt anyone. I want to try and help people from the storms that could try to hurt people. So. But yeah, I try to cover whenever it could be significant. I may live in the United States, but that doesn't mean that I still don't care about people. Am I going to cover tonight? Not the United States threat. That thing sucks. No, thank you. I'm going to sleep. Sleepy time for yours truly. Meanwhile, the second line of storms are starting to move through the Magdeburg areas. Nothing's really tornadic, if any. Denver's looking good. Well, Denver's fine. They will rebuild. They will rebuild. Thoughts on the Atlantic since it's becoming more active? My thoughts on the Atlantic is there's a lot of wind shear and storms that may form, but they also might not have the greatest opportunity to really do more than that and become significant because of all the wind shear. So until that wind shear gets out of the way, which usually is around the August, September, October general time frame, expect things to be a little bit quiet from the U.S. Landfall Department. It's the same thing for Brett. If you hear anybody that says that Brett is headed towards the United States, tell him, no it ain't, because it's going to die. Would I stream something that there were no thunderstorms, but like 2 years ago it was raining continuously with 10 to 12 inches in 24 hours? I mean, I definitely could try if it's like significant. Rain is pretty boring to talk about because it's water. And there's not really a good way for me to measure through radar how much rain has fallen. So even right now, when there's a lot of rain over in northern portions of Germany, northern and northwestern portions, even into the Benelux area, it's hard to measure measure how much rain has already fallen, at least from radar. Yeah. You put a heart symbol. I'm not sure if that was for his chat, but it goes to show you the weather community is in it. It's pretty cool to see. As I said, I'm very thankful for the people who are storm chasers out there in Germany who allowed me to feature their content on my stream. It really did help us out a lot in showing people what was happening. So, yeah, these storms are definitely weakening. Usually once it starts to become dark, stuff usually starts to become not as significant, unless if you have some other things, and this event doesn't. So we hope that nothing else bad happens as this heads into an overnight threat. We might as well look. Wow. We're probably, it'll probably be something for another day then. Because we are definitely not going to get to 40,000 subscribers by the time we leave. We are 17 subscribers away. But it's fine. We're good. Don't worry about it. We're almost there. We'll be climbing up eventually. I got like these salt and vinegar potato chips. They're pretty good. But they're also, it's kind of like when you eat Cheetos, right? If you've ever had Cheetos before, or anything that has like powder on it as a snack, it like gets on your fingers. And if you don't have like a napkin or something like that, then good luck. Don't feel obligated, by the way, to subscribe because I said we're close to 40,000 subscribers. If you know, just came here for a one-time show, that's fine too. It's not that big of a deal. Did I do the video title through Google Translate? No, I did it through a separate translate because Google Translate is not really as good. And then I asked other people if this was fine, and people said it was alright, so. Could have made it to 40K if I said Brett was going to impact upstate Michigan. Yeah, but I'm not going to sell out. I've got morals. There's an ethical way of saying things. That is pretty funny, though. Alright. I think I'm fading fast. I think I am, at least. Ooh. That is funny. Sounds like something the Rays would do. Wow. Thoughts on the Bears win last night? About dang time. You know, I might try to like take like an hour nap and then try to last until like 10 o'clock tonight and then go to sleep. Because I'll be like passed out. A lot of hard work. Once again, I really do appreciate your guys' kindness and what you guys have done for me today. I really think the line of storms. Should I stay until the line passes Berlin and then fall asleep? Because it'll only take what? Probably another 30 minutes. Maybe even less than that. But Yeah, I really do appreciate your guys' kindness in chat. It means a lot. If I am gonna stay up for Berlin, I'm gonna have to chug this water bottle because what a little secret is if you chug liquid, or specifically water, you can actually get your blood flowing. Allows you to be awake a little bit more. So I think if I do that, then yeah. Wonder if I'm able to cover China, Japan, Korea, same for Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Brazil, Argentina, etc. Probably not the stuff in the southern hemisphere. I'd have to study up a little bit on that to recognize patterns, because the southern hemisphere is the exact opposite of the northern hemisphere. But I would love to cover Japan is a place that I actually want to live in the future. And yeah. What radar site am I using for Europe? Radar scope. Unless if you're talking about the specific radar that I'm looking at, then it's PRO. That is the radar that I'm using for the storm that is approaching Berlin. All right. You know what? I'm going to stay through Berlin. And then after that's done, I'm going to go die. I'm going to go sleep. It's going to happen. So, yeah, if you're in Berlin, stay indoors. Stay away from windows. I think we actually have a camera over there in Berlin. Hold up. I love you, Storm Chasers, but I got other things to look at real quickly. I'm pretty sure we have a camera in Berlin. Is it still working? Oh, yes, it is still working. It's Berlin. Perfect. So let's watch Berlin here. Of course, I don't think, you know. Ooh. Look at all the lightning. All right, all right, all right. This is not Albany, Georgia. This is Berlin, Germany. Why is this taking for... I have no hands, and it is... Is Germany G-E-G-E-R? Actually, you know what? Boom. Makes life better. Oh, they also have the little monorail thing, which is pretty cool. See, it'll come to this stage where we watch this, and this thing doesn't show any lightning. And it just is like, oh, there's nothing back there. Well, why are we looking at the camera? And then all of a sudden, the lightning will flash. Like, this is a long period right here where there's just, like, not any lightning. And then all of a sudden, we'll see here. There you go. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like we got a nice shelf cloud that's moving into the city. Look at that. Well, I know it's Deutschland. Germany get any big tornadoes today? Fortunately, no. They did get a couple, from what I'm thinking. Will there be another storm north of Leipzig? It is possible. Let me take a look. 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 Yeah, there's another storm that's north of Leipzig. There's going to be some more storms that are going to head into Leipzig as well. And honestly, I think from now on, you're probably going to see more storms over in that area. Or at least a higher chance. Monorail must travel pretty frequently in order for it to come back, what, about 2 or 3 minutes? Must just be this line in Germany. This one specifically in Berlin. Where's the webcam from Berlin from? Specifically, the zoo, or it's the area near the zoo. It is in the western part of the city. The western part of the city. Turn that off. We don't need that anymore. Thomas with the 6. Thank you so much. You just keep adding on, and it really is amazing. So thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot. That train went backwards, so I see. But once again, thank you so much. Ooh, that was a pretty shot. What is that? Is that a plane, chat? That's that light that's flying back and forth. Because it went from the right to the left, and then it went over to the right again. Yeah, is it a UFO? It's going back and forth. Like, is this a helicopter? Could be a helicopter. I don't know why a helicopter would be flying in the middle of a thunderstorm, though. You're not in Oklahoma. This isn't Bob and Moore with Chopper 4. That's not how that works. A what? A donor. What is that? That's not how that... No. That's not how that works. He's not in more. That's not chopper 4. The light went away. I wasn't paying attention. When did the light go away? Bob and more with chopper 4. He's in more. He's in more right now. He's looking at the tornado. Man. Oh, why is there a bunch of police? What? What in the heck? Is that even police? No, it was police. Did they all turn off their lights? What the heck was that? No, they're turning right in front of us. What in the... Make that make sense. Oh, look at that lightning strike. That's pretty nice. I was about to say, there's a whole line of police. What are they doing? Someone escaped from the zoo or something, or I don't know. You could probably fill in the blank and it would probably give you an idea. Yeah, News 9 is cursed. Not allowed. Oh, that is a nice shelf cloud. I'll tell you what. That is a really nice shelf cloud. Yeah, apparently we experience crime as well. This is a multi-purpose stream, apparently. Because what the News 9 doesn't have the greatest track record with me. Whenever people usually mention News 9, it's either over-exaggerated or it's not true. Sometimes it's very true. And that's the reason why I haven't banned all the News 9 things. For instance, if you put News 9 all in one word, with a lowercase n, it's just News 9, it's not banned. But it's just not the greatest track record with me for all the stuff that it does. Because it just... There's so much stuff, and not even all of it is legit. So, that's how I feel about it, and that's the reason why I'm like, I don't want to hear about it anymore. Yeah, you see, it's not banned. If you do News 9 like that, that's the emergency phrase right there, okay? I don't want to hear News 9 every single time, however. If I'm covering an event in Oklahoma, I'm not, use it wisely. If it's relevant, then sure. But if you're going to tell me there's a wall cloud there, well, congratulations. I probably could see that from the radar or from KFOR. Or from a live camera that's over there. So limit it to tornadoes on the ground. Stuff like that. Maybe funnel clouds, although part of me doesn't even want to do that because every time there's some instances where they say it's a funnel cloud and I severely doubt it. You know, they're showing me the live footage as it was there, and I was just like, you know, listen, you may say it's a funnel cloud. It doesn't look like it to me. And I'm watching it on the screen. Sure, I'm back at home, but when you have rising scud that's not rotating, not spinning at all, I mean, that stuff ain't happening. Is there a chance of a bow echo in Berlin? That's currently what's happening right now. We have a nice little bow echo that is surging on through into the city of Berlin. So we're watching it live, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I'm tired of it. I still don't know how News 9 managed to extend their jurisdiction all the way down into like the heart of Texas. Now, granted, I'm happy that they did in the long run, but I don't know. There's a difference between news and reporting. We could do that tornado clips. Do I actually want to? You know what? I'll do it. I'm curious. Try out the new website. Woo! Did you see that, chat? Oh, that plane went around. It was going to land and did a flyover. Air Portugal. Maybe that's what it was. Air Portugal. Because hear me out, chat. The camera is right there in Berlin. And it looks southwest. And the light that we saw went back and forth a couple of times. I think we might have just saw Air Portugal miss the runway. Possibly a ground stop. That's not the only plane that missed the airport as well. This one might miss the airport as well. But yeah, that was a flyover. Ooh. Sheesh. Oh, this is supposed to be for Berlin as well. So yeah, there is a ground stop for the storm. Berlin. Flying out. That's for Berlin, so that's stalling there. That's for Berlin. Berlin. That's for Berlin. That's for Berlin. A lot of these airplanes that are around here are kind of just circling around. Yeah, that's for Berlin. That one's for Berlin. That one's for Dublin. That one makes sense. So yeah, we got a lot of planes up in the sky. Sheesh. Yeah, this one's doing the tango with some other plane. They are in a tight circle. I have tried Old Bay chips. I doubt this will be hit by a derecho, but I mean, who knows? It's probably a ground stop. Usually when there's multiple misapproaches, it's a ground stop. Could a plane fly over the storm? Yeah. Hypothetically, they can. Is Berlin about to get hit by a bow echo? Yes, as of right now, they are. As a matter of fact, we're going to watch it live. Big wind. It's almost to the camera. That's how pilots get fired from their job, Connor. Keep them up in the sky way too long. Derechos are kind of hard to predict. You just need the right tools. What's the website where you can see the planes? Flight Radar 24. There's a good chance that some of these airplanes could be redirected. Anything happening? We're just watching Berlin get hit by thunderstorms. What song do I use in my starting stream music? It is an opening song, or not really an opening song. It's a song from a, believe it or not, an anime that I still even like. It's only had one season, 2 seasons, I think. I don't know. I can't remember. I haven't looked at it in a while, watched it in a while. From No Game, No Life. Specifically, it is called, as I pull it up, All of You is All of Me. I recommend watching that anime too, if you haven't already. I'm not as big into anime as I once was, way back when. But that thing I will still watch. It was just great stuff. Can I use music to build up hype to the stream? Only in the beginning of the streams, not during the middle of them. Alright, it is now raining. The storm is now hitting Berlin. We can see in the trees that it clearly is here. Have I seen the movie? Yes, I have seen the movie. Indeed, I have. I've seen everything of it. I just can't remember what, yeah. Yep, no problem, Libby. Glad to have been here to help out. Yep, the line is moving through Berlin as we speak. I think I was completely wrong about how we weren't going to get to 40,000 today. Oh boy. Man, it's been a while since that 5th digit moved. Man, it's been a while since that 5th digit moved. Ooh. I'll actually go do that. Sheesh. Now watch people on something. Yeah, I know, right? It's gonna go straight back down, and it's gonna go back below. We just know how this works already. We just do. But I really do appreciate you guys. I do. Man, it's taken a long time for us to get here, to do it our way. We've done it our way the entire time, and goes to show you it might not be as successful as other people, but at least we didn't sell out, and we're still growing. We're still, you know, we're doing this together. Man, it's been a long time. Long time coming. But we got it. What's the special number again? 72,008. I still remember it because it's that in my head. 72,008 people. See, I told you it's gonna go straight back down. It's happening. Can you tell how long you've been subscribed for? I think you need to have public I can't remember. Something with making your subscriptions public. Something like that. Why so specific? That's the amount. Nah, I'm not going to say it until we get, well, we are over halfway there, aren't we? So I guess I did say I would might as well give you a hint. It has something to do with the amount of people I've been around at a given time. And that amount was really impactful to me. Like, not... more of something that I enjoy the most. Well, not really the most, but something that I enjoy. So, you hold a PhD in physics? Love your content, the way you relate to the audience like me. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You know, I really... Ever since I started this channel, I didn't really want to feel like I was someone else that was like all high and mighty. I wanted to kind of be, you know, kind of like a friend, you know what I mean? And so far, so good. I didn't say what it was specifically. I didn't say what it was. It's up to you to figure out what I did. It's up to you to guess what I did. Oh my gosh, that lightning strike just blinded me. Man. Well, I gotta say, for the people who live in Berlin, you see these trees in front of us? See these trees? You notice how they're not moving? That tells me that there is barely any wind, if any. Which means this line is not even that bad. It's not even that bad. We're just watching the storm move on through. And when it's done, then we're all good. Everyone will be fine. Another 3 years, and I think we'll get to the magic number. Not if I like step up my game and consistently upload like I should. Because I'll tell you what, we probably could have got to it by now if I actually consistently uploaded. But, you know, I'm an idiot sometimes, and I also get burnt out a lot. So. Nice lightning. Yeah, it doesn't. There's no tornado with this storm. Um, Honestly, it's just wind. It's just wind, and that is it. Exactly. All right, yeah, we're almost done here, and the severe weather threat should pretty much be over for most areas. Areas of the Czech Republic might have to watch out, and I might as well go check to see what's happening over there. There's a spotter in Prague. That's pretty cool. Nice to see the spotter network still is alive and well over there. Yeah, it looks like we got a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything, with these storms, and maybe some spotty hail, but there isn't really anything of significance. Why is there a spotter in the middle of the water? Yeah, okay, buddy. Make that make sense. Might as well check over there. I promise you that was an unintentional pun. I promise you it was an unintentional pun. That's usually what I say. I might as well check over there. And that is that. It was not intentional at all. That makes it even funnier. Big lightning strike there. Holy. Golly. I don't even see a whole lot of hail with these storms anymore. I barely see any real pinks or dark reds. Usually that's the radar picking up on a lot of noise. And the only real area where there's a lot of noise is the storm that is approaching the Regensburg areas. So, the rotation in the storm directly in Denver. Gosh. Let's go check. I said I wouldn't do Denver. I said I wouldn't do the United States. That is a supercell, though. That is pretty funny. There is a little bit of rotation. So whether or not that actually produces a tornado, who knows? But Yeah. It definitely looks like there is something over there. Mr. Beast tornado coverage is like... He did tornado coverage? Really? Joke. Whoosh. Over my head. So yeah. Looks like we're all good here, honestly. So I appreciate you guys coming out and spreading the information and continuing to grow our community. It's amazing what we can do together. That's a nice lightning strike over the left, by the way. Tornado warning, Texas. Well, Texas can go consider, because I'm not going to talk about it. Fine. I'll look at it, and then I'll be gone. It's not even a tornado risk. Yeah, why am I looking at this? If it's anything of what I think it... Yeah, no thank you. Anyways. Thank you guys so much for watching. We've been live for 10.5 hours. And, it's been a long couple of days, but it's been active here. So, if you guys enjoyed any of the content that you've seen over the past 30 some odd hours, whatever, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe, as well as share this with other people who might enjoy this. If other people would like to see a recap of the system or see how everything was played out live, all these things, whether it was the United States tornado outbreak last night or the severe weather outbreak here today in Europe. This is, I don't know where I was going with this is, but, it'd be greatly appreciated if you guys were to continue to spread the information so that we can continue to grow even past 40,000 subscribers and continue to grow our community so that our outreach can be so much larger than it already is. Turn on notifications if you want to see more content like this. Sure, it may not be in Germany. It'll be in the United States, unless if Germany somehow manages to get another big severe weather event, in which I'll cover it again. Make sure you guys are all good over there. Yeah. Share this with people around. Follow me on social media. If you have any questions, social media is the good place to ask. Whether it's Twitter or Discord. All sorts of stuff like this. Sheesh. I've been live for 10 hours and almost 30 minutes. I got 2 hours of sleep last night. And I streamed for 8.5 hours last night. It's a lot. And I'm going to enjoy some rest. So I will talk to you guys more than likely tomorrow. There could very well be a live stream tomorrow. Either that or there is going to be a video. So we shall see. I'm gonna go pass out. So take care, everyone.